have your evidence just there alone. Just with that. Just by that alone proves they never did it. Because remember, we're talking about a horror movie, but yet from start to finish, reference to Apollo 11 in particular. Lots of references throughout the movie. Stephen King, the man who authored the book in 1977, in 1980 said he didn't like the movie. Nothing of his story from the book was in the movie, so he didn't like the movie. And the reason that was because Stanley Kubrick used it as a confession vehicle. Now, The Shining, Code 2, there's another one called Room 237. Room 237 is the same as Shining Code 2. It's an explanation of what explaining the scene. So it's the same thing, just a different title. And the 237 refers to the distance from Earth to the moon, 237,000 miles. So if you type in Room 237 or The Shining Code 2, you will get the same thing, and it's an explanation as to all the scenes and what they mean in The Shining. It's compelling. The very end, you will see this young boy, his name is Danny. He's on a carpet where the print of the carpet is similar to the, what is it? Platform, no. Launch pad A39. Cape Canaveral, A39. That's where the Apollo 11 took off from. And you will notice this hexagonal type pattern, okay? And when he stands up on the carpet, his jumper is blue with the Apollo Rocket 11. It's like it's taking off. That is the most strongest reference to the Apollo missions, apart from all the other strong messages that are in there. So you've got to watch it to get it. The Shining Code 2 or Room 237. Room 237 in Stephen King's book is Room 217. So Stanley Kubrick changed that number deliberately. So it's not coincidental at all. Everything in that movie is deliberate. Stanley Kubrick is a man who loves puzzles. When he was filming The Shining, not The Shining, the Eyes Wide Shut, he got Tom Cruise to reenact a role about 300 times. Do it again, 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 do it again. Can you imagine that? Do it again, do it again, do it again. Next day, do it again, do it again, do it again. He was a perfectionist. Tom Cruise said he felt that he couldn't act. He couldn't work out what he was doing wrong. So he was starting to question his own ability. This is Tom Cruise speaking after Stanley Kubrick's death. Obviously, the actors in that movie were interviewed, and they were asking what did they like about Stanley Kubrick or what didn't they like. And I think Tom Cruise was going on about how he was a perfectionist and he made everyone do things over and over and over again, to the point where Tom Cruise himself doubted his ability. That was brilliant, I thought. That was Stanley Kubrick.
Jen, time out for just a second. Let's see if there's any new people here. Then you go back to Stanley Kubrick.
Okay, go ahead.
Any new people here? Speak up now, please.
Okay. If anybody's got any questions.
No, I was just wanted to comment, thanks for that. I remember, I remember coming from school every single day and watching one of his films called The Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Orange.
Oh man, I was addicted with. I would come from school every single day, and just watch that film. I had an obsession with that film. But I've never watched any of his other films, and I'm sure that
go on. You would what?
Yeah, I'm sure I would find it fascinating.
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you something. Yeah. Stanley Kubrick's 40-year career, he produced 13 films. You need to watch them all. You need to watch them all because there is an underlining message in all his movies. And basically, things aren't what they seem. That's the message. That's the underlying message there, that things are not what they appear to be. That is his underlying message running through all his movies, okay? He was a man who liked puzzles. So you can imagine, if somebody who likes puzzles, this is what an intellect. So he could, The Shining is a work of art in that the scenes are really well, what's the word I'm looking for? Created. Okay, he creates these scenes very well. Every little detail is there deliberately. Even for example, the typewriter, which changes color through the movie, I didn't pick that up. So you see kind of like a black typewriter, and then as the movie goes on, the same typewriter which Jack Nicholson is writing a message on it, it turns to grey. But I didn't pick that up. I didn't notice the color change. But it was called Adler. The typer brand was called Adler. Now, Adler is German for eagle. And of course, the eagle has landed on the moon. Can you see the reference there? A deliberate reference to Apollo 11. The eagle. Okay? Room 237. That was known as the moon room. Okay? 237. 237,000 miles to the moon. So yeah, I would advise you, if you get the time and the chance, to watch all his movies. Clockwork Orange was really a violent film, violence that plays a part in some of our lives.
That was an earlier work of his, no?
Yes, that was his. Clockwork Orange.
That was earlier, no?
Yeah, early. So that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, I think that might have come up after The Shining. I would have to say. I think. Okay.
Oh, after.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. 1980, The Shining was. I think A Clockwork Orange came after that.
I think it was in the 60s. I think it was in the 60s. Clockwork Orange.
Okay. If that was the case, then that was a good. No, you see, the 60s, you had 2001. Okay, so I think it's an 80s movie. Let me check it. Hang on a second. Let me just check
definitely
that now.
60s.
Second.
I mean, I would bet that it was on the 60s because of the clothes they wear. It was very 70s like. But very original movie.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, 1971.
Oh, 1971.
Yeah, it was 1971. So that means I would have been 9 years old, going to be 10. So they were going to the moon at the time, and NASA was when that was released. Okay. So A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, it's a good movie anyway. Like I said, he done 13 movies. You can get them on YouTube. You might not get all the movies, but you can get the list on YouTube, Wikipedia, sort of thing. Great movies, all these movies. But The Shining. So when you watch that one, you will see the reference to the Apollo missions all the way through that. Apollo 11, 12, 13, 14, up to that number, up to those missions, running right through the film from start to finish. But like I said, my intellect at that time, I was 18, going to be 19, I wasn't picking up on any of that stuff. No, not at all.
For sure.
I didn't notice any of that, and that's amazing. So it's a work of art in itself. That it's a confession vehicle. It's there. Now, apparently, Stanley Kubrick's eldest daughter doesn't think that The Shining represents the moon landing hoax, But I say that either the powers that shouldn't be have got to her, and they've told her to try to discredit her dad's film, either that, or maybe she didn't say that because it's too obvious. It's supposed to be a psychological horror movie. And remember my reaction at 18. It was a shit film because we wasn't horrified. Yeah? Okay? Right. And then I carried that feeling of being ripped off right up to 2006, where I'm discovering the Shining Code 2, where it's being explained to me what all the scenes meant. So you can see that, my memory is long. I don't forget, like the elephants, yeah? I don't forget. I don't forget at all, not that. So it was like fate. I had to watch that movie. You understand? And carry that memory right up to today, I'm telling you. You see, there's a reason for everything. Eyes Wide Shut, his last movie, released on the 30th anniversary, July 16th, 1999. A few months later, I come to Japan. Oh, sorry, I was in Japan. A month before that, I arrived in Japan in June 6th. I arrived in Japan in June of 1999. So, and I didn't even realize it released that movie, Eyes Wide Shut. It wasn't until I got into the moon landings and into Stanley Kubrick that I found out that he'd done all these, Dr. Strangelove. I watched that. It was a good film. Yeah.
What is that movie that's that popular scene that we often see? I often seen it. I have seen it so many times. There's a scene of and I don't know what movie it is, of kind of like of spaceship, or like trying to get, like, going through the through the dome, like they go through water. Is that from any of Stanley Kubrick's films? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking about 2001: A Space Odyssey. It could be.
Is that it? Is that
it could be that
from
movie,
one of his films?
It could be. I'm not quite sure on the scene clearly. It's very vague for me. But if you watch 2001: A Space Odyssey, what you're going to notice about this film is that it's ageless. It hasn't aged. What I'm saying to you is
Which
that
one?
2001: A Space Odyssey, released in 1968. Yeah. If you watch it now, it's like it's relevant now. The technology is still relevant. It's not old by one day. It's not even a day old.
Who is Hal?
Fresh. Hal is the computer.
Who's Hal?
Hal is the computer. The AI
the God.
computer that controls the spaceship. Yeah.
The God.
Well, I wouldn't use that expression, as God might be very upset, but he is the AI computer. So in 1968, they were letting us, Stanley Kubrick was letting us know that we shouldn't allow AI to get to this level, because it will.
How did he
kill you.
How did Stanley Kubrick knew so much about artificial intelligence in those times?
Yeah. He was a deep thinking man, so he could work it out. Remember, he knew that the elites were controlling the world. Remember, he helped to perpetuate moon landings hoax the following year. So he already knew what was he. Yeah, go on.
He was a Mason.
Yes, he was a Mason. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know Stanley Kubrick was a Mason.
Hey guys, I feel like we need to interject real quick that although what you're talking about is strong, kind of secondhand circumstantial evidence, there's plenty of physical evidence, or should I say lack of physical evidence, that they never went to the moon.
Yeah. I'm going to approach that. Dave Hinkle, I'm going to approach that. I'm just wanting to give you,
Dave.
I'm giving you the key to the puzzle, though. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving everybody the key. Stanley Kubrick is the key. Once you watch that, there is no doubt. Of course, we have the scientific problems and the environmental problems and the photographic anomalies to speak of. I just wanted to speak of the fact that we know who actually directed what we saw on TV, and to give you a good rounded psychological profile of Stanley Kubrick, so you understand that this is the man. And when you watch his work and compare it to the moon landings that you watched on TV, you will notice the similarities.
The
and you
same
will
job.
say, yes, it's him.
The same worker, the same artist. Yeah.
Exactly. The same signature is
Artist.
there.
Yeah.
Unmistakable. You cannot make a mistake at all.
Correct.
Okay. So I know that there are scientific proof, but I'm giving you the man first, because I went the other way around. I did all the scientific evidence that they didn't go, and then the final piece to the puzzle was Stanley Kubrick. So what I've done is I've reversed it. So you've got the key to the puzzle first, and now we're going to tsunami you with the rest of the information. For example, this is coming from NASA, American Moon, documentary called American Moon. It's 3 hours, 30 minutes long. And part of they touched upon was the communication. How long does it take a transmission, via radio to hit the transmitters on the moon and return? Apparently 2.7 seconds, thereabouts. Nearly 3 seconds, okay? 2.7 seconds. But if you listen to the real transcript, the actual mission, it's as short as 0.09 seconds. 9/10 of a second, they're replying. That would be impossible.
Yes.
On average,
Gene,
it was 1 second.
Gene,
It was less. Yeah, go on.
In satellite antennas, telecommunications,
correct.
The receiver antenna is small, can be small, reduced to size.
Yeah.
But when you have a transmitting emitter antenna, when you send information, you need power input. And the further the distance, the more power you need. And these people have no clue about that. That satellite TV we had back in the days, in the 90s and stuff, it was just for receiving.
Correct.
It wasn't no upload.
No. There was no satellites, by the way,
download.
ladies and gentlemen. No satellites up there. So
I know.
It's cable TV. It's cable TV and telecom tower TV. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been.
Yeah.
It's never been a hardware washing machine type thing with solar panels deployed, geostationary or geo-orbiting ball Earth. That hasn't been proven. But that's never happened in your lifetime. It will never happen in your lifetime. We will never be doing that. We don't have
there's nothing.
We don't
there's
have
nothing
God's permission.
physical, floating, levitating above
That's
the ground, except probably some sort of large boulders which were shot by volcanoes up into the sky. But
there are such things as drones and Saturloons, helium balloons.
Yeah, but they are not stable in fixed point.
Absolutely
they are
correct.
moving. They are moving.
Yeah. They have crashed in people's backyards over the years. So we know that they exist. Okay? With the helium balloon still attached, still beeping. We have the one famous one that landed in Brazil. So I've got videos of that, ladies and gentlemen. But things being deployed by rockets and space shuttles going into space and then deploying this satellite,
into oceans.
That's not happening. Yeah.
They do happen. They they fall in ocean. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they're only going to the sky. They're just going up in the sky. They're not actually going into space.
I don't think they reach the sky. They go a little bit above the clouds.
Well,
that's all they do. The sky is much higher than that.
Yeah. So what we're doing here now is it's showing you technologically, we don't have that prowess. We don't have it. So, to go back to the telecommunications, so if the astronauts are on the moon and they're talking to mission control, and that communication, there should have been a delay of 2.7 seconds before a reply is done. Now, when you buy these videos, or DVDs now, you will know back then it was videos back then, they had actually lengthened the gap. So the original one, it's like 0.09 seconds or 0.1, 1 second, way too quick. But when you buy the DVD now, someone obviously realized that it was too short. So they lengthened the gap to 4 seconds before the replies actually received.
Yeah.
Okay? So somebody obviously is aware that there was a mistake made there. So when you buy the DVD, you don't get that 2 seconds, you get 4 seconds. But if you go to the original on YouTube or whatever and listen to the original, it's as short as 0.09, 9/10 of a second that they're replying. And that would be impossible. That would mean the person was in the next room, to reply. That's how close they were. No delay.
Yeah. Another thing about telecommunications, they invoke that radio waves are bouncing back from the ionosphere.
Right.
So that's how radio waves travel around the world,
Yeah.
the globe.
So just to
actually in 1920s, or when was that guy broadcasting from London to Sydney, Australia, a radio signal, this theory didn't exist at that time. At that time, vast majority of people, they knew the Earth is flat in those times.
That's right, back in the 19th.
And it was very normal for them. It was very normal. Yeah, radio waves go in a straight line,
which for me is quite surprising, knowing that the Jesuits and the Christian religion was pushing the globe all that time, though. It was being pushed from the Renaissance.
What I want to point out is, I don't know how many of you guys had access to a military radar, but on a military radar, you can make a fire. You can make a fire next to it, and that radar shouldn't be able to see through the fire because the radio waves will be bouncing back to it.
Right.
Because they say the ionosphere, ionized gas, is bouncing the radio waves like a wall,
Yeah.
So radio waves should not be able to propagate through plasma, through fire, but actually they do. In reality.
Amazing. And so there's another clue. So just to reiterate, with the Stanley Kubrick thing, that's the man who actually directed what you saw on TV. That is without doubt not a mistake. You can take that to the bank. I'll lay my life on that one. That's not speculation. That is not in the realm of speculation. That is a fact. It's fact. I'll lay my life on that. I'm not speculating here. I'm telling you that is the man. No doubt about it. There's no two ways about it. And he couldn't very well tell us with his own words, which my brother said he should have done. My brother said he shouldn't have been a coward. He should have stood up and just told the truth. But obviously he feared for not just his life, but the life of his family as well. So the powers that shouldn't be made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And with that now meant that, obviously it didn't sit well with him. His wife wasn't happy that he was perpetuating this lie when she found out. And, So him being a perfectionist, he wanted to set the record straight. How can he do that? Okay, he's a very talented man. Let me use Stephen King's book, The Shining, psychological horror, and then infuse that with the Apollo mission hints and references from start to finish. That's my favorite movie. So although I called it shit back in 1980 as a young teenager, wet behind the ears,
It
very
became
naive,
the best
haven't got a
movie.
clue, don't know my
Your
ass from my
favorite.
elbow back then at 18, 19, although I knew about slavery and things, still wet behind the ears. It's my favorite movie today. That would be my favorite movie today. That one. That one is my favorite movie. What a turnaround, ladies and gentlemen. Eh? A complete 180 degrees. Yes.
Yeah, this
Because
is
it
how
makes
life is.
sense now. It
Yeah.
makes sense now, ladies and gentlemen. That's why. So let's go on to how else do we know they couldn't go? Okay. Let's take the situation of cosmic ray particles. Now, some of you may have heard me speak to this point before. Now, cosmic ray particles, what are they? They are what's known as leftovers from when stars died. As far as I know from what I read, they go supernova, they explode, and they shoot this material.
Oh, the gamma
in all
rays.
directions.
The gamma rays, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about cosmic ray particles first. That's another thing we will talk about in just a minute. So these cosmic ray particles are coming from matter, supposedly from when stars supposedly die, and they shoot this material in all directions, and they travel at almost the speed of light, which is roughly 616,629 miles per hour. Now, according to the experts, they said that if NASA was going to send their astronauts into that region, they would need 2 meters thick of some kind of shielding around the spacecraft.
Shielding, yeah.
To contend with
lead
that.
shielding.
Yeah, lead shielding or some kind of shielding. So lead, whatever it is, it had to be 2 meters thick to contend with that, with those cosmic ray particles. Okay, so how did they overcome that? They had to use thin aluminium because they couldn't pressurize the lunar command module to Earth's pressure, 14 pounds psi. They couldn't do that, so they had to use thin aluminium, less than 2 millimeters thick, ladies and gentlemen, 2 millimeters thick of aluminium. Okay, and then the lunar excursion module was even thinner, 1 millimeter and something, very, very thin indeed. Okay, so that's proof that they couldn't have gone, because they would have been showered by the cosmic ray particles. Now, envision this, ladies and gentlemen. You have 1 centimeter square, per second. 4 particles strikes that spot per second. 4 particles. So it'll be like being in a monsoon rain. Totally unavoidable. How did they manage and contend with that? How did they manage to avoid it? They couldn't have. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. They would encounter this. It's impossible to avoid. There is no way they could avoid it. Impossible. They would have encountered cosmic ray particles traveling at the speed of light. So, and you would notice it from the cameras. The camera would have been hit, and the negatives would have been hit. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen.
They say that the Earth's magnetic field is protecting us against these highly charged particles.
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
From the sun.
About the Van Allen radiation. Yes, correct.
Yeah. The beta rays, which are cancerogen, they cause cancer. Exposure to beta rays. And the beta rays, you can achieve them if you take a light bulb and you pull out the gas from inside, yeah, that's a special gas inside the light bulb which absorbs these beta rays, and they don't allow to
We say
pass.
beta in English, you know, pronounce beta rays. Alpha,
Yeah,
beta. Not beta, but beta. Sorry.
beta,
Correction.
yeah.
Yeah, beta rays. Yeah.
And if you put another kind of inert gas inside that light bulb, so the filament doesn't burn,
I
um,
see. Interesting.
that light bulb will cause you cancer, in a couple of days exposure,
Wow.
just
Wow.
simply from a light bulb. you know
Wow.
yeah,
Right. So, and that's what they would have encountered in space. Alpha,
yeah,
beta,
yeah,
and gamma rays, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah,
Okay. Now, you're right that the Van Allen radiation belts blocks some of these cosmic ray particles, but some do get through. But by the time they reach us, they're severely weakened. You know,
yeah,
99%
yeah.
of its 99% of its potential power has been absorbed as it's passing through
And
the
they
band.
also
So
they
it
also
only
encounter
goes
this
across.
region of the air from above, which is exotic gases, all the neon gases,
Right.
uh, very light gases.
Yeah.
And those are actually shielding the
Mm.
ground
Right.
from the sun emitting
Emitting
rays.
solar flares, for example.
Yeah, yeah.
Solar flare particles, yeah, from the sun. Now, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen, I hope you're
the
understanding.
sun emits a lot of beta
Solar flares. Yeah.
rays, yeah,
Yeah. Every
and
day.
gamma
It's a
also.
daily basis. And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
it culminates on an 11-year cycle, right? So it's on an 11-year cycle where the
yeah,
level of charge from these solar flares can reach 960 rems. This would have been back in the
yeah,
1970s. That was the highest ever recorded. Right? It coincided with the Apollo missions. Right? So
yeah,
at that time, the astronauts were at risk of receiving, if they're on the lunar surface on the
yeah.
moon, they would have
The
received
highest dose. Yeah,
160 rems of what was termed debilitating instantaneous death
yeah,
levels of radiation,
yeah,
right? Solar flare particles. And their spacesuits offered
mm,
zero protection from radiation. I say
yeah,
again, zero. Grumman, who designed the spacesuits, didn't factor in radiation protection. No, zero. They had no protection from the radiation. So if they were on the surface of the moon, like the lunar surface, and the sun spat out 960 rems, they would have been killed.
yeah, yeah,
Right? It's fried. Don't care what anyone tells you. That's what would have happened according to the experts. 960 rems. But we're going ahead of ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, because they would first have to traverse 3 severely dangerous radiation belts. 2 were discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958 with their Probe 1 that went out into outer space regions, and they discovered these belts. And the energy within those belts was said to be 2,500 rems. 2,500 rems. And they start at 1,000 miles from the Earth's surface. And then they go out for 26,000 miles. Okay? 2 belts. Very severe. Now, there's a third belt that's never mentioned, and that was created by the event known as Operation Starfish Prime in 1962, where the Pentagon set off a nuclear bomb, they said, megaton bomb, up into the Earth's atmosphere, and it resulted in creating a third belt. And according to Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer, he said that they've gone and created a belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. 100 times. So 2,500 times 100, that's 250,000. 250,000 rems. So they would have been killed. And that's at 247 miles supposedly off the Earth's surface. If it's there, they would have to. That would have been unavoidable. They would have to go through that belt, which would have killed them anyway, right? And then still go through the other two belts. Okay. And currently, that's where the ISS is currently operating in, 247 to 250, 51 miles from the Earth's surface. And if you factor in the orbital decay of that International Space Station, it's going to fall right in the lap of that radiation belt. So there was no way they could be up there. They would have been dead. They would be dead. Because today it's still there at 25,000 rems. Today, it's still there. It hasn't completely dissipated. It's still there. And this is according to the experts. That's what they tell us. So I'm just relaying to you what they tell us. How can the International Space Station be in that region if it's highly charged to the tune of 25,000 rems? Kill you. Let me give you an idea. 70 rems, if an astronaut was subjected to 70 rems for 4 hours, he or she would have partial vision loss, diarrhea, and vomiting is what would happen. If they were subjected to
those are
100,
severe.
Yeah. If they were subjected to 170 rems, remember, we're talking 2,500 rems, 25,000 rems, but we're just saying 170. 170 rems,
They are dead
they would have
in 10
complete
seconds.
vision loss. Let me just get this out. Complete vision loss, vomit, diarrhea, death within 60 days is what would have happened. But all the astronauts are alive.
Certain death.
Yeah, certain death, no doubt about it.
Yeah, because they are shielded by polyurethane foam walls covered with kitchen foil, you know. So that's the strongest shielding.
That's some shielding, ladies and gentlemen, if it worked. Some shielding.
Yeah, and you see, we use it also in constructions nowadays. They shield buildings with this foam, polystyrene and stuff. It's a good heat shield.
Yeah, it's a good insulator.
Yeah. But it's not resistant to heat, you know, to high heat. When you expose it to 180 degrees Celsius, it melts.
It melts, it's no good. No. So how would that survive? So, ladies and gentlemen, just to clear a few things up, just in case you're getting confused here, what we're saying is, one, we know that Stanley Kubrick directed those images that we saw on TV. That's without a doubt, I'd lay my life on that. That's a given there. Then we're saying that cosmic ray particles pose a formidable force to overcome, to encounter that and overcome it. How did NASA do that? Because it would be impossible. We would know they were there because the negatives would have been impinged on the negatives. The negatives would have been peppered with cosmic ray particles. Remember what I said, 1 centimeter square per second, you get 4 particles striking per second, 1 centimeter square, 4 particles per second every second. So it's like being in a monsoon. Then my man George here mentioned the radiation and the beta rays and gamma rays, which would have killed these astronauts because they went when the sun had its 11-year cycle where the sun spits out these solar flares to the tune of 960 rems and more. Well, 960 rems is the highest ever recorded back in 1972. Exactly when these 1969, 1972, between that period. This is when the Apollo missions took place, and it coincided with the 11-year cycle. So how did they overcome the radiation fields that they would have to have gone through? Remember, the third belt never gets mentioned, the one closest to the Earth. 247 miles from the Earth's surface. We're talking today, currently, 25,000 rems thereabouts. Okay, that's too severe for any living organism to go through. Then they would have to go through 2 other belts discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958. They each have 2,500 rems. Now, this is what they tell us. Do I believe the belts are up there? I don't really believe the belts are up there, ladies and gentlemen. But this is NASA's story and the stories from the astronomers, the astrophysicists, theoretical physicists. This is their story that I'm telling you. And if that's their story, how did NASA overcome all these obstacles to get to the moon?
Well, don't worry about that, Gene. Have you seen the good news from NASA lately?
No, what's that?
They are sending a rocket with astronauts back to the moon.
Well, I knew that was
this
going to happen.
month or the next month.
No.
Yeah,
No, that's
yeah,
too soon. That's way too soon. They said
Artemis.
20.
Artemis, I think it's the name
Yeah, but
of
it's
the
going to
rocket.
be unmanned, not manned. Unmanned.
They have a man. They
Must
said
be a dummy.
it will have astronauts, but they will not land on the moon.
Oh wow, they brought that forward very early because they planned to land man back on the moon 2024. Then they moved that to 2026.
Yeah.
You see, so wow, they brought that forward somewhat. And you know why that is, ladies and gentlemen? Because we, the flat earthers, who are your leaders, we lead you to the truth. That's why. We don't mean we are your superior. We mean we're your leaders to the truth. We have been unrelenting in exposing all the lies that NASA has told. So now they're in damage control panic mode now, ladies and gentlemen. We forced them to bring it forward. Remember, this was planned for 2024, and then they moved it back to 2026. And now that we've been scrutinizing them heavily, showing that because they put out a video where the Van Allen radiation belts is causing them a problem. And we asked them, well, if that's the case, how did you manage in the 1960s with the Apollo missions? So now they're bringing it forward. So next month, did you say?
Yeah. It's a man rocket, but they will only orbit around the moon. They will not land on it. That's what they say.
You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? They have to keep you invested.
I'd like to point out something about that. Can I point out something about that? So if they did claim to land on the moon a 4th time, I think people would be a little more critical of it today than they were back then. So I think it would kind of expose their nonsense if they tried to fake the moon landing again, and then I just think I think it would be against their own interest to try and fake the moon landing again. Is what I'm saying.
So what they're doing is a flyby. Now, there was supposed to be a Japanese entrepreneur who paid his money already to Elon Musk. His name is Maezawa. Mr. Maezawa. It's called the Dear Moon Project. This was supposed to be happening in 2024, where he's going to be using the Elon Musk Starship spacecraft, and he's taking, I think, altogether, possibly 6 to 8 other artists. He's a musician himself, Mr. Maezawa, entrepreneur. He sold his Zozo clothing, apparel, and other thing company. He sold that for like $3 billion or whatever. So he's a billionaire, right? And he actually paid Elon Musk. How much wasn't disclosed, but he has paid Elon Musk this money, and he's now trying to get. Well, at the time, we're going back 4 years ago. He was trying to get recruit people to go with him on this journey. In fact, he was calling out for a new girlfriend to accompany him. Okay, Mr. Maezawa, Japanese entrepreneur. It's supposed to be happening in 2024. So there's lots of things going on. Well, I'm surprised that they brought it that far forward so quickly. next month. I didn't think they were ready to do Artemis. They weren't ready. How did they do that? They weren't ready.
That's what they just show on news TV channel.
I'm gonna look it
recently,
up later on.
a week ago, something like this. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean that is a shock for me. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Because as far as the last time I looked was in 2020. Artemis was nowhere near ready. They were having problems with the shielding because of the Van Allen radiation belts. They were still struggling with that.
Well, they sorted it out. People are not bothering about the Van Allen belts when it's about going to the moon. I mean, you go on the street and interview people, ask them questions like, what's the capital of Portugal? Nobody will know in USA.
No, they'll probably say Madrid, but it's actually Lisbon. Yeah.
Or what's the capital of Russia? You know?
Yeah, they'll probably say Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Instead of Moscow, you know.
So you can start this project safely without a worry because people will not ask the questions, you know.
Yeah. And another telling point, ladies and gentlemen, as to how you know they didn't go. We're talking about the Van Allen radiation belts in particular. Now, if indeed those belts are there and the astronauts did go through it, remember, they said they're dangerous. NASA originally said that these belts were very dangerous. Okay, if that's the case, then for each mission that supposedly traveled through these belts, you would have to have a countdown before you entered that zone. And then you'd be checking periodically through the zone as to the condition of the astronauts, the well-being of the astronauts through that zone. And then you're going to have a countdown when they exit. And then there'd be a gap of space. And then there'd be the second belt. And then you'd have a countdown again as you entered. And again, a monitoring of the astronauts' well-being and condition through the belt. And then an exit. That did not take place, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know they didn't go. That's clear as glass, because it's dangerous. You want to know your astronaut to say. Neil, how are you coping? Is everything okay? Are you feeling nauseous?
Technology, the technology of clown costumes has advanced in the last years.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So those NASA
spacesuits. I'm glad you mentioned that because according to Bill Cooper, that's William Cooper from the channel The Hour of the Time, brilliant radio host. This guy, Bill Cooper, he said that the spacesuits had, but before they went to the moon, the designers, Grumman, who designed the spacesuits, had designed what he termed 90% of nude range. Nude range, that means mobility. That means if you're in the nude, these spacesuits offered you the same as somebody who was nude. No clothing on, moving ability. But if you subject that to 4 psi, they wouldn't be able to bend down and touch their toes. They should have been rigid in that suit at 4 psi. But they had too much mobility. 90% nude range mobility, that's quite high. Okay, but if you look at Ralph Renee in the documentary NASA Mooned America, and he was being interviewed by Bart Sibrel, okay, he fashioned a glove in a vacuum, 4 psi. So before he flicked the switch, he had good dexterity. He could move all his fingers, grab things, okay? Then he flipped the switch. And remember, we're only talking 4 psi, ladies and gentlemen. He couldn't clench his fist. He couldn't move his hand up or down. It was rigid in there. It was hard. You couldn't pick up anything intricate, like a nail or a screw or anything. You don't have that. Dexterity is lost. 4 psi. So what we're saying to you is that these astronauts were not The suits weren't pressurized to 4 psi because they had too much movement. 95% nude range. That's way more than you would have if it was pressurized at 4 psi. So that was Bill Cooper from The Hour and the Time. He also spoke about the athletic abilities of these astronauts. They didn't display anything of what they should have been able to display if they were only in 1/6 of Earth's gravity. So that means if a man weighing 180 pounds would only be weighing 30 pounds on the moon. So apparently the equipment that they had to carry plus the astronaut was like 370 pounds. If you go to the moon, 62 pounds it would have been. 62 pounds. So they should have been able to jump 6 times as high. But we didn't see that athletic ability at all, ladies and gentlemen on the moon. You know, not at all. They didn't display any athletic surprises. You know, jumping 6 times as high, running, you know, bouncing and flying around and doing somersaults. Because that's what they should remember. These astronauts were supposed to be the fittest men on Earth. Supposedly. Best, well-trained, super fit individuals. But they didn't show any of that in any of the missions. The jump salute in front of the flag was only 18 inches. That was not high enough. That should have been 6 foot and more. Should have been much more. Remember, only weighing 62 pounds with the equipment on the back. You know, so yeah, no. We know they didn't go. They didn't display the athletic ability of being in 1/6. Also, in Apollo 12, Alan Bean was seen carrying the equipment, which weighed about 180 pounds here on Earth, but up on the moon surface, it would only have been, again, 30 pounds, okay? And the bar in between was, 1 inch thick, but we noticed it was flexing. If it had been on the moon, subjected to 1/6 of Earth's gravity, it shouldn't have been flexing at all, because it would only have weighed 30 pounds. That would have been easy for him to pick up. He shouldn't have been laboring with that. And the bar should not have flexed, but yet we see it flexing like we would expect here on Earth. There's another clue. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're saying to you is that the moon landings could never have happened. And when you start to scrutinize step by step, you'll notice that, yeah, it's not possible. For example, the negatives, film negatives were perfect. We have the man called Douglas Arnold, managing director of Kodak Films. He received a roll of film, a duplicate, he hastens to add, it's a duplicate, but he said there is no radiation impingement on any of the shots. And the best place to find it is the gap between each negative shot. You have that black line there. That should have been peppered with cosmic ray particles and radiation, but nothing at all. It's perfect, he said. Perfect. Douglas Arnold from Kodak. It's another clue, because the radiation levels are high on the moon's surface. They would have to have gone through the radiation belts. They had no lead. The films were not placed in any lead casing.
Hey, don't forget, it's not just the radiation belts. It's being exposed to the radiation from the sun. Another thing,
Correct.
When you're just inside the Earth's magnetic field.
Correct. Absolutely correct. On the lunar surface, where they were there for days, you know, at high temperatures, 150 degrees Celsius plus, and then minus quantities as well, 150. So how did the film survive those temperature ranges?
For that matter, how did their suits survive the low pressure environment? Because that's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, and somewhere around, I guess, 14 psi inside the spacesuit, and they got that thin piece of glass between them and a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. If you believe that, then you might as well, honestly, you might as well believe in Santa Claus.
Well, yeah, I agree. Because the suits were supposed to be pressurized to 4 psi only. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. 4 psi. That's what they're supposed to.
You mean on the inside?
Yeah, yes, on the inside of the space suit,
But
that they
can
wore.
people even breathe that? Like, can people even survive that?
You know what? They wouldn't be able to move in the suit that was pressurized at 4 psi. They wouldn't have had.
They wouldn't even be able to breathe.
Well,
forget about moving. They would suffocate, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would suffocate. Well, there you go. There you
I
go,
mean,
ladies.
4 psi. That's 1/3 the gas pressure at sea level. I mean, it's 14.7 psi at sea level.
Yeah.
I mean, what? They're actually claiming that? Like,
well, that's what they say. That's what they're claiming, that the suits were pressurized at 4 psi. And if you see a suit that's pressurized at 4 psi, it's like a Michelin Man balloon thing. You wouldn't be able to move in that anyway. At 4 psi.
I'm pretty sure they would have out very quickly. I mean, air that thin. How would they even?
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. They would have died in their suits because the airflow wouldn't have been enough to sustain them.
I think it's also worth pointing out that even having a differential that's less great than what I described, instead of having 14 psi inside the suit and a 10 to the negative 17 torque vacuum outside, just having 4 psi inside the suit and that kind of vacuum on the outside, even that would spread the suit, by the way.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I could go on for hours on this, but I'm going to take a break because I'm doing the family laundry wash and I'm preparing to go out and do my exercise and runs. So I'm going to leave you in the hands of my colleague here to carry on whilst I will be listening, but I'm going to have to do one or two things. I've got to clean the filter from the dryer as well first. The alarm rang earlier. So you carry on. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to put myself... So that... But ladies and gentlemen, I will be back. I've given you but a drop of information that I have. It's just a drop we're talking about here. And if you're wondering what documentaries to watch, like I said, watch The Shining, Code 2 and The Shining. Watch 2001, A Space Odyssey. Look, review the moon landing missions and make comparisons. Then if you want the forensic approach, then you want to watch. One is called American Moon. That's 3.5 hours, and they cover every aspect. They will leave you in no doubt. American Moon. And then there's another one called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, which looks at the photographic anomalies with the radiation a little bit. Then What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3 combined, looking at the radiation and the problem with rockets and how they can't work in space, etc., etc. Combined, that's a 4-hour British and American collaboration on this one, but it's brilliant, okay? Then there's another one called Was It Only a Paper? Was It Only a Paper Moon by James Collier, an investigative journalist. That's an 1.5 hour non-stop look at the Lunar Excursion Module, the LEM, and how that couldn't have worked in space. Was it only a paper moon? And he's talking to Frank Hughes. Frank Hughes is the man in charge of the astronauts training through 1969 to 1972. He's the man that he goes to get information. And we measured the hatch, and the hatch was too small. The LEM was too small. To have 2 astronauts fully kitted in there, no room. Tight squeeze, impossible. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, was it only a paper moon? And then there's another one called We Never Went to the Moon. We Never Went to the Moon. Another great documentary to watch. Blinding. That's about 1 hour. Non-stop revelation on how it's impossible to go to the moon. Then A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sibrel. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. That one, that's about 50 minutes. And it shows you all the shenanigans that happened on the way to the moon, all the trickery, fakery, expose. You will be shocked when you watch that one. Okay? It's just so revealing. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. One more for you. I'm just trying to get it out now. I think. Oh, yeah. Rich Planet TV. The Apollo Conspiracy. Totally British individual. So two Englishmen are talking about how the Apollo missions couldn't have happened. But this is more speculation. They do a lot of speculating in this one. That's why I mentioned it last. Rich Planet TV. The narrator is Richard Hall. But they're both British men talking about how the moons couldn't have happened. But very speculative on this particular one. But still worth a watch. I've got more.
Hey, Jim, I just want to quickly tell you something. You were just letting me know that they claimed that it was 4 psi inside the spacesuits on the 1969 moon landing. And I just want to let you know, I just looked it up. Apparently, the psi at the top of Mount Everest is 4.8 psi. So if what you're saying is true, that they're claiming this, they're claiming that the people that walked on the moon were breathing air that was thinner than the air on top of Mount Everest.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, because that is the claim. That is the claim by Ralph Renee and the astronaut and the NASA themselves. The suits were pressurized at 4 psi. Now, when you see a suit pressurized at 4 psi, they're like the Michelin Man. You can't move. You're like Frankenstein. It's stiff. You can't bend at the waist. Okay? So how they achieve this, remember, Bill Cooper from The Hour and the Time, he tells you that they had 95% nude range mobility in that suit. So there's a discrepancy there. Is it 4 psi or was it 0 psi? Because they weren't pressurized. When you look at the suits, they don't look like they're pressurized at all.
And I think it's worth asking, if you see videos of people climbing Mount Everest, and most people need an oxygen mask to even get to the top of it, how did they operate so lucidly on the moon?
Look, when people climb Mount Fuji, which I've climbed 14 times, that's Japan's highest mountain, 3,776 meters up. I've done that 14 times. Now, people are using oxygen there. I didn't, but they do. So yeah, it makes you wonder. How is it that they could operate and run around like they showed us they were doing? Yeah. And if you want to know
I got a conspiracy theory. How's this for a conspiracy theory? When they were faking the moon landing on the set, they actually did make it 4 psi just to keep the astronauts delirious, so that when they were done with it, they actually thought they did go to the moon.
Yeah, agreed. Also, ladies' night.
Yeah. Funny. If you want to know how they achieved the 1/6 gravity that the astronauts supposedly displayed, they were attached to metal wires, and that wire was attached to a helium balloon or to a crane that yanked them up. But I think the best one was the helium balloon, perfectly poised so they could jump up, gain some height, and then come back down slowly. And you'll notice it, there's some little bit of, the cable was lit up by the lights, the artificial lights that they used on the studio set where they were. That's what exposed that. That's how we worked that out. But again, when you watch these documentaries that I mentioned earlier, you will discover this for yourselves. And then it'll be down to you to discern whether they win or not. It should be clear and easy that they win, but ladies and gentlemen, too many anomalies. Wait, I've given you 1% of the amount of information I have on this. 1% is what you've just heard the last an hour or so. There's that much material, ladies and gentlemen. So do excuse me, I'm just going to attend to the laundry. Life goes on.
Nice. Friday night. So we're going to the moon in a month?
Well, it's supposed to be ladies' night here. It's 2:22 right now. Everybody make a wish. And, you know, I'd like to see a lot of ladies in the server tonight.
Hey,
I really would.
Me too.
Because I think the more the ladies especially capitalize on the one night a week that people don't have to hear our endless droning on about what the fuck ever we want to talk about, you know. The ladies will keep it on topic. They do. They're nice, but they're firm. So, you know, it's I like listening to ladies better than the dudes for sure. But I also like that it's, you know, you appreciate it because it only comes one time a week. Now that I've rambled on and on and on, ladies' night at 4 o'clock Central. Be there.
Good news, ladies' night. Yeah, very good. Yeah. It's quite interesting to watch the psychological chess game that the men play when they come to debate the women. Because it's mostly men that really do debate with the women. There are some women who do come in. But the mental gymnastics that they do to try and prove that the earth is a globe, it's a joke, it's entertaining. So yes, ladies' night, very popular. Do love it when I'm there. Yeah, it's very, very entertaining indeed. But whilst we're waiting for them, we shall continue with this moon landing hoax, ladies and gentlemen. It was a hoax. Now, I have not seen a rocket engine operating in a vacuum by its autonomous. What I'm trying to say is actually moving around. What we have seen being demonstrated is a engine fired up. Okay, it's fired up and you get the exhaust plume coming out fine. But what we really want is a rocket engine scaled down so that it can actually take off in a vacuum. Take off in a vacuum and move around in a vacuum. That's the demonstration I want to see, because I don't believe rockets can actually move in a vacuum. There's nothing to push off of. They need air to push off of. Now, granted that a rocket engine has liquid fuel. Okay, there's two components come into contact and you get it spontaneous combustion. Okay, fine. Aerosine 50 and some other hypercolic chemical that comes into contact and liquid oxygen, and then you get this spontaneous combustion. Fine. What I want to see is this rocket scaled down so that it takes off in a vacuum and moves around in a vacuum, because that's what I want to see displayed. Right? That's not been done. I haven't seen that yet. So there's no way I believe that rockets are working in a vacuum of space. You know, what makes you think that when you leave Earth, you go into this 0G and you're floating around? Where did you get that idea from? What makes you believe that? Because I don't believe that. I don't believe. Yeah, go on.
You break it down much more simple than that. Like, you might as well ask someone for a demonstration of something pressing up against or pressing off of nothing.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because I want to see that happening. I want to see that in a vacuum chamber, massive one. It's got to be big enough for this rocket to go up and move around. I want to see this thing work. Yeah, I want to see it working proper. We can do the maths to scale it down and get that done. It's never been done, ladies and gentlemen. So that,
yeah, I'd like to see a demonstration of something or someone propelling themselves by pressing against a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. Because you need air. Rockets push off of air. And there's a big shout out to Rockets push off of air. He's done a lot of work in that area. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant man. So you watch his stuff and you're left with no doubt that rockets need air to work. So yeah, we need to they need to demonstrate that.
You want to know something kind of funny that these globetards, well, some of them, I think most of them aren't even this stupid, but some of them are, is I've seen it like a year or two ago, was this guy was trying to see if, a rocket would work in a vacuum. And it was like a very small vacuum chamber, like 2 cubic feet or something like that. And it was like a decent sized, rocket. And basically the rocket starts up in the vacuum chamber, and the rocket only starts to move because the fumes, the gas coming out of it actually fills the vacuum chamber, making it a medium of, so it's no longer a vacuum. And then the rocket starts jiggling back and forth. And they're like, oh, you see, rockets can move in a vacuum. It's like, dude, it's pressing off of the gas that it put there itself.
Yeah.
Like rockets, like they don't claim that the rockets that we send to space are creating a medium all around them, in all directions to push off themselves. They just claim it's pressing one direction. Like, it's just silly.
That's absolutely right, because I have seen that that video you're talking about. There's a few of them out there, and everyone in the comments said exactly what you said in the comments. Everyone, because I read the comments as well, you see, and that's what they said. That chamber, as soon as you fired up the engine, it created a medium in there, and it was no longer a vacuum. You see, so they cheated.
It also means that at least with small scale like that, you can't even demonstrate it. But that's okay, because the burden of proof isn't on our side. They're trying to prove their claims to us, which they can't do. It's not our fault that they're claiming things that are unprovable. Exactly. That's their fault. I mean, they might as well claim Santa Claus exists. Go ahead. Good luck in proving Santa Claus exists.
Yeah, exactly. Because what I was going to say was, how do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that they went? And I mean, how do you know that they went to the moon? You have to know they went. It's not belief, not because they told you. You know, because you understand the technology. The technology can work. You understand the environment. This is how you know. And when you know that, then you would know that they can't go. That's the thing. So how do you know that man has actually stepped on the moon? What evidence do you have?
Excuse me, flat earthers. If you are in a swimming pool and you throw a brick, you can push yourself back.
Sorry, say that again?
If you're in a swimming pool and you throw a brick, you can push yourself back.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So if you're in the weightlessness of the vacuum of space, just use NASA trigonometry. You can throw enough bricks, you can get yourself to the moon.
Yeah.
This is the argument, so be ready for that one, guys.
I like it. I mean, it's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. NASA lied. They lied back in the 60s. Everyone was naive. 1960, the war finished. 1945, most of the world population very naive at that time. Very naive indeed. And NASA took advantage of that naivety. Okay, that's what they did there. There's a lot of innocence. In fact, if you look back at the faces of those who are watching the rockets go up around the world, and the one thing that you see is the innocence. It's written on their faces because they're in belief. They believe what they're seeing is real. Okay, the innocence is there. That's what I noticed when I look back at the footage all those years. When you go back and you review everything. Remember, I was a kid. I was 6 years, 1969. So I was 7 years old to be 8 that year. Okay. In November of that year, I would have been 8 years old. So when they went, I was 7. Okay. When I go back and revisit the videos of the footage of the people around the world, because, you know, they show you Japan, Russia, Sweden, all the crowds looking and watching the TV and watching, their faces were like, you could see the innocence on their faces. Oh, wow, look at that. And they took advantage. They took advantage of our innocence, just like when they told us the earth was a globe when we were at school. The same therapy. When you're a child, you don't have the power of critical thinking, you see. You trust your educators. They tell you, you upload. You're not thinking that the teachers are wrong. You're just not. That's not on the menu. It's not on your radar. You're not alerted to anything going wrong. You're just learning from your teachers. Turns out that what they taught you was not correct. The Earth is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Quite obvious as well, because all the images that you've seen to date are not real. They're not the real images of Earth. They are photoshopped images. And that's proof that NASA never went. Because if they did, we'd have the real pictures. We wouldn't have paintings or CGI composite shots. So there you go. Another clue there, ladies and gentlemen. Another compelling nail in the coffin of the lie. That's why they're panicking now. Look, sending the Artemis out. I'm going to look into that. Artemis, the one, apparently it's going to the moon next month, I think, from what I've been told. Still not going to take that as a gospel. I'm going to have to check that out. But I thought they weren't planning to go until 2026. And that was put back from 2024. Now they're saying next month, in 2022. What's going on there? Obviously, cheating again. James Webb Telescope, $10 billion. Not functioning well. Hubble Telescope, not being seen by the man who's supposed to be looking after it. Mike Malinsky, 25 years, he never saw it. The Hubble Telescope. How can you be looking after something that you haven't set eyes on for 25 years? Bloody ridiculous. Mike Malinsky.
Head Hubble engineer and maintenance guy.
Yes. Head man. Absurd. We've got Robert Pisano to thank for that. Planete Veritas. Planete Veritas is the channel. Planete Veritas.
I just love all the new images of Earth James Webb gave us on its way out. It took all those like one shot after the other of the Earth spinning. It was so beautiful.
Really?
No, somehow it got launched into space, went 1,000,000 miles away, then started taking photographs.
Yeah, but it took a while to come online. It didn't start. It take photographs immediately. It had to set up and deploy all its mirrors, and that took months. Took months to get ready, and then it got hit with a micrometeorite, and now the pictures are not coming out properly, apparently.
And not a single shot of Earth getting smaller and smaller as it went away.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. See the shenanigans? Exactly what we mean. NASA and their lies.
I think we should give them a few more billion. They'll figure it out.
If they launch that
currently running at 67 billion a day. You know, just not enough to get those real images. Need more money.
The direction that the Earth is not traveling, the Earth should be traveling twice as fast away from the satellite.
Bloody insult. Quite interesting, the 4 psi situation there, yeah? Because if that's what they're saying, then, you know, these astronauts should have collapsed, really, during the mission, for lack of air. Just a second here. And then there's another thing that we never talk about with the moon landings, with the Apollo missions. They're in their nappies. Can you imagine wearing a nappy, a diaper, for the whole duration of that mission? You know, not feasible, ladies and gentlemen, not feasible. Doing a poo and a number one and a number two.
Can anybody hear me in there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, I've just been listening to your conversation. I am a flat. I'm 100% flat.
Hey, those nappies are collector's items now.
Do you have any questions? Yeah.
What, me?
Yeah. Do you have any questions? Because you've been listening.
No, it wasn't a question. It was just I think you was when you sort of pick holes in problems like the 4 psi suit, which I agree with, but
yeah,
suggests that they couldn't do exercise because they were pressurized at 4 psi. It's probably not correct, because it's not the fact that it's 4 psi on the top of Everest that causes them to collapse. It's the oxygen mix concentration. So if you were pressurized at 4 psi in a room, but the oxygen mixture was correct, you'd still be able to exercise and function. So I'm just pointing out that it's right to question.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
It's right to question the suit, but it's the mixture that's the critical thing, not the pressure.
Well, the fact is, you raise a good point there, because I was thinking that they would be able to function with 4 psi of air. I thought they would have been able to be okay if the oxygen is correct. So, but still, my colleague there says it still wouldn't be enough. The thing is, we know that the suits weren't pressurized to 4 psi, because if they were, they wouldn't have 95% nude range movement in that suit. It would be severely reduced to probably 30%, 35% probably.
I
movement.
agree with that 100%. Absolutely. If you've ever ridden a Segway device, the tyres on those are on pressure and are only got 4 psi in them, but they're quite solid. And it's just that I just wanted to point out that it's causes people to face mountains. It's the oxygen mix.
Okay.
That's all. Because because if you were to sort of use that in an argument with a Glober, then they could probably throw that back at you. You wouldn't have an answer.
Yeah, they can contest it.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, well done anyway, because we need that. We need to cover our backs, don't we? So you got it right.
Yeah,
well done, mate.
Yeah. But I mean, I thought for a long time, if you put that spacesuit in a vacuum, well, for a start, it'd explode, and we know it would explode. No question about it. It would explode. I've had tires explode because I've put too much pressure in them. Never mind exploding. You certainly wouldn't be. Well, the guy inside just wouldn't survive it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'd be interested to know that there is a video out there, a couple of videos, where an astronaut was put in a vacuum chamber with the spacesuit on, and he was on a treadmill which was inclined, so it simulated like walking uphill, okay? And within 15 seconds he collapsed, because what happened, like you said, the suit expanded, and of course the actual hose that was feeding him the air into his suit detached, and then within seconds he fell backwards. And I meant he fell backwards without trying to break his fall. He just fell backwards. That meant he was out for the count in that suit when he fell backwards, because your normal reaction would be to twist round. If you're falling backwards, you're going to twist round. If you're fit and agile, you're going to try and twist round and break your fall. But he didn't. He just fell straight back, bang.
Yeah,
like a
you cut out for me a little bit earlier in that. So, what were the circumstances for this guy who fell backwards?
Well, he's an astronaut, and they were testing the suit and the astronauts in a vacuum. They said, what would it be like for a human
right.
being
The
in a
guy
vacuum?
who said his tongue was boiling. Like that.
Yes, that's the guy. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it would. It would. I mean, the whole thing is a nonsense, isn't it? Really, if you've got any kind of practical experience yourself of things. I mean, we've got a laboratory and we use a vacuum chamber to sort of freeze dry things. So I mean, that I'm used to vacuum stuff like that. And to think you could operate at all, to think you could have a tin can up there. In a vacuum, it's just I'm living and surviving.
It's absurd, isn't it?
It's almost not worth talking about. So absurd.
Yeah, that people believe the lie so easily. If you could do us a favour, your mic isn't crystal clear. You're coming in faint, and you're not talking into your microphone. It sounds like.
Well, it will do. I'm on a headset and I'm driving, so I'm going to have to go now anyway because I'm driving. And,
I can tell that. Yeah, I can tell your voice was distant.
Yeah,
so you're in the car.
But I just enjoyed. I enjoyed the to and fro about the suit. So I thought I'd just drop in and mention that.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was a very good golden nugget. That was a golden nugget, so it was necessary.
Cool. All right, enjoy. I'll keep listening, but I'll keep quiet as well.
Yeah, just as a point of question, where are you in the UK? Where are you?
Oh, I'm just driving past the foot of Snowdon in North Wales.
I can't hear you.
Snowdon in North Wales.
Snowdon. Oh yeah, I know Snowdon. Yeah. Snowdonia, mountain region. Yeah.
Lovely place.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Good mountain range, lovely view, good driving, good for driving.
Europe, right?
No, I'm in Japan. I'm talking to you from Japan. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
So
miles away.
How do you find yourself in Japan?
Well, my wife's Japanese. Okay.
All right, well, that helps.
I've got 4 boys, and I teach English here.
All right.
So I've been here 23 years.
Cool.
I came here in 1999.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super. Well, yeah, safe journey, safe driving, and that. Wicked.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah.
See you then.
Yeah, Snowdonia, lovely area. That is lovely place. Yeah, I was supposed to be doing a debate in 3 hours' time, which would be midnight UK time. But yeah, no, unfortunately it was cancelled. So I've been brushing up on my knowledge. I did say to my opponent, I feel sorry for you, really, because you're going to be annihilated. You're going down in the first round. And I was going to hit him with the Stanley Kubrick one first. And that would set that, you see, because, most people want to contest it, but it's powerful enough. The way I was going to deliver it, it would be compelling. And then I was going to go into the technical aspects as to how they couldn't do it. So, yes, but unfortunately it was cancelled. So I wait. The guy was quietly confident. I said, don't be that quietly confident. Yeah, God, I'm going to dance all over you, mate. I'm doing my shoulder shrugs, head rolling like the boxer. I'm ready. Before I even do the debate, I'll be doing my exercises, come back fresh from an exercise to debate your sorry ass. But he cancelled it. I think I put the fear of God in him. But no, he's not well, so he had to cancel, which was a shame. But yeah, he will definitely. I look forward to having a debate with him later. He knows some stuff, but unfortunately, I know more than he knows. He's just going to bring the maths and that. It's not going to help him Because in order for you to say they went to the moon, you've got to believe in the lie. It's not possible. And I always put that, I'm not a religious man, but I like dropping this one in. I like saying God didn't give us permission, one, and we will never have that technology. And ladies and gentlemen, think about it for yourself. What makes you think you can be floating in space? So you go up into the sky and you keep going up and up and up, and then suddenly you're going to be floating. Suddenly. You're just going to end up just floating. 0 G. You're floating now. What makes you think that thing can actually happen? Because that cannot happen. Doesn't matter how high you go up, you're coming back down at a high rate of speed. There is no floating up there. No floating. You know, that's not happening. I asked my students in this classroom where I had a helium balloon that had been up there for a year, okay? And during that year, I asked my students, what would happen if gravity that you think is real, if you remove it from the classroom, what would happen to us? And they instantly, and that would include the children and the adults, all said things would be floating around in the room. And I said, how do you know this? And what about the helium balloon that's already floating in the room? Already. Look, can you see that? It's floating. So where is gravity? If gravity is keeping this table down, your ass in the chair, the table, why is it not pulling down the helium balloon? Because you said if gravity is not here, everything will be floating around. Where do you get that idea? Huh? You know? The belief some people have. You'll be floating here, there, and everywhere.
Man, I really appreciate this conversation. What a great topic.
Exist.
Jen, what a great topic. Anyway, you brought up an epiphany for me just now. Because if things are supposed to be floating, okay, let's just take this premise. Okay, why are things supposed to be floating if there's no gravity? Isn't it because there would be the centrifugal force, the outward force of a spinning object? Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what they say, right? Okay, now bear with me here. Hold on just a second. Put on your seatbelt.
Yeah.
That means any object that's not spinning should do what? Turn into a sphere.
Well, there you go.
I'm not spinning, so all people should be people spheres. Trees should be tree spheres. Insects should be all in a sphere shape. There would be nothing that was, unless it was spinning, everything would turn into a ball.
That would be the current belief. If you believe their system, that's what should be happening. Yeah.
And okay, so someone could challenge me. Is there something else I'm missing there?
Yeah, Minecraft. You're describing a new version of Minecraft.
So here, stay with the topic. Don't stray to Minecraft. So, okay, so if there's nothing else, now search yourselves, search your information, dig deep. Is there anything else they're saying that would prevent this from happening in their paradigm?
In their paradigm, that would prevent this from happening.
Yes. And the thing that I'm saying happening, just because I lose the plot quickly myself, I'm a boomer.
Well, that's not gravity, is it?
Everything should turn into a ball that's not spinning. Every object should turn into a ball if it's not spinning. Everything. This box I have on the floor, this plastic crate I have on the floor, it's not spinning. It should turn into a ball.
Yeah, but why would it turn into? It wouldn't turn into a ball immediately, would it? It'd be a gradual thing, wouldn't it?
Well, if it's gravity, if centrifugal force is removed immediately, wouldn't things immediately? Okay, not immediately. Okay, depending on their structure. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, there would be a timing sequence to this. But wouldn't everything basically be a ball? That's how ridiculous it is. Their whole,
I mean, that's right.
their
Just
whole
as long as we're on the
paradigm
same page.
is.
Yeah.
Eh,
Well, you got to laugh.
it's
You got to laugh.
hilarious.
It
That's
is, yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Everything
the
should
same
be a
thing.
ball.
Well, it's the same thing when I asked them, and you're talking grown-up adults, grown up. They've had kids. They're businessmen, businesswomen, and they're saying the same thing, that everything would be floating around in the room, and all the while there's a helium balloon in the room, floating already. I said, what about this helium balloon that's floating now? And then
Yeah.
the silence is so noisy.
Deafening. The silence is deafening. Yeah. So
the
so
silence
why
is
didn't they
deafening.
teach? So that would be a good thing to ask. Why did they never teach us about buoyancy and density, which are actual? The buoyant force is a real measurable force that
Correct.
actually does work. The
Well, it does.
ability to do work is actually the definition of force. So gravity has never been shown to be able to do any work or lift or
Just a
push
tricky word they use,
or
what do they call it?
move.
G-force, gravitational force,
Nothing. Mhm.
Yeah.
So if nothing's being moved by gravity, then it's not what's holding us down. Period. End of
No,
topic.
it's not. It's
No.
a clever word to keep you invested in the idea of gravity. That's why I don't use G-force anymore. I use lateral force, acceleration force. I don't use G-force
I won't even use any of that. I won't use acceleration. I'm not going into their realm at all. I'm just sticking with strictly square inches, buoyancy, density.
Yeah, but if you're accelerating, you're going to feel the force from that acceleration. You know?
Yeah, but I don't. Yes, that's true. In a human standpoint.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. They call it G-force. I don't call it G-force. I call it acceleration force. And if you're going round a corner,
I see what you're saying.
it's supposedly subjected to G's, but I don't. I use them. I say that's lateral force.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Jim. I do.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for years now. 7 years.
You know what? You know what? I love you, Jen. We've talked for several years, 2 years here, coming up in August for me, and
right.
We've had how many great conversations, and I think we would probably have a great time, like out riding on bikes together or something like that. Or going on a
definitely.
hike, or like so
hiking, camping, fishing, that kind of thing. Yeah, because when you went out the other day, you said you took your bike out the other day and set up your little tent and that. I thought that was nice.
I camped out. Yeah.
Yeah. Outdoors, pretty good.
Like it's taken me a long time because, like, I'm saying I'm ready to do all these things and go out there indefinitely, and I just don't know. It's harder than I thought, but I can do it. It's taken a long while. It's not only when you set out to do something that's different than everybody else does, basically.
Yeah.
It's a while for you to condition yourself just mentally, right? Just like you know about that. You're in the military. You're in the military. Yeah. I was in the military too. Yeah. So you have to preempt you have to prepare yourself emotionally.
Yeah, exactly. Emotionally, psychologically, physically as well. And then you get used to the learning curve from what you're doing. And once you've got that down to a fine art, it becomes like second nature. That takes a while to achieve.
Yes. And the point I want to bring up is because once I would make that ride and I was tired and sore and I probably had cramps for the next few days, like when I first did it, So in my mind, I'm like, wow, that's pretty far for me. And is that pushing myself too far? So I had this mental block as how far the distance was and how difficult it was based on a perception that was getting further and further removed from the actual event. So we make up things in our mind that will stop us. And I'm basing this on my own experience. Yeah. So I had to overcome my this emotional thing.
Inner fears, we call that the inner fear.
Yeah, and most of them are unreal. They're not real. They're just imagined fears. But the thing about fear is, whether real or imagined, they have just as much impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But once you overcome them, though, you become like a helium balloon. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's
It
success. And
was
then you want
different.
to do, and then you soon want to repeat it. You want to do it again. You see.
Yeah.
That's
And
how it's always been for me.
once I was there and actually accomplished that part of it, where I'm out there with everything I need, and literally I lived on almonds and raisins for a couple of days.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I had was. Well, I ate some kelp.
Yeah. Nice. I
Kelp's good.
like that stuff. I can live on that. My children
I
can live on
tried
that.
it. I'm like, okay, this water is pretty clean. I mean, relatively speaking, and the tide's coming in, so the kelp in there. I just got a piece that looked fresh. Didn't look like it had any kind of
algae on it and that.
discoloration or weird looking. Yeah, because they get moldy or something.
That's
so you
correct.
get a
You
nice
get the
clean
algae
piece.
build up and that on there. You don't want that.
Yeah, so I just got a nice clean piece and I ate a couple bites and chewed it up. And it's kind of weird texture, but it has hardly any taste at all.
Yeah.
A slight
But
fishy taste, but just
it's
tastes like
nutrition.
seawater. Just
Yeah.
tastes like seawater.
Salt water, yeah. And it's going to be nutrition for your body.
So
That's why I like seaweed. I eat a lot of seaweed, you see.
That's that's good for you.
Yeah, and I'm going to go out for a bike ride shortly and a table of exercise in the park that I usually do in the next 30 minutes. And then I'll come back and then I'm going to crack open, the peach nut, the pit of the peach, right?
Yes.
I'm going to be eating 3 of those today. Yeah,
oh,
B17, yeah.
Hey, man, you're talking my language. Yeah, I've known about the cherry pits, apricot pits, and apple seeds for quite a few years back when I lived on the sailboat in the 70s on my dad's boat. When I was a teenager, I read about that. I learned about those then. And they made a heart medication from these things called Laetrile back then. And then they, of course, they banned it.
Yeah.
Because anything good for you, they can't have.
You can't have. Yeah.
You can't have that. So I don't believe what they say. I ate those cherry pits for a long time. Nothing strange happened to me, health-wise, from those. I never got sick.
No, because it's medicine. It's the natural medicine. Attacks and cleans your blood out, and that fights up all the cancer cells that are there. Yeah, I've got 3 to eat today. 3 I'm going to consume today later on.
That's good. I'm wondering if I have some. Oh, I do. I have quince. I have quince seeds. They're in the rosacea family, just like apples are, and so all those pits. But the quince ones have a huge pit, so I may want to be careful. But the quince seeds have been known for years that as a medicine, even in ancient times, going back to Mesopotamia, for any kind of ailment. Like, I should try that for my cramping. Maybe that would help my cramping, because they say it's good for women's menstrual cramps. Probably feels like cramps. They say that quince seed tea is a relief for menstrual cramps.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So
the listeners are wondering what we're talking about here. They might be confused here. We're talking about the peach. When you eat the peach, okay, and then there's that nut. That seed, you crack that open, it's like a nut. You crack it open, and inside there is a little tiny nut that looks like an almond nut. And when you crack into it, it's like aniseed of the flavor, aniseed, bitter sweet, and it's not terrible though. And you bite into it, and it's like biting into an almond nut. That's the texture when you bite into it. And then the flavor that's released when you chew it down, it's like aniseed, sweet and bitter, but it's more sweety than it is bitterish. But it's a unique flavor, but it's lovely. Now that has it's vitamin B17, and it's said to attack the cancerous cells in your body.
It does that. It's called amygdala. Really quick, it's called amygdala. And you find it most in apricot seeds. But it's the best. It's real nice stuff. Add it to your supplements, y'all. But you can't get it at the store. You got to order it.
And cherry pits as well. Cherry pits, plum pits, and apricot pits.
And watermelon seeds. All the watermelon and melons. All those you eat those. I eat all those.
I'd have to add the quince seed to that. They're in the same family. Current information states they have the same thing in the
Yeah, and what we're hoping to achieve is that what it does is that it targets cancerous cells in your body, because each cell has a signal that it releases. So the healthy cells give off a different signal, and this particular chemical B17 is attracted to the cancerous ones, the ones that are giving the cancer signal, and it wraps itself around that, destroys that cell, and goodbye cancer cells. Basically, that's what it does.
Yeah.
It can differentiate between the two. Differentiate between the two, the healthy cell and the cancerous cell. The cancerous cell gives off a signal, and that's what it's attracted to. And yeah, so you eat this, and it's found in that peach nut. That you eat the peach, there's that nut.
Yeah.
Crack it open. It looks like an almond nut, same color as an almond nut, by the way. When you bite into it, it's white texture. So it's like biting into an almond, the same thing, but the flavor is different. Beautiful. And so if you're eating peach through this season and you have one a day, that's enough. One a day.
Yeah, and it's similar. It's similar to the thing about apple a day. You're actually supposed to at some point eat an entire apple, the whole thing.
Yeah.
From stem to the whatever the bottom's called.
The stalk, yeah, the stem to the stalk, yeah, the whole thing, the core.
Seeds and all that roughage is good for you.
Yeah. I juice it all anyway. I just juice everything.
Yeah,
man.
I can do that too now.
Yeah, beautiful.
Boy, that was a fast-moving conversation. It changed. I like that though. I like progressive conversations. You know, sometimes we have to take it back a little bit for the sake of the conversation with Flat Earth and those things. You know, to lend understanding to others, so we don't confuse them, or you know.
Sorry, Sonny, can you repeat that, Sonny? Because I stepped out for a second. I didn't catch what you said.
I just said. I just said I enjoy. I said I enjoy how fast that conversation went, and it's what I call a progressive conversation. It changed topics quite a bit, but we just kind of all rode along with it, you know, and kept on going. Now that's an enjoyable conversation. But I said sometimes here in Flat Earth, in the Discord, we need to take it back a little bit so we can slow down and better
articulate
submit the information. Yeah, to give the information in a digestible way, so we give people time to think about what's been said.
Yeah. That's why I always repeat myself. You see, so that the listeners get a good understanding of what we're talking about here. You know, because at the end of the day, if you have things that are working in your life and you think it can benefit other people, then you should drop that bit of information out there. That's what it's all about. And for me, it's worked wonders, because at the age of 19, I decided to live a life where I wouldn't need to go to the doctors. That was a conscious decision that I made. And 41 years on, I haven't had to go. Haven't been sick, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm saying. Yes. I know you don't hear that. 41 years of no illness. 23 years here in Japan, not been sick once. So that's saying something in itself.
Yeah.
And part and parcel of that is, okay, I'm going to a new country. Okay, now I've got to be sure that I'm helping. The last thing I want to do is fall ill in a country where don't know the language strong enough yet, don't know what the names of medicines are in that language. Mm-hmm. So that's a big risk already there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, vulnerable there if you're in that. Yep.
Yeah, but I've been here 23 years, not been sick once.
I was going to say those undersea cables work quite well. You come in quite clear most of the time. I think there's a lag though. There's some latency.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? It's not satellite, is it? Most certainly not satellite communication.
Heck no.
Undersea cables. That's how we're communicating. Right?
Especially the satellite once it moved over to the other side of a ball. How are you still going to have a connection?
Yeah, exactly.
That's nonsensical.
Hideous.
Yeah, so it's fun breaking apart this thing like you did, like we just did with satellites, like you did with the moon landing thing, because there's so many different aspects to it
Yes.
that can be debunked.
Absolutely.
Like every little part you look at, like you had the size of the cabin and all that stuff, and I looked up information about the size of that the space available after the astronauts and all their gear. There was no room for the rover.
Well, that's right. That's what they said.
The LEM didn't carry the rover. It would have to have been the size of two suitcases or something, right about like that.
Well, they said the size of the actual LEM on the inside was the size of 2 public telephone booths. That was it. That's no room at all.
The size
public
of the LEM?
telephone booth.
Are you talking about the LEM?
The LEM, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So the rover would have had to have fit into a cabinet the size of 2 briefcases. That's how small it would have had to fold up.
Yes, that's right.
So you tell me how they fold up a Jeep into that size. I would love to see that demonstration. Or if you have other information, well, did they have extra space that I'm not aware of? Because I've looked at the diagrams that they provided.
Now you'd be interested to know, and the listeners as well, is that in the documentary, Was It Only a Paper Moon? James Collier, investigative journalist, he questions Frank Hughes as to how they got this rover into the LEM, right? And Frank Hughes got it wrong. He is the man that's the head of astronaut training from 1969 to 1972. He is the man, okay? He says whatever he has to say is gospel. You take it to the bank. And he got it wrong. He said that it was folded 8 feet long, okay? It should have only been like 5 foot. Okay, so it was 3 foot out. And James Collier pressed him on that. You said it folded like this, but we said that if it's folded like this with the wheels outwards, there was no way it couldn't get into that space. And we contacted Grumman, who made the LEM, and they said that no, they never made it any bigger. That was the compartment size. So we want to talk to you about this a little bit more, Frank Hughes. And he pressed him on. Frank Hughes got it wrong. And how could the man in charge of astronaut training get that wrong? Doesn't make any sense. I know you can forget things because there's a lot to remember. But something like the LEM and the way it's folded up and put into that compartment, it could only go in one way. And the mistake he made was too drastic a mistake. It's too drastic. It was hideous. So something went wrong there. He obviously is lying. Yeah. They didn't go to the moon. Not possible. We don't have that technology. We never will. It's not something man can do. We can't do that. We never will do that. It's not something we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be looking after the earth and enjoying the gift of life. Enjoying it. Okay, that's what we're supposed to be doing. So when you die and God asks you, what did you do on that flat earth that I made free for you to live on? What did you do? Yeah, what are you going to tell them? I wonder. I wonder what you're going to be telling them. Oh yeah, I believe that the man went to the moon and I promoted that on the flat earth. So you lied. You lied to the people about my creation, did you? You said it was a spinning ball. Yeah? Why didn't you think for yourself? I gave you the will to think for yourself. Why didn't you do the investigation? Did anybody tell you that it was a flat earth? Did you hear anybody tell you it was flat? Did anybody tell you? Why didn't you think for yourself? I gave you the will to think for yourself. Why didn't you? You see? That's what God's going to ask you. God's not going to ask me that question because I knew it was flat. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, start thinking. The gift of life. It wasn't meant for us to be going to planets because this earth is imperfect and it's being destroyed. Man is destroying and polluting this earth. We've got to go and find another planet to go and pollute. No. The Creator did not create. The Creator created this place perfect. We can never destroy this earth. Let me tell you that now with your global warming nonsense. No humans, human race, we don't have the power to destroy this earth. The earth will destroy us first. It's indestructible. Okay? We are not, but the earth isn't indestructible. Sorry. The earth is indestructible. We are destructible. Please remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Start getting with the program here. That's what you're supposed to be doing, living, because it is the gift of life. You were given a gift. Busy believing in moon landings and global warmings, really. If it's hot, never mind. You're not going to die. It's not because the earth is warming up. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, if we really think about how stable Earth has been for all of this time, however long that is, it's obviously not as long as they say because nothing started from nothing and turned into balls of rocks flying in an endless vacuum that can't exist. That never happened.
That's right. That never happened. It never will happen ever.
Never will. We live on a very stable.
God made this earth perfect. It's
we live on a
perfect
platform.
in every way.
We live on a stable platform. It has a foundation, like a building does. That's why someone asked the other day why Earth wouldn't fall apart. That's another question. Well, Earth's not going to fall apart because it's built like a stable building with foundation.
Exactly.
For in order to have a level platform, you have to have a foundation. There's no way around it. You're not going to have a stable platform, a level, stable platform that can hold water at a level if you build it in sand or something that's moving around, some kind of soft material in mud. It doesn't work. It has to have a hard, solid foundation.
That's correct. God didn't make this earth to be destroyed by man, and he didn't make it as a mistake. No, this earth is perfect. No human being can claim otherwise. To claim otherwise would be blasphemous against the Creator. And like I said, I'm not a religious man. But at the end of the day, you know that no man made this earth. So whatever you're hearing is just man's lies, man's ego out of control. That's what you're hearing. With global warming, that's man's ego out of control. If it's hot, too hot for you, do what I do and economize and put some damp towels in the ice box. And when you're hot, grab one of them out, wrap it around your head. The effect is instantaneous. The relief is immediate. Okay? That's what you do. That's how you stay cool. All right? Stay cool. And then damp your body with the rest of it. And then you calm. Your heat starts to drop down. And then rinse that off, put it back in, and grab another one that you put in there. You know, you can put 3 or 4 in there. And that's how you stay cool without using the air conditioner. But that does rob your money. I don't use it. Well, I say I don't use it. I have to use it when my students come along. But they're always saying it's hot. But I only use it for like 30 minutes. And then it's off.
That's what I do with my hair in the summertime. It gets so hot I have to braid my hair. And then it acts like a refrigerator. So it's perfect.
Yeah, that's it. So easy to stay cool, ladies and gentlemen. And the thing is, if you're a person who exercises a lot, that means you're raising your body temperature from its normal temperature of 36 degrees or whatever it is, and you're bringing it up. So you'll be accustomed to getting hot anyway. If you exercise regularly, people who exercise regularly should be able to cope with the heat because you're bringing your body temperature up. And I'm talking about if you're cycling, you're jogging, and then you're doing exercises in the park. Yeah, you're exercising outdoors in the heat. Then when you get home and your body's at rest, and it should be able to cope. And then as it starts to rise in temperature, what you then do is grab one of these towels that you've put chilled, right? You grab your chilled towel, hand towel, of course. Hand towel is what we're talking about here. I don't mean a bath towel, hand towels, okay? And then you wrap that around your head. Straight away, that relief is just, oh, that's what it's like, ecstasy. Oh. Okay, and then you dab the rest of your body with that. And if you're still feeling a bit warm, grab another one and rinse that and put it back in there. It's beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Try it. Save yourself money on the energy bill. And stop listening to the news that's telling you it's hot, it's global warming. Don't listen to that crap. That's going to panic you as well. Because they like to rat it up. But they'll never rat it up against Gin CBR1 because I'm impregnable, mate. Those words just turn into dust when I hear that. Global warming, the heat's going to do this. It's just turned into dust.
That's right.
I am the man who does the cycling with no water. I'm a camel. Yes.
I think without water.
That's it. No water till I've done my workout. So do it like a camel. Yes, if the camels can do it, I can do it. Yeah.
Was that Sunny with a guitar?
That was Sunny with a guitar, yeah. Sorry, I'm off now, guys. I'm going to go cycling now. It's coming up for 5:30 in the morning. I've just finished the laundry. So that's going up too.
Nice.
So enjoy yourselves, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Have fun.
Good. Yeah, you too, man.
Thank you.
I'll be back later. I will be back later.
All right. Awesome. Yeah. All right, that's it. Friday night.
Sorry. That's spooky. Wish I could do that right.
Elfstone. Welcome, Elfstone. Welcome to the party.
Leave it there for now.
That was a nice one. What's up, Sonny?
Hi. I just
Hi.
just unmuted my mic.
Nice.
I'm going to have to go for dinner in a few minutes, but I was just listening to a conversation earlier and they seem to have disappeared.
Yeah, I've just popped in too, also, recently.
So, where are you?
I'm in Spain.
In Spain?
South Spain, yes.
All right. But you don't sound Spanish.
No, I don't. My English is kind of. I sound American, I think.
You do a little bit, yeah.
You're Argentinian, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Ah, that's why.
Argentinian.
American. Funny American.
Quiero aprendo español.
Oh.
Did that work okay?
Tienes buena pronunciación. Muy buena pronunciación.
Cool.
Pronunciación. Muy bien. Habla español poquito. También, sí. What do you say? I also speak a mismo.
No,
we're not going to do Spanish lessons.
No, you're not. Oh well, what a shame.
Go ahead. What were you going to
say?
No,
that's all right. It's all right. No, I've been trying to learn Spanish for the last little while. Not terribly good. Well, I need to brush up. I need to get back to it really. But anyway, so Spain. Anywhere? Are you close to Alex?
Estoy cerca it's close, cerca del Mediterráneo.
Yeah, but no, are you close to Alex Michael, the music guru?
Oh, really?
Well, he's from Spain, isn't he?
I'm not sure who that is. Is that a famous musician?
You must have heard of the Flat Earth Man musician. No.
What is his name? What's his name again?
Alex Michael.
No, I haven't.
Gosh, you've got to go on YouTube and just type in the conspiracy music guru.
Oh my God.
Seriously, I mean, I can't believe you're in a Flat Earth forum and you haven't heard of Alex. He's amazing. Check him out.
Yeah, let me post music conspiracy guru. Yeah, let me post his YouTube channel here.
Right.
He's great man. Good stuff. What production? I mean, I can only strive to try to do as well.
Was that you strumming the guitar earlier?
That was I, yeah.
Cool.
Dude, I'm still stuck in with high school music, with the music that I used to listen back in high school.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad. I am too. I have been for years, and I don't
Well,
care anymore. Like I'm a
well,
classic.
yeah. I play bass guitar occasionally in a band, but
Great.
yeah.
Good bass guitarists are valuable.
Yeah, that's why I'm not very valuable, because I'm not very good. Oh dear. But yeah, I get by.
You have fun. That's all that matters.
That's good. Yeah, actually, I know a bass player from Spain, and he's a very simple player, but he's good. Like he, I don't know. There's something about people that are not full of confidence because they're always trying to improve, so they become very good fundamentally. Like they take their time and they learn their
Yeah.
parts really solidly. So that's valuable in a band.
Yeah. Well, that sounds like me. I'm not technically very good, but if I have to learn a song, I really do spend hours and hours and hours and hours learning it. Yeah, well, I play guitar since I was 14, and I got to the age of 35 and realized that I was still playing the same riffs that I was playing when I was 14. And I talked to a friend about it, and he said, "Yeah, well, that's obviously not your instrument." And he said, "When you listen to music, what do you listen?" He said, "When you listen to music, what do you listen to?" I said, "Oh, I listen to the bass." And he said, "Well, that's your instrument." So I got a bass, and I never looked back, really.
No way.
So,
How did you feel? How did you feel in the beginning when you first started with the bass? Did you like it?
yeah, because I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I was trying to play 6-string guitar all that time, and yet the instrument that I liked listening to was the bass. It's almost like the globe. You know, all our lives we've just assumed that the globe was the globe, and then suddenly we come to the realization that actually it's not, and it was a bit like that. All of a sudden, for all my life, I thought I should be playing a 6-string guitar, which I couldn't play. And I got a 4-string, and away I went. So it's stupid, really. Sometimes the answers to questions have been staring us in our face all our life, and we just don't see it.
Yes. What is that about our nature where we can see those things? Those things can be right in our purview, right in front of us, and we don't see those things. Like exactly what we're looking for is right in front of us, but I seem to not have the key to. I don't have the key somewhere in my mind. I've lost the key,
Well,
bro.
I don't think we're taught to think like we are now. We're questioning everything now, but for so much of our lives, we've just been taught to just do, just listen, obey, and just do it, and don't think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that leaches out into our mindset generally, and we just don't think or look for alternatives. And it took somebody else to point it out to me, you know.
It's like a way of staying young too, no? Like trying new things, be willing to experiment, but it's so true what Sam says. It's like you have it in front of you, what you want, what you desire, even like what you really want. Sometimes it's like so close and you can see it. It's like yeah, I don't know what it is. Then we can get into the.
I think what put a nail in my guitar coffin was I taught a young lad. He was only 13 years old, and I give him an old guitar. I taught him to play a little bit, and within about 6 weeks, he was just so much better than me.
No way.
Yeah. He's a professional guitarist now. He's never done anything since he was 13 other than play guitar. Yeah, he's amazing, really.
That's awesome. That's your son?
No, it's just a friend.
Oh.
A friend.
Oh, a friend. Oh, okay. Awesome.
The son of a friend of mine. And yeah.
Right. Great.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we were just watching TV one Christmas, and I said, I'm sure I've seen Mark on TV. I'm sure I saw him there, and then lo and behold, he turned up playing in a band. So anyway, I've got to go and have dinner now. But it was nice catching up with you guys, but almost by accident. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for popping in.
No, that's all right. Do you come in often?
Sometimes, once in a while.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we might bump into each other again.
For sure, for sure.
What is your name on here?
My name is always Lionel.
Lionel, and you're the green with a like a yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
I usually have something green. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look out for you next time then.
And welcome to the server. Welcome to the server, Elfstone. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've only been on it for a little. So cool. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Have a nice
Keep
day.
coming back.
Yeah.
Keep coming back.
Yeah. Oh, I will do. Yeah, I'm always listening in, even if I can't, join in with the conversation, because sometimes, I'm in company, but I'm just listening. So cool. Will do. See you later.
Later.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness.
One day you wake up to find that it's time to change your mind about what you were told. Okay, if you guys quiet this long, then
This is what you get if you don't speak, man.
what? So
This is what we get if we don't speak.
That's right. So you're all going to be punished if you don't speak.
Motherfucker said, "This is what we get." Huh? Sonny is great at guitar, motherfucker. You better recognize.
I'm going to plug it in.
Continue with the torture. No.
Oh, bruh, you gonna get a neck punch.
Never a neck punch.
Yeah, right in the neck.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. Don't physically threaten anybody over the internet. Do it in person.
Okay, everyone, remind Sonny not to trip and fall in his room anymore. I want to hear you say it. Go ahead. Say it now. You know what? It's okay to talk if you're here while you're waiting. I mean, really. Really. I do say.
Where'd everybody go?
They're all waiting for me. And that's the story I'm going to stick to. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's Friday.
Friday night.
Friday. And it's Flat Earth Friday with the ladies' night. That's right. That's the night that's right. On Friday with the ladies' night on Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live. Here we go. Mic check. Looks green.
That's a different one. That's a different guitar.
No, they're same guitar.
The same one.
Yep. I got the bad chords. Just ladies' night. Ladies' night. Yeah. I don't know, something doesn't quite seem right yet. Dig this.
Friday night, Friday night. Oh
How you like them space sounds?
Beautiful.
yeah. Beautiful.
Thanks for letting me ramble on like that a little bit. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Heard someone singing in the background. It sounded good, actually.
Oh, that was the girl.
Yeah, who was that?
That was
Guilty.
Lionel. Trying to sound like a girl.
Aha. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I like that melodic. Like, I found that scale, and I use it everywhere now, and it's so cool. unusual. And moody, like me.
You're not moody. Are you?
Oh, hell yes. I'm moody, all right. I've just been tempered. I've been tempered by years of life, many years of life. I've been tempered. I've been beat down into a more malleable state. In other words, not such a hard head like I used to be. At least I think maybe. Maybe I'm not. Hard on myself sometimes. That's got to stop.
Dude, improvising is like so difficult when, like, for example, when you're in front of other people or you're playing and other people are listening to you. Do you find improvising easy or difficult?
I like all of what you heard. I just made up on the spot. None of it's rehearsed. That's not a song that, like, you guys heard it. It's a unique, genuine gem. It'll never be played again like that. It'll never sound like that again. So yeah, I like that. That's what I like. I would like to include my vocals. Like I have a good vocal, but I need to work on my song building skills and melody line, creating melody lines like that I feel comfortable with, that I could do with my voice. I guess with my voice, if I'm not singing a song that I know really well, I can sing those pretty well. Yeah. But my own, I really have less confidence because I have to create it. And I'm such an improviser. I can't settle on one thing. It's terrible. I need someone that goes, oh, use that little clip right there. Now just develop that little section. Like I need help. Help.
Yeah, no, you just need to be really tuned in. That's all.
I mean, it's okay doing instrumentals like that. I could do that all day long, but I'd rather have a more structured, like, and I have ideas. I just need to put them into action. I know I have the skills, but I just need to focus and refine. Collaboration is good for that. Like, that's why I think I really actually need a collaborator.
No, definitely. Yeah. I think it makes a lot easier
because
somebody's playing along with you and stuff.
Yeah, because I can't rein myself in. I need someone else to go, hey, wait a minute. That's too fast, or whatever it is. Like a drummer is a really good person like that, because the timing involved, like, that keeps things definitely in sync. But I have a really good like internal timing. I've had people tell me that my timing is impeccable. Like I believe that's true. It's like my balance on my bicycle. But yet that structure is hard for me to develop because I don't know how to describe it. But you guys hear the actual end product of all the years I've been playing. So whatever that means to you, that's cool with me. I'm sure it brings up something in everyone. That's probably because it's not coming from me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments.
10 Black Commandments. Yeah. Yo.
This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. But my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My night caught police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise, you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Yeah. Awesome. Got Pigeon in the house. Pigeon muted. But isn't it ladies' night? Isn't it supposed to start right now?
Dude, I haven't heard a ladies' night in like 2 months. I'm pretty sure we
know.
don't have to do this every Friday.
Well, we keep trying. What was that last line that CB is saying? It says, "Someone in the house, tell him to bounce." Who is that? What? I never caught the very end of that. CJ in the house, tell him to bounce.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'd have to go back and check actually, but I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to tell what he's saying.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I still couldn't. Yeah, I pick up new stuff in that song too. About this time the pendulum stuck out. Like I heard that part, but then I forgot right away. Pendulum. Pendulum tricks, not science, or something like that.
What does he rhyme with? They ain't trying to listen. The pendulum swinging. They ain't trying to listen. I don't know. No, maybe he could.
Pendulum swinging. I ain't trying to listen to that nonsense. Gotta be kidding.
Yeah, no, that's a catchy tune for sure. That was a good one to do a cover of.
Yeah.
I've never seen One Up muted. What was he hot micing?
Who's One Up Gold?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't mute him.
We could unmute him.
He's a space criminal though. Look at him. How did he become a criminal in
He's,
space?
he's always been a space criminal.
Okay, well,
It's Dr. One Up. You know Dr. One Up.
Yeah, I know. I know One Up. Yeah, I don't really know him that well. I don't think, but I know him.
These people changed their names too much.
his prior Discord account got nuked, which is really a low blow considering his history with Discord. I just put my headphones in. Y'all talking about? Yes, I'm talking about you. I asked you why you were muted, Gold. Anyway, just thought it was unusual.
We want to know what the fuck you did. What the fuck did you do?
Essentially.
Yeah. At Gospel Bear, I was going to tell you, I'm making as much more kefir now a day than I can actually consume. Which is
I know, man. You've got to pare it down. If you don't feel like eating the grains, then just throw them away. If you have to find the sweet spot of how much grains you need to.
Yeah, because it keeps growing, man. I'm like, now it's filling up the whole jar almost. Like, wow. But that's cool. I can have 12. I can have 12 or 14 ounces on hand all the time, and like I said, I'll just put it in storage.
Yeah,
like you said.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a great resource, man. As long as you can, I guess you don't even need to keep it cold. If it got warm, it would still keep building until you could put it in cold storage.
It consumes lactose, so once it runs out of lactose, it kind of goes a little dormant. But the other thing is using it in recipes, like I've been doing with putting it in bread.
Yeah.
But any cake or anything that would call for yogurt or sour cream or anything like that, you can pretty much shove it in.
Yeah, I bet that would be really good in some kind of like pudding. Like I like sweets, but I don't like the processed food. So if I was able to make things like that myself, and I could use organic products like maybe organic honey, and tell your dad, your dad or your father or your father-in-law about the honey and the coffee, man, I'm sold. I used to do that a lot.
My dad, yeah.
Yeah, and also maple syrup. I went on a kick of using maple syrup, but that stuff's really expensive for me.
Yeah. Oh, maple syrup, fantastic.
It's like $10 for a little bottle.
Mm-hmm. I try and buy it in the I think it's a quart. Something like that. It's like $17 is about the best price you can get in the bigger bottle. But
sometimes I can get it from grocery outlet at a really good price, organic maple syrup. So that's
my dad's a honey addict. He goes through like 4 or 5 gallons a year.
Wow.
In just coffee.
Yeah, I still have the pint I bought 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because I started not using it as much. I'm like, I'll use this up in 2 days if I go at that rate. So now I just do it like once in a while, like a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
I should cut out the sugar completely. I know it's not good for me.
But honey's a little different. The way it metabolizes and stuff.
So I'm growing SCOBY too. That's the other thing. And it's exciting because I see it forming on the top.
Yeah. Well, that means it's working. No modern jokes all aside.
Yeah, it's growing across it now. So I'm like, yes, it's working.
That's exactly what it will do is form that film, which is the structure of the thing. And it'll create that layer and you do it again. It'll create another layer. You do it again. It'll create another layer and it'll just keep on stacking. It's really neat.
Out. That's a trip. So I use that juice as the starter for my next tea infusion, right? That'll just be
you take starter. About half a cup to a cup of the prior batch as you add that liquid to the next batch.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. So it's cool. I just bought a store-bought kombucha.
Yep.
So it works, and it's a locally made
a brewery that makes the kombucha, so that's good. Help support them, but
Cool.
yeah.
Yeehaw. Well, you guys have a good one. I was just checking in on things.
All right, man. I'm gonna go outside.
You just watching out for your boy One Up. That's what you were doing.
Yeah, I saw him muted. I'm like, I can't ever remember him being muted for any reason. It's he's all so rarely is he on VC anyway, but yeah, you gotta look out for your buds, right?
You don't want to call him your boy.
Yeah, that the boy. I was never into the he's my boy thing. Yeah,
My
I've got a
boy.
boy. I do have a boy, but that's different. That's different. If you were muted, I'd probably feel the same way. I'd be like, "What's going on with Lou? Since when does he get muted?"
Since when does my boy get muted?
Exactly.
Lou, you're funny. You're a funny dude, man.
You guys have a good one.
Later. Got a funny dude named Lunatic from Wisconsin.
Dude,
I love the Gouda cheese.
The guy I work with is hilarious too. So like we all day long we're making fools of ourselves, dude. It is just stupid on top of stupid.
It sounds like my brother and I, and we will actually interact with the crowd too and start talking to couples and stuff. It's like a moving comedy troupe going from couple or person to person, like group to group. Oh my God. Yeah. Funny stuff, man.
And the real thing is like most people are just a little bit too conservative. Like I don't know if that's really the right word, but they're too. I think most people are just too afraid to stand out, or make a fool of themselves, like
too uptight, right?
Yes, too uptight. Yeah. If you want to be, you might make an ass of yourself, but from time to time, but if you want to have fun and be yourself, you're going to have to stand out from the crowd.
Yeah, full speed ahead. Damn the torpedoes. What torpedoes? Torpedoes travel along a flat, stationary Earth in the water. Yeah. Sometimes torpedoes will follow the sound. They'll have a receiving array, and they'll go towards the sound of the propeller. They can be tuned, or they can be on tethers too. They still do, I think. They do torpedoes on tethers, long coils of wire. But they have gyroscopes, so if they're just shot free, they're going level. Wow. What kind of test is that, Miguel? Is that a railgun underwater?
A torpedo, but I have to search more about
It's a what?
A torpedo. I just found that, but I have to search more.
Wow, what a trip. Looks like a torpedo or something. That's pretty darn fast. If that's real speed, that's really fast. Wow. I just realized I have a YouTube channel I have no content on. I guess I created it a while ago and forgot about it. Flat Earth. Just says Flat Earth.
Are you trying to get some subs? Everybody sub to it?
No, I have my regular YouTube channel, but I can't even get to it on this login because of the snafu with my freaking operating system. That is really unusual, and there's no explanation for why the network was turned off completely, and I can't turn it back on, even with command line with commands in terminal. I have a Linux system.
You went in there and you did something. You bricked your shit. You freaking
I don't know
deleted
how I don't know how I could have done that. It would have been by accident with a touch of a button. I don't see how that's possible. It's not likely, unless that doesn't make any sense at all.
Sunny, I found it on YouTube, a video about it.
Test of the Korean supercavitating torpedo. Well, it is a torpedo. Wow. Hey, let me copy that. Yeah, I'll watch that later. Gotta go outside soon. Been inside too long. Wow. Is that thing loud? Yeah, I bricked my system. That sucks somehow. No, I think they did it. Who's they, you ask? They are the ones that would fuck with your operating system because you're a flat earther, possibly. That's one possibility.
But no, here's the thing. Like it would take some type of in my I don't know a lot about this stuff, but like you would have to have done something wrong to give access to somebody. They're not going to just hack in. You know what I mean? Like there's some kind of security thing.
I don't see how it's possible because I like it. Like the Linux system is very ironclad. Like it's a bulletproof system. It doesn't need even virus protection at all. It's not easy to get
into.
into.
I mean, I've heard. Yeah, no, I doubt it's a hacker. It's something that you did.
It probably is, and that's the frustrating part. Like, fuck, what did I do? Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm gonna go fix it. Just gonna get an external hard drive and go over there, download all of my videos, all of everything, over to the hard drive, and then I can use it anywhere I want.
Yeah, for me, like I don't know, I don't get like attached to saving a lot of stuff. Like I hardly keep anything on my computer. I do have backup like hard drives for anything that is important, maybe some of my drone footage or whatever else. But like,
right,
I pretty much expect to. I'm not afraid to completely reset everything and lose everything. I'm not afraid.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. Yeah, I've done that several times, and usually I'll do it like every couple of years. I'll just wipe the disk and start over. Yeah, it's not bad because, I mean, yeah, like you said, there's only very few things that I can't duplicate. Can't find the original, or I can find the original or whatever.
Yeah, I've got a lot of like movie torrents and music collection that that's backed up. If anything happens, that's the stuff that took time to gather. Otherwise, photos. Most of that stuff is backed up on cloud, which
I have hundreds. I have hundreds and hundreds, probably 200 or 300 lyrics, song lyrics, 200 or 300 different songs and lyrics on that computer. So those are the types of things, and actual music.
Being a musician, it could be very valuable. You might have a ton of like,
because I've got literally hundreds of hours of playing that needs to be gone through and changed and fixed and stuff to get rid of, and it's like it's going to make me busy for the next couple of years. But I don't know. I'll probably spend more time trying to do do some new productions and actually create something so I can have a product. Now I've got 500 subs on my other channel, on my Flat Earth Conscious. What is it? Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
If you guys knew the theme song that I have for like right now in my head, you would be like worried.
James Bond?
No. It's not really a theme song like that. I'm just saying it's like a theme for me for the night. Like it's from the band Hell Yeah. It's freaking heavy metal. Called Drink Drank Drunk. I can't play it and share it with you guys, but it's fucking it's a yeah, it's one that starts a riot, you know what I mean? I'd like to play it for all you to see how many people I could get to like want to start a mosh pit like me. I just feel like starting a mosh pit tonight. I don't know where to go to do that. I'll post the link in case I don't know. Most people don't like metal, but this is what I was listening to on the way home on a Friday on my way picking up beer. No, that's not it. Not SoundCloud. Fuck off. Get rid of that. This. Oh wait, maybe it is. What the shit? That was no. This. Thinking about becoming a heavy metal cowboy. I got to get a freaking iron horse though.
Can we compromise? I don't listen to a lot of metal, but I could throw some punk in there.
Dude, I can get down on certain punk too. Like I like a lot of shit. I like a lot of different shit.
On a steel horse I ride.
Dude, the one that I posted, like, I think is actually Helioskeptic's theme song. If he was from a little bit slightly newer era, if he was a little bit younger. There's only two reasons that we came here. To get fucked up. Or, or to party and kick some ass. And we're almost out of beer! It's hilarious. Come on. Even if you're not into that shit, like there's that line right there. There's only
hilarious.
Yeah, there's only two reasons that we came here is to party and kick some ass, and we're almost out of beer.
I think freaking Lunatic could be on a rampage tonight.
Dude, I want to be. Dude, I'm like ready to freaking. I don't know. It's been a long time since I punched anybody in the fucking face.
Yeah, you better be careful you don't bump your head again, man. Yeah, there's only so many more times you can get hit in the head like that, bro. Think about it. I think it's good for a little thought.
Yeah, you can cling on to Witz's stupid joke. Go ahead.
I'm not.
Fucking hilarious.
It is. Hey, man. It is funny. Shut up now. Oh, bro.
You're gonna have me freaking. I'm gonna fly out this weekend and talking about wanting to fucking punch someone in the face. I'm just gonna knock on your fucking door.
You better watch out that you make that first hit, because if you miss, it's gonna be all over.
I couldn't do that. It's elder abuse. You're like a fucking.
It is, man. You're right. Like, don't try to kick my ass, or I'll kick your ass.
You're just a frail old man.
I'm a frail old man. I am. I'm really skinny, and I fly like a fucking flying squirrel. So I can run around the freaking walls of the room. Be careful. Be very careful. Flying squirrel. Sonny the Flying Squirrel. That should bring up a visual.
Lou, I'm getting very strong Pantera vibes off that song. Very Cowboys from Hell.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's kind of like a theme with Hell Yeah. Hell Yeah. It's the lead singer from Mudvayne. If you didn't pick that up, also, so like he's a very famous, metal guy, vocalist. But yeah, the whole theme with Hell Yeah, it's that kind of like outlaw, or it's kind of outlaw music or Hell's Angels, like your steel horse and freaking going and fucking shit up, not giving a damn. That's their music. And yeah, so you could throw like Primus in there too, even maybe a little bit. Not really like that's a stretch, but just kind of like the theme, for like the type of crowd that would like it. Sort of rednecky metal, basically.
Yeah, it reminds me of my youth. I remember before my 8th grade, after graduating from 8th grade, before you go into high school, a bunch of us went over to the old elementary school that had only 8-foot rims for the basketball court. And we played like a 10 versus 10, and the only way to score was the dunk. And we were bumping Pantera the whole time, and everybody left bleeding, scraped up. It was very very fun.
Dude, oh man, as a like adolescent or young teenager, just getting out there beating the shit out of your best friend was so much fun. Like a lot of people missed that, but dude, if you were in the right cliques, like we just practiced beating each other up, and we had each other's backs if somebody else decided, like, yeah, we used to get out there and just seriously party and kick some ass. That was a thing back in the day.
It would take too long for everybody to take their bubble wrap off now to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't really best friends with somebody till he's blasted you in the jaw, with some of the groups for a little while in my upbringing. That's kind of the way it was. It was like Fight Club for a little while there. Actually, there's one if you're not introduced with Hell Yeah, you want to see the country version of their stuff. There's one called Alcohol and Ass. It's spelled like hauling, like you're a trucker. Alcohol and Ass. It's it's pretty good. You might want to check that one out too. These guys aren't nothing new though. I mean, like I said, it's a dude from Mudvayne, but Hell Yeah has been together for like a decade now or something. I'm a little late to the scene on Hell Yeah. Like, I don't know. I used to be more into the metal, and I kind of sort of took a break from it. Still played my old school shit, but I didn't really like find any new stuff. And then I found Hell Yeah like a couple of years ago, and recently I've become a huge fan. By the way, Gold, if you saw Primus 3 times, you're probably disappointed with them now, huh? Some of their stuff, their latest album, it's talking shit basically about all conspiracy theory believers. That's what fucking Primus did. I just can't believe it. That's like a good portion of their listeners, of their fans. Here's that Alcohol and Ass one, which is here's for the country fans. It's a definitely country song.
Yeah, I have a bit of a stigma about country music. I've always disliked it.
You know what? Yeah, but I've realized like there is a difference. Like today's country, it's basically pop music. It's not really country. And there's something to be valued out of certain like of the old time country dudes, and especially when it's incorporated into metal, I love it. Like I'm not a country fan in general, but like this metal country thing it's a nice combination. It really is.
I could listen to some Hank Williams Sr. From the 50s. That's good music. But my mom,
I don't want to hear about your boat. You know, like let's get drunk, girl. Let's go on my boat. You know, like that's pretty much what like every country music song today is. It's
well, the reason I dislike it is because for a while my mom was a country line dancing teacher, and I would come home from school every day, and all the furniture would be moved out of the house, and the tile floor would be full of heifers line dancing. Dude, my mom's teaching it.
And that's real old school stuff. So like that's it's sort of like. Yeah, I guess what I love is like I said, I'm not big on country. I can appreciate it as a art form. I really like the combination, the amalgamation of it with metal. I think it's really good. Like rap metal, that shit wasn't great. It lasted for a little while there, but it pretty much, your Limp Biscuits, and even Linkin Park maybe have taken a little bit out of that. And like Kid Rock, of course, who had to sell out and start freaking doing just pop with Sheryl Crow and stuff like that. But now they have like, what do they call it? Hick hop. Hick hop is terrible, absolutely terrible. I like rap. I like hip hop. I just can't be a fan of that amalgamation. But the metal with country is pretty hardcore.
What about Gangsta Grass, dude? You ever heard Gangsta Grass?
No, I have a feeling I have an idea what that would be. Is that good? What do you think?
That's the only song that I thought was decent.
All right. Yeah, banjo sound, bluegrass, right? I could see a song or two being good. I couldn't listen to a whole album of this. No way.
No, I hear you. It sounds good about your fourth or fifth beer.
Yeah, that's better than Hick Hop. This would you call it Gangsta Grass? Yeah, this is way better than the Hick Hop.
I found these two girls. They're like real slender black girls, and that one of them has like a violin and one of them has a viola, and they do like freestyle street music. And I think they're flat earthers. They have a song called Flat Earth, and it's pretty good music. I'm trying to find it right now.
Oh, dude, that'd be cool. Find it. Yeah, link it. Come on, girl, get in my truck. We're gonna drive to my boat. Drink Bacardi under the sun. That's my impression of like your average country song that makes the radio these days. I made it up just now. And it matches all the other shit.
This one, that's the first one I found. It's a slow one. They have a bunch of other music though.
Is there any way you can check to see like if it's something that we can play on the bot? Like, is it copyright protected?
That's on the Research Flat Earth web, playlist for music.
Oh, okay. You want me to put it on?
Go for it. It might be a little slow, but Yeah, I think I'm just jealous. I always wanted to learn how to play an instrument, and I never did. So
Yeah, I've been a great. I love music. I have a pretty good ear, I think, and pretty decent taste. But I'm not a musician. I've tried. I've had musician friends. I've gone in and I can't keep a rhythm. I like drums was something I was tempted to learn. I'm terrible at that.
yeah, I never realized how difficult like rap is too. I watched some videos on how to write rhymes and how to rap and all the bars. Shit's complicated as hell, dude.
And the moment you try to like I was saying the other night about the one song that I made, for a Flat Earth song, parody song, like it was just meant to be a parody. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal. It took me like all freaking day and a lot of stress, and I was never, no matter how much work I put into it, happy with it. Luckily, because of the magic of like engineering and all that stuff, I sent it over to MIDI, who did a pretty decent job with it. Made it sound a lot better, but man, like I couldn't do it. There's no way. Like you have to be really conscious. You have to like how people have trouble understanding what they own, what they sound like. Like I'm definitely one of them. Like, it's not till you listen to yourself and you go, wait a minute, I should have pronounced that differently. It's like it doesn't. You're not hearing. Like I need to enunciate this part of this word, and I need to do that, and like that makes a huge difference when you're creating music. So you're going to go through it, and you're going to go through it, and you're going to go through it. It's a tedious job.
Yeah, I can see people not ever being happy with it.
Well, I mean, some people are like more free. They're like, no, well, that's just how it turned out, and I like it, and let's go with it. I can't do that. I'm like, I got to redo that. I have to redo that. I can't let that get released.
A balmy 73 degrees.
Oh, he's reporting the freaking mild climate in fucking California again.
Beautiful weather here in Zambia. Fan fucking tastic, let me tell you. It's going to be 83 tomorrow. No, something like that. Hilarious. I like to rib you like that, Lou.
Dude, California shouldn't have weathermen, period.
78 tomorrow, 81 Sunday, 82 Monday, and 83 Tuesday. Then going down to the high 70s all through the next
All they have to do is just like, if they just put like, it's going to be between 75 and 85, they could just do that and repeat it all year long.
Pretty much, that's true.
They could say there's like a 35% chance of rain, and then you're good. You're done. You're a weatherman. You're a professional.
It's actually all overcast. Well, it's only partly sunny. It's mostly overcast, but it's just warm and humid. Let me see. Humidity 70%. That's pretty high for us.
10 plus miles visibility. How does that work on a globe? Nah. That's not
Weaponized is absolutely right about his comment.
What's that?
Globers are terrified to come here. He said, "Yeah, they clearly are. They haven't been wanting to come here for quite a while. They all got together and said, every time we go in there, we get wrecked. Let's just stay over here."
Yeah, they get slam dunked, man. It's like a crash and burn. It is like, it's awesome. Sonny, you're so mean.
No, dude, here's the thing: is you try to be mean. You're not naturally a mean person. That's what freaks me out about you.
Yeah, I'm actually the nicest person. Like I'm nicer than you could probably stand.
Yeah, no, you're naturally like a all about like that peace and love and harmony bullshit. But somehow you like gained inspiration from dickheads around here, and you're like, I should be more like that.
No, not necessarily. Listen, I have a hard edge to me too, and I can be quite mean, and I can be quite physical, and I have to watch out for those tendencies to mouth off, and to be there physically and not back down. So I have to watch out for that. I can't live like that. Like I was younger then, I can't still behave that way. So I had to change. So it's not that I have a, it's like they say, it's not the fight, it's not the man in the fight. It's the fight in the man. So, yeah.
So maybe you're not a fighter.
No, I am. I'm a fucking fighter, bro. I fight fucking everything, man. I fought everything my whole life. Thus, the situation I'm in now. That's okay, though. You know what? I have you guys, though. You guys are here, You're kind of right along the same.
Growing up, like how many times did you end up coming to fisticuffs with people?
Really, like only 2 or 3 times, but I got bullied a lot, so I got bullied
no, you're not a fighter. You got forced into fighting from time to time.
No, but I fought. Like actually, someone wrote something on my jacket, wrote "fuck you" on my jacket, and he was like a foot taller than me. And I said, "I'll meet you outside the science building at like 3:30. See you there." Like, and he had such a long reach. He punched me in the nose the first swing and got a bloody nose at the end of the fight. I came back to school the next day, and he had a broken hand. He had a cast on his arm.
So you won because he broke his hand on your nose?
Yep, I won.
So you...
I fucking won, bro. So I don't care what you say about that. Now the other one was a knockdown, drag out fight for freaking like 3 hours, and the whole neighborhood watching. Finally, some smart adults like finally broke it up after hours, and I became almost best friends with that person afterwards, because we went to school for a while, together, and we were in the same classes, we went to same schools, we hung out with same people. So it's just like this rite of passage, whatever. I think we all go through it at some point as men, boys.
No, it's just like I've hung out with a lot of different types of people. I'm a pretty good observer, as I was mentioning the other day. Like, you don't strike me as the kind of person who's going to. I mean, you might have a cause, but you're not going to bring it to violence to do it. You're not.
I usually wouldn't. I would tend to use the philosophy of choose your battles wisely, and I only have so much energy in one day, period. So like if I go by that, I would rather not use that energy for something negative like that, because it has lasting effects on me. And no, I'd rather not, because when I get angry, I get a hangover from it, an emotional hangover from being angry. And
right, but so that brings me on to my next point. Like, so when you act like the tough guy, that's not your natural way of being,
it shows.
It's gonna it shows, and it's gonna it shows, and it's gonna weigh on you. Actually, like it's gonna
maybe not. You could be right. I'm not going to worry about it too much. It doesn't seem to be like anything to be majorly concerned about.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I don't think you're being yourself when you act that way.
Oh, like what? On here, I am.
Yeah, when I'm
No,
talking to
I
these
don't.
people,
No, I don't think. No, I don't think you are.
you don't mean that.
I don't think you're even being true to yourself when you say that. I think
Are
you're.
you serious? Really?
I don't think you're meant to be a freaking internet tough guy. No, I don't.
No, I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I mean, I'm just being my natural self. That however it comes out, I don't really know how it comes out. I am like spend time like trying to like judge that after the fact. It just comes out like on the spot naturally. It's I am being natural. It's just maybe you just don't understand me. I might be a difficult person to understand. It may take a lifetime for someone to understand a cancer. That's what they say.
My sister and my mother are both cancers. I know you guys too well.
Are they hard to understand?
No.
Not to you. Okay, well, what's your sign then? Hold on.
I'm a Capricorn. I'm the opposite of you.
So
And
that's what. That's why. Yeah. So that's why. So you kind of can see it. Well, that's cool. I've had like Capricorn friends in my life. I think it's a good balance. Yeah.
yeah, very different, like opposites astrologically, but like literally in a life, like where they say like opposites attract. It's not really about attraction, but I'm saying like opposites can work well together. Like
That's true.
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true. That's what I'm thinking too. Exactly. Those opposites, yeah, because they kind of bounce off each other and then can work more solidly together as a team.
yeah, it's almost like it's like one completes the other, where one is lacking, the other has quality, and vice versa.
Like for instance, like doing the type of your work you do. You do a lot of siding and roofing and stuff like that, right?
I don't do roofing really, but I'm exterior home improvements. Let's just say
Yeah,
that.
so that kind of work, like you and I would probably work really well together. I would say probably so. Like in a working situation, we'd probably work together well.
You guys are both in agreement that those publicly stated zodiac signs are actually true?
No, I think we're just
never-
going along
No,
with what.
no, I don't. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say that they are like a rule or anything. But there does, and it could just be. It could just be strategic vagary, like in all of that zodiac and astrology stuff.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
there is. Yeah.
there's definitely some of that going on, but I can't completely rule it out either, because I've had people who study that stuff who seem to be able to get a little bit more specific, like, or you could just notice trends. Like most of my friends are these ones and these ones and these ones, and it says that your sign is compatible with this sign, this sign, and this sign, and you're like, huh. I've had a lot of good relationships with those signs. Like, that's interesting that they've got it like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I've never actually paid it any attention, but after learning about what the stars and the luminaries really are, maybe there is something to those energies imparting their forces upon you. So
Yes, and you know what? Like in my investigations about that, like that I think it was one of the mystery school teachings, was one of the hidden information. There's geocentric information in the zodiac. It's geocentric. So I think it was one of the hidden like knowledges, like I think it was like esoteric knowledge that was hidden away, supposed to be hidden away, and seems like in modern times, since the advent of modern medias, I think it's been diffused with it being more like a fable, like it's not real, because it actually has parts of it are real and have to do with, there is something to do with what's happening above us, and I think, and who and what and where we are. I think there's correlations to those things.
They disguise it, or they hide it in the woo woo.
Yeah, they hide it and say, "Oh, it's just your love sign," or some stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? Right? Or make it sound like it's just not real, or has nothing to do with reality. Like it's just a board game or something.
So if you guys want to take a step farther, here's where I know I stand out from almost everybody in this server. I don't believe in I find it hard to believe in. Let me say this properly. I find it hard to believe in free will. I think there's a lot of illusion going on and deception going on, but
so you think we're predestined then, Lou? Are you saying we may be
it's okay? Like if prophecies and so on can be correct, and historically they've been proven to be. Now, either it takes a lot of foresight, or it just takes some kind of supernatural understanding.
Yeah.
To get to that point. Now, if you can predict, if people have predicted 1,000 years into the future based off of trends, like these were super geniuses, or or they had some source of information that they understood that we don't, and they were reading it somewhere, you know. And if it was red, then our choices make no difference.
Well, I think there may be some leeway in that here on the ground, let's say. I mean, I think there is variations in the trends.
What about if you are unconscious of that knowledge in the first place, then it doesn't apply to you? But what if once you become a conscious acknowledger of those powers, then maybe you do have...
I can get down on that. There's some quantum stuff that fits in with that too.
Hey guys, hey, I got one thing to add. God's not limited by time he created. He can be free flowing in it.
Well, we don't know, but it would seem someone that powerful that could create this whole place and us and every system within this Earth system, that I would be hard to limit anything that they could possibly do in our imagination. We could not comprehend it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Also, I wanted to say that is beyond our comprehension. At this point, I think we might grow to understand more. But it's really a great conversation, guys. That's just my opinion. No, God created time. I don't think he's bound by time. Okay, go on.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Lou.
Lumpy. Hey, love you guys, for real.
Thanks.
Anyway,
Lumpy.
that's just my 2 cents. Of course, I'm not God, but I suspect that's, for me, that's how I understand.
Yeah, I knew you were Lumpy. I was just saying Lou was kind of on a roll.
Yeah, well, let me clarify on one thing too. Maybe you guys caught it, but like I'm not saying that there is no choice in any matter. What I'm saying is that the overall scheme of things, your choices don't matter.
Or that they're just limited by natural laws, of who we are. We're this person, we're kind of stuck in this mold kind of thing, huh? I understand that. Is that kind of what you're saying? We're bound by certain laws and structures.
I mean, I can't say that some of that doesn't apply, but no, I'm not. It was a little bit too figurative for me to really say your words are mine. You know.
Yeah.
You're talking about macro, big picture, right? Not individuals.
Yeah.
You're talking about as a whole, as a.
And I've said it this way before. I'm saying actually, there's the latest Tool album that came out right before freaking COVID. There's a song called Tempest, and I think the lyrics actually very well describe this. So a tempest is a great storm, a giant storm. A tempest will be just that. A tempest will be just that. When there is a great storm coming, all you can do is just ride it out. And it moves on no matter what the fuck you do. Okay,
out at sea. You call that out at sea, bare poles. You have to take everything down, go inside, and seal the cabin up, and just pray that you don't overturn and shit. Yeah,
you can try your heart out, but it's probably wasted energy. It's just gonna happen, and so yeah, you might have individual choices, but the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make a difference.
Interesting you say that, because I find don't we find that we are attracted to the same kind of people? We behave in routines, that we get into common patterns. Yeah, like how could you possibly break from like who we are? There seems to be this intricate structure as to who we are. You may have a point there. I don't know, because I've experienced this in some ways where no matter how hard you try, you can't seem to accomplish things in some certain sense or a certain.
Here's the thing. If everything is predetermined, then it must happen at a certain time and place when the timing is right. And so no matter how loud you are, no matter how whatever you do, you can blow like the big bad wolf, and you'll never blow that fucking house down unless that's what the plan is. You know what I mean? That all of a sudden.
Yeah, that can be alarming, or it could be reassuring also. I guess you could look at that either way. In my
Yeah. It's a different way of looking at things. It doesn't change things much. It's just a different aspect, a different.
Doesn't have to be a bad thing, you know?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's just like the way things actually are. I don't think are ever bad things.
In fact, it could be calming, because if that's true, then that means that what's written in the Bible or whatever else, if you're a Christian, like, you know that there is salvation in the end, and like that this is a predetermined plan, and that like you know like it's and you can try, but really the only things that will matter will be the things that were meant to happen.
Right. So maybe that would give me a chance to, or us a chance, if I may speak so boldly, give us a chance to let go of the steering wheel a little bit, you know? Let go of it.
It gives you a lot of peace of mind in a crazy world. The anxiety fucking goes away if you can see it that way. Like you can laugh at everything, and you can take the high road and be like 2 steps ahead of everybody around you.
Yeah, Lou, it's actually helping me right now. I mean, it's lifting my spirits talking about it. So yeah, it's a great conversation. It's awesome. Feel better already. I'm not in control. That's kind of reassuring. Like, shit, I don't have to be in control today.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, there's a lot of stress in thinking that it's up to you to save the world, right? Like,
yeah, trying to be your own little mini god is really stressful.
there's nothing we can do about it. It's just what's playing out. I mean, if you think, maybe you believe highly in government, the left versus right paradigm, and you could infiltrate the government and make a big change, like that's so, like, I don't know. It's just, it's at a level below us. Like, we've realized, like, there's more to it than that. And, you know, what are you going to do by voting? You know, like, what are you going to do by running? Even if you run, what are you going to do when you get, let's say you win? What are you going to do once you get into position? Everybody
avoid getting poisoned.
Like everybody around you, if you're going to be like for humanity and for what's just and right and good in this world, you're going to cut all of the jobs of all the people around you. You need their vote. You need their support. You need their, like, what the fuck are you going to do when you get there?
That is true. Everybody in society is benefiting from the beast system. If you take it away, then none of them have jobs. That's a good point.
I think that's what happened to Ron Paul, honestly. I think he had all the best intentions, and he tried his heart out, but he realized that all the chips were stacked against him once he got there. He got there.
And he didn't even get put on the ballot.
Right.
Ross Perot came closer than Ron Paul.
But I would say that the Ron Paul, that 11 point whatever percent or 14% or whatever the fuck it was, like, it had a lot of meaning behind it, but people don't most people don't fucking care. They're not thinking about it. It's only like certain people who understand like what that really meant. Dude, even if it was like I'm reading truth, Ron Paul was not like Ron Paul, yes, he could have been, and maybe he's always been with them Gravelers, right? But I don't think so. I think in order to put on a show like that, you have to believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, if he is an insider, he put on a hell of a performance. Because it looked organic to me.
It's not easy to act that. Like, acting is a hard job. Politicians are not the best actors. If they were, they would be in Hollywood. Okay, so they have to be misled, misunderstood, and honestly not quite smart enough to really get the bigger picture in order to have their jobs. Look, truth. Look, you can go ahead and type that shit all you want. If you think that all these people know what's going on and they're lying to you, it's so first level, dude. It's so first level. No, trust me, they might be acting from time to time, but for the most part, they believe in their cause. For the most part, they think that they earned their way to where they're at. They earned their fucking position, their power. Um, they're useful idiots. They're being played. We would have a lot more whistleblowers if every one of them was just paid off, or if every one of them, you know what I mean? We like they really believe in this shit. Look, sometimes whistleblowers do die, but like it would be way too obvious. What I'm saying, that's like a final measure for certain like extreme instances. All right, go ahead and believing it's that simple. It's just not. It's not that simple, dude. You should join me on the mic if you want to debate this. Look, I'm not truth. Just because I liked Ron Paul in 2008 doesn't mean like I think he's gonna save the world or anything. I'm just saying he was one of the few who really tried to make a difference. I think he really did try to give it an effort.
Eyebrow toupee. Ouch.
I think. A lot of the hate for Ron Paul comes, in my opinion, I think it comes from the Rand Paul. They think that they conflate the two as being the same person. Rand Paul is a Tea Party, which is basically a hijacked conservatism, like right wing thing. That's where he got his steam. Whereas Ron Paul was libertarian, like to its fullest extent. He was a true libertarian. That huge difference between him and his son. His son is the establishment. He was trying to poke holes in it as much as he could. So you only validated exactly what I said. When you said Rand Paul helped you to see more clearly who Ron Paul is, you think that the son, like the apple, I get the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, right? You're saying that the apple is the clone of the tree. Okay, that's not what's going on. That apple rolled a little bit. As far as both of them playing us, they both are playing their role. Like they probably both think that they have created their own constituents, their own arguments. They're pulling for their own agenda. However, the only reason they're propped up is because it fits in with the globalists or whatever else. Like, no, they're not acting. To them, it's real. To them, it's real. Old people do all kinds of shit with their fucking hair, dude. I don't know. I'm not a boomer. Get fucking Trump's fucking comb over, like fucking. I don't know what to tell you about hair. When you're in the public eye and on camera, you might want more distinctive eyebrows. I don't know what kind of weird vein shit you have going on or what your ego needs. Like people do stupid shit when they're on camera a lot.
The hair and makeup people told him it was going to give him an extra point in the polls.
I don't know, Truth. Why wear an eyebrow toupee? Did you know that there's a such thing called a merkin? Did you know that a merkin is a pubic wig? It's a wig for your pubes. Okay? Like, you could be a redhead today. Why do people do it? Don't ask me, dude. They do it. Yeah, maybe. Just like Joe Biden with the actors and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's totally possible. Maybe they're actually reptilians, dude. Maybe, like, what are you fucking trying to say? Get on the mic if you want to argue this. All right, so are you telling me that the politicians are lizards, or are you saying that they were wearing that it's like from Mission Impossible? They're wearing these silicone masks. What do you? I mean, that I'm not saying it's impossible, but is that what you're saying? I'm not rooting for any fucking. I haven't voted. My last vote was in the Republican primary election for Ron Paul in 2008. Okay, I didn't vote for president that year. No, I don't vote. I don't believe in these people. I'm just telling you. I'm looking at it as a world's play. I'm trying to see through the world's play. So similar to you, you're saying that they're just actors, but I'm saying in order to get a convincing actor, they have to believe in their role. Nah, you can't script everything, dude. You have to just trust in the people to do, like, through brainwashing and MK Ultra. Like, dude, it's bigger than that. It's not just like somebody who fucking has a death contract. You know, like that's very low level shit.
Lou, I'm going to weigh in here with you, buddy. And I, for the most part, agree with what you're saying. It makes no difference. It's kind of like watching pro wrestling politics in general, right? Like, there's kind of an understanding that they're all a part of a large conglomerate scam. You know, it's entertainment, it's theater, trying to figure out who knows that it's theater and that they know that they're acting or that they're acting on purpose and all this other stuff is like a fool's errand. There's no point to it. Just assume that they're all crooks because we're not supposed to trust politicians anyways. You know, libertarian, Republican, or Democrat, all of them. The fact that they wanted power is a problem to me. Like, if the fact that they wanted to throw their hat in the ring and go, yeah, I'd like to make decisions for other people, I don't like that at all. So anybody who offers you to do that, you should probably just, stay away from. But anyway, it's pointless to try and decide who's crooked and who's crooked on purpose. in my opinion. So I don't vote anymore. It's all a joke. I don't even think about them anymore, other than the fact that, if somebody on TV says something and they're a politician, chances are they're full of crap, and I should just ignore it. That's my 2 cents on the whole matter.
No, but here, look. So, like, let's use your wrestling thing. Any good actor, like, in order to sell their role, has to start to trick themselves. They have to put themselves in that situation. They're not the person that they were raised as. Is like I don't know, Jim Jones. I was about to say, but that's probably a bad name to choose. Like, anyway, no, they you still have to convince yourself to a certain point to convince the audience. And I think these people are dumb enough to be swayed, to be convinced of their own bullshit, and probably egotistical enough where, as long as you fluff them along the way and said, you did a great job on that, we wouldn't have had this if it wasn't for you. Bullshit. You didn't do anything. You're just a face. You're a politician. You're nothing. Okay. So, like, these people get these giant egos and they're easily stroked.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you, dude. I'm not arguing against that at all. I think there's probably a good amount that honestly believe in what they're doing. I think probably, but that's the problem in and of itself, because their desire is to make decisions for other people, and that's egotistical on its own. So it's like, I don't want nothing to do with people that want to make decisions for other people. It's hard enough to have like power of attorney if you've got an older parent or grandparent that's about to die, and you got to make decisions, about their state and about their health. Like, it's a hard job to do that for one person, much less a whole district or a state. Like, it's just ridiculous. And if they believe they actually influence the lives of other people and are okay with it, then that's even worse. I think the idea of being a politician is terrible.
Even once they've made a poor decision because some other politician who's higher up, who has a better understanding, said, you need to vote on this. Like, let's say you're getting new into politics and you're like making your alliances, and you're like, okay, I've got this alliance with this guy. He's a big shot, and he tells me I got to do this. And like, and you think about the arguments he told you, he convinced you, and now you think that you are on a moral high ground.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's really easy to sway these people. They have a lot to lose.
Sure. Yep. There's a lot invested. So let's move that back onto, let's take Matthew Learns, for instance, right? Like, in my mind, there's no way I could ever prove that the guy comes in here, paid or unpaid, on his own fruition or not. Like, there's no way I could ever prove one way or the other. So I don't bother with that. I go ahead and just kind of take him at his word that he truly believes his position, and whether or not it's true, and he's kind of admitted this, like, it may not be true, but he believes that it is, and he believes it's important that everybody believe exactly the same thing that he does. So he's in here on a mission, trying to push people, to sway them in the globe Earth direction. And it's like, why is that your business anyways? Why are you, up in arms, going through all this effort to try and sway somebody to something that I don't think he's 100% convinced of, even though he would say so. Anyway, yeah, like, he's got a lot invested, so he's going down with the ship no matter what. That's egotistical.
Well, I got to let you know, from a psychological standpoint, talking about somebody else's ego, especially talking down about it, is actually a sign that you're insecure in your own personal security. Sorry. This
well,
way it is.
okay, if you're gonna say that, establish who you're speaking to, because like I've talked about that, but I'm not. It's not that I'm insecure about my own. I mean, I guess I suppose I am to a certain extent. Like how
Me
well
too.
like I don't know how much I am controlled. Like I try my best not to be, but like I recognize that it happens. I say things from time to time that's like, that's not me. I think about it later. Like, why did I say that?
Yep.
And you know, like, and a politician would be just as susceptible, if not more.
Way more, right? Yeah, we all do it. We all do it. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be like, "Hey, you're egotistical and I'm not." Like, no, that's not it. I think we all are. But you got to fight it to, like, in my opinion, one should try to just be the best person they can, but you have to have self-confidence.
I'm just trying to be a realist about it. I'm trying to separate myself from all the fucking bullshit as much as I possibly can. You know, like trying to see through it. And I will throw contradictions at you. One sentence will say one thing, and the next might say another, and neither one is.
Well, it'd be robotic if not.
Yeah.
I'd be like, really? Man, you're way too agreeable, like a Matthew Learns or some shit. Uh-oh.
We need maybe to understand that some people, like
What the
Matthew,
hell with that guy? What the fuck is Matthew Learns, bro? That dude.
No, don't. Let's not. I'm sorry I brought him up.
Man, you gotta conjure him up like Hollow Man.
Shit.
it's not easy to be on this side, you know. It's very, very difficult, especially for people like Matthew, you know, who is somehow public person, let's say.
Yeah.
He's got to have an agenda. There has to be something. There's some agenda he has to have, dude.
Any of them that spend an inordinate amount of time, trying to hammer us into the ground. Like it's not like they take time out of their day every day to be evil sons of bitches, right? There's a reason they're doing it. Nobody is that psychotic that knows how to also use the internet, in my opinion. They're in cells or jail. Because, like, listen, you're not going to pick a side and be Looney Tunes crazy. If you're Looney Tunes crazy, you don't really know how to talk about much of anything. But I suppose sociopaths are something we could consider.
About Matthew, let's say 1 or 2 years ago, I could say, okay, this is Matthew. Everybody's speaking about Matthew. He's always good. He's always welcome here. Blah blah blah. But now I can say, for me, in my opinion, even I don't have anything against that person, but I think that Matthew showing the one of the best anti-flat earthers in this moment.
But the thing about him, I dislike him the most because of his delivery and the way he carries him. You know what I'm saying? It's because the shit he denies. And the thing about him, he sounds intelligent, and that's why I despise him, because he comes on here with this. We give him all this evidence, and he just hand waves it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, gosh, it just doesn't make any sense. So
it's his confidence.
I kind of disagree. You're talking about Matthew Learns, like often he agrees with us. He's like, "You're right. You're right."
Well,
you're
no,
right.
he won't agree on long distance observation.
No, but he constantly, every time we get into the nitty gritty, he might disagree on the surface, but we then dig into it, and he goes, "Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that."
All right, last time we were talking about the black swan, and he just will not agree to it, and that's annoying, because I'm like, that's like the biggest piece of evidence, one of the biggest pieces of evidence we have, and you're gonna deny this? Like, you freaking kidding me?
Well, he has to. Like you said, Lou, I think, said there's an agenda. There is an agenda. It's absolutely clear. It's just the reason I find him so interesting, and I personally need to stop talking about him, but I find him so interesting because he's able to keep that kind of, that cool, that level. He set a bar with being so confident. Like, oh yeah, you guys are totally right. You know, you can see way too far. So is
Look,
there the
you
globe?
guys, look,
Hold on,
look,
hold on. And then you ask him. Hold on. Then you ask him, hey, is there, so he, hold on. So he says, we say, hey, we can see too far. And he's like, oh yeah, absolutely. And then I go, so is there the globe? And he goes, well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, totally. It's like,
Look, for the Matthew haters, I just gotta let you know he's one of the softest targets that you could ever fucking get.
For sure.
Okay, so like whether if we're gonna have him or fucking I don't know, Gem, Gem Panda, like
oh dear,
you know what I mean? Like I'll take a fucking Matthew Learns.
Yeah.
But Matthew Learns he doesn't really agree with his Glober friends either. That's the thing. That's why we like him.
yeah, he's his own. He's totally his own ball game.
What they don't agree with those guys. I guess I guess when it comes to certain things, so for some reason they keep coming here, right? So like the Koshos and the Xanax and all those people. Why don't they stay away? Why do they keep coming in here? Obviously they don't like their own people. That's one of the main reasons. I guess because those people are weird and bizarre. I mean, I don't know how else to call it, because it doesn't make any sense for them to keep coming in here day after day until somebody calls them out and bans them or some shit,
Matthew benefits from not being an asshole. If he actually did have an asshole gene in his body, he wouldn't have lasted 3 weeks in here, let alone 3 years.
Just go the way of the XO.
Oh, good, Levis. That's pretty fucking pure right there. Absolutely, yeah. No, he's always.
Because you guys put up with it. That's because you guys. I would him personally. I would fucking ban. I don't like him. You guys do.
Oh yeah.
Well, then we're teetering the line between is he productive to have around or not?
Listen, I've met Matthew. Listen, I met Matthew in person, and he is the nicest person you would ever want to meet. Literally, like
I believe it.
That's all part of it.
But he's a Glober. Listen, let me finish, because I didn't finish. I just started. So he's the nicest person you'd ever want to meet. But that's what makes it ever so fucking maddening for me.
Exactly.
Yep.
You want to like the dude, man. You will like the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
right.
You want to blast him in the face, bro.
But see, that's the thing. That just makes us look ridiculous when we get mad at him being calm. It's like, oh shit, he flipped his script.
But he's a liar, though. But the thing is, he's a calm liar, and that pisses me off.
Like, it's
uncanny. I got it. Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't know about his honesty. Like, he's hard to read for me, even meeting him in person.
No, dude, I don't know if he's. I question, like, maybe he's really good at math, but maybe he's like a fucking autist or something. Maybe he just doesn't like see like.
He's stuck on Globe. He's stuck on Globe and he can't get off no matter how hard he tries. Honestly, I think maybe that is his genuine take on things, that he is stuck on this globe. He can't get off of the globe for whatever reason. I don't know. If he's making it up, that would make it even more strange and would add another element of mystery to it. The Matthew Learns phenomenon.
I was asking Matthew for proof and evidence that things, and I asked him in the math way, let's agree on one point, let's call whatever, but let's call number one, that we can agree what is number one, then we can go further, like evidence of proof. For me, it doesn't matter. Tell me which one is that one, what is proving or something, and call it ice cream, that, and we will agree. Okay, we call ice cream, and let's call it ice cream. And now let's see what is the ice cream for the globe, But he wanted to distinguish. Okay, and I told him, look, Matthew, you said you have evidence, and I was joking, and I said, but that is not proof. And he said, you are correct, Sasha, I gave you evidence, I didn't give you a proof. And I was joking. But yeah, that nice thing, I don't know, I don't like that nice thing, and behind it's all bullshit. And
He just, it's okay. He waffles on, and then agrees with us mostly, and then says, "Nah, but it's still a globe. No problem."
Yeah, he will come with the same pictures with black swan, the 2 pictures,
Dude, when you press him, I've done this dozens of times. Like every single time I press him, I say, "So do you have proof for your globe?" He says, "No." I say, "Why do you believe it?" He says, "Because I just think it's that way." Every fucking time. You can do this yourself. I'm telling you. He's open about it.
Yeah, we have it recorded. I mean, he has no qualms about saying we're right about everything. But then you say, okay, so is there curvature? Well, I don't believe there is. Or I mean, sorry, he'll say there is. Sorry, that was bad.
Well, he'll literally just say it because it's his beliefs.
Correct. He will admit beliefs all the time. So what do you do with that?
So how can you like a person like that? You know what I'm saying? Will deny things just because they believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And end of the day, I mean, I'm gonna stop. I really need to stop talking about it, and I will. End of the day, it's like if we react the way that it seems to be that we're gonna keep reacting, like it just makes us mad, then he's winning. No matter what we say, no matter how logical it is, the guy that is the calmest and very knowledgeable, by the way, but yeah, just bringing in the same shit. And he says, "You guys are spot on everything." So, Matthew, is it a globe? Oh, well, for sure. Why? It's a belief of mine.
We go through
It's
the whole
just a
thing
belief I
over
have.
again.
Yep.
Yeah, we keep asking him why, and it just keeps going around and around in this circular globe argument. It's never going to move from that spot. It's just going to stay right on there. There's something to this fallacy of concrete, or fallacy to the tendency of toward inertia. Sorry, I was stumbling over my words. And hi, AI. What's up, man?
Hello. One thing about, and I'm not going to single him out, but I'll use his name as an example. Matthew, or any other globe believer that we know that comes through on a consistent basis, whether they come on Nathan's show, whatever forum, people that in real life, they've been presented with evidence, quite strong empirical evidence that goes in the face of what it is that they actually believe. And so they're faced with this. Okay, well, do I change my position now that I'm presented with new information, actual facts, and evidence thereof, or do I stay with my personal belief because it's convenient for me, and whatever that motivation might be? A lot of people stick with their belief system because it's just more convenient. And then I have to look at myself and go, are the lies that I believe actively and that I choose biases in my life, despite the fact that I have evidence to the contrary, and I keep those biases because it's convenient for me? And that's been probably the greater conviction for me personally, from going through all this globe versus flat Earth stuff.
Like literally, Matthew says basically everything but these words, that I'm staying on the globe and I'm never, ever, ever leaving. But that's what he's saying in all of his words. That's all he's saying, is he's never leaving the globe, no matter what he sees, no matter what he hears, no matter what we say or information we bring. He's never leaving the globe. He's stuck on it. He
knows all the information. He's not an idiot, but like there could be something wrong with him. Let's say that.
Is he a what you call is he an evolutionist?
A what?
Does he believe in evolution? That stuff. Is he one of those people? Is he atheist? I guess that's my question.
No, he's not an evolutionist. He believes in God. He believes in the God of the Bible. He just thinks the God of the Bible created a globe and the space and all of that stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, all right, those two things contradict each other.
Listen, we don't do that. The thing is, we haven't really pushed him on that debate. Like, That's something that the religious room would be for, but we don't really want to get into that debate in this room.
I get that. No, I understand it. But what I'm just saying, coming from an ideological standpoint, those two contradict each other. You can't have both of them because you can't believe in that and then I believe in God too because one says the sun came first and all of this stuff. So it's a whole different paradigm. It's crazy.
Because
hold on, bro. Okay. Bro, there's a whole field of apologetics, right? Christian apologetics designed to accommodate Genesis with the mainstream science.
No way. I mean, whether it exists or not, it doesn't agree with the Bible. So I don't care what they say. From what the Bible says, those two don't work.
Yeah, no, what I'm telling you is they try to make it work. That's my point.
I understand it because even Hovind tries to do that. You know, Kent Hovind tries to do that crap. So, you know, it doesn't work though.
Same way they tried to make a 10-mile, 1-foot horizon work on the globe.
Well, keep in mind, guys, let's keep in mind this, okay? From the past, right? Bang Theory came out. A lot of the atheists said, oh, I'm now intellectually fulfilled, right? It makes it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist now that we have our own creation story, right? Okay, blah, blah, blah. But apologists quickly realized that the Big Bang wasn't something from nothing, right? Like a lot of atheists at the time were clinging on to. It was a definite beginning, a proven beginning, which the precedent causes all seem to point straight back to God, which is you need something that's extra dimensional, beyond space and time, has all the sufficient power, greater than the universe, et cetera, and has the will to act. So they very quickly synthesized it, right? And said, oh, no, my friend, this is not proving atheism. This is proving a God created everything. And so they adopted it rather quickly because they said, oh, look, we found a silver bullet to prove our God. That's how you get people. You give them something that benefits them on a sideways note or directly. And whether it's true or not, they latch onto it because it's like, aha, look, I won the argument. So the point being is many Christians, many God believers, et cetera, love heliocentrism because in their view, it proves the proposition of the God that they believe in.
But that's because they don't know enough about it. That's why. You know what I'm saying? If they were to dive into it like we do, know about what the globe theory and all of this whole belief system entails, then they would understand. Because like I said, my parents and shit, they don't, you know, I mean, they're like women, you know, not all women, but most women. I don't care about that. You know, that's typical woman, right? They don't give a shit about this, which is fine. Nor should they. I mean, they got other things to worry. But I'm just saying, that's how my parents look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, you know, and they just go back to what they were doing. They don't really think about what I just dropped on them, you know? So, I mean, it's most people like really just hand wave any understanding of what they believe or what we believe, what we know, you know? So it's just funny to me. I just don't know how you cannot find this stuff interesting. To me, it's overwhelmingly fascinating. This whole thing.
Yes, overwhelmingly fascinating and overwhelmingly corrupt and unbelievable how we're not standing up. We're just lying down and taking it. That's what's fascinating. And then when you bring it up to your elders, they obviously feel a little bit of embarrassment because it happened on their watch, so to speak, you know, and on their grandparents and their parents' and you're great, you know. So everyone's to blame. Really, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that, and
we all kind of bear that cross. I think, Jen, that's a good point. I bear that cross too, and I've heard other people like my age say that it's kind of something that I think I need to pay back that I didn't do enough.
But we are the loudest generation at the moment, making the most noise to both sides, the young and our elders, because we need help here. So that's
on that note.
Well, that's what the technology comes in.
We've had so there's always this thing. Why would they lie, right? And the more you think about it, yeah. But the more you think about it, okay, the more you think about it. This is something like me and Nathan Oakley we did a show on his channel about this.
Oh yeah.
Who's really lying? It's they say this is a model, this is an interpretation, et cetera, and then people believe that it's the actual reality they live in. So who actually deceived the person? The person deceived themselves.
Well, this is actually a perfect parallel to what I was talking about when I was talking politics, like about how the politicians can be deceived too. They're like Globers. Get it? Like,
yeah, like AI is saying, if you allow yourself to be deceived, you're too lazy to think it through. You've only got yourself to blame because, like they said, they told us it was a model clear in front of you. Plausible deniability is what they play. Yeah. So I agree. Have to agree. I don't have a choice there. If you're intellectually honest, you will say, yes, I was dumb. I was lazy. And I've always said that. The reason it took me to 53 years to find this out was because I was lazy. I handed over my trust to the so-called experts, and that was my mistake. I've always said that from the very beginning.
Oh, Jin.
Yeah, sorry.
Another example is some people go through life where this proposition never actually matters because they just live their life, and whether all of these things about space and the shape of the earth are true or not never really comes up. And it's not until it comes up in their life that they actually are like, oh, okay, now I got to think about it or investigate. Before that, it's just, I've got errands to run, I've got kids to raise, I've got to go here, I've got to go there. I don't care about any of this stuff, but a lot of those people watch space movies, or they watch, in the background, all this NASA news, and just generally in their head, they think, oh yeah, that's where we live, but they never actually need to scrutinize it.
That's exactly what I thought of when you were speaking. Like, yeah. I know I had a comment in there.
That person should be shot.
You have life to do. That's what I just remembered. Thanks for letting me sorry, Jim. So yeah, look how busy, and look how busy they made life for us in the last 30 years. To give all of us a little bit of a shitload busy because of how much expensive things were, and the artificial inflation or deflation of the value of this fiat currency.
Sabotage, guys, sabotage.
Yeah, your mic is being sabotaged. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah. On another server, you'd be banned, shot, drawn, and quartered for that racket.
Yeah, it sounded like you were doing dishes and you put your mic in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
How that sucks. Is that better?
Yeah.
It went to, I turned the mic off because I was about to leave. I'm all geared up to go for a ride, and I forgot I turned it off, and I decided to speak up. So it turns on the PC mic, and it's like always like full blast. I have to turn that stuff off. Interesting.
Yeah, I've just got back from my one. 2 hours, 5 minutes. I just
Oh, so you went 1 mile?
half a mile.
Dude, I used to have to walk 5 miles back from school, uphill both ways.
Uphill both ways. Oh well. Okay.
Yeah,
uphill both ways. That's what you lived at the top. No, that's not right.
How could you go up both ways?
It's easy, dude. It's just a hill in the middle of the path. You got to go uphill to get to the middle, then you got to go downhill to get to school. Then you got to go back uphill to get to the middle, and then downhill to go to school.
Yeah. So
Right.
okay, yeah.
Got to go up and down the same hill. Or you could go further and go around it. Maybe too far. Then.
Or you can just believe you live on a globe.
Just pretend it's Earth curvature. That hill over there. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on your point of view, everywhere you go is uphill both ways.
Well, that's right. Yeah. If you're living on a globe.
Yeah.
You know what makes me mad?
Go on.
Root beer.
No, dude, root beer is the best.
That's a nice drink, I hear.
You gotta grow. You grow into it. My mom, she liked it, and I was like, "This is the nastiest soda out of all of them." But then you grow up, and you're like, "That's pretty cool."
Well, I got.
It is a good one.
It's surprise for you guys. So, like, maybe you've heard it, but like, so my family, it's actually married in through my stepmom, her family, but they owned and sold a brewery that also makes one of the what's been rated one of the world's best root beers. Like, it's called Sprecher Brewery, and they make Sprecher root beer. If you like root beer, you should check it out. There's that and I think it's called like 1884 or something. Those are like the two top root beers rated in the world. And one of them happens to be, yeah.
Definitely gotta check it out. Because I've only had mug.
No,
and
dude,
maybe two other times.
Mug and A&W and all that shit. No, that's not real root beer. Like, it's not. Dude, this stuff is
right. It doesn't even have any like root beer in it. Like,
yeah, no, this stuff is like fire. It's fire kettle brewed. Like, so, like it's hardcore. It's really good root beer.
So the thing that I was gonna say that I hate, is that it's the fact that go ahead, get it out your system, because I'm about to bring us all down by telling you how we're slaves. So go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. My mistake. Go ahead.
So yeah, I hate the fact that like what I realize is the reason that we talk to Globers and the reason that we talk to, like, you would argue any logic against someone who's obviously out of their mind is because they're scared to face the truth being given to them by an authority or a power much stronger than them. In their mind, who are you going to go after? The government and everyone who taught you what you know? And the world is really full of pedophiles and rapists, and that's the norm, versus every now and again. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to actually admit that that's the world we. As a matter of fact, you know what? It's probably not even most of us. It's probably mostly just the motherfuckers that we should be going up against. So it tells me that the Globers that I talk to and the people that are like in the politics that I talk to, the reason that I can't reason with them is because they're too fucking afraid to do something about the shit that they talk about on a daily basis.
You know what's the beautiful thing about, and I don't want to get too biblical, but like if you go into the Old Testament, there was a separation of people that are pedophiles and whatnot from people who were civilized, right? These people didn't exist together. So now we have a world where these people are in power, but they're in hiding. So they have all the power, but yet they hide their system. But now it's slowly coming out. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, these are atheistic, hedonistic people that run this world and run the countries that we live in. So we have to put up with what they do.
And I think that's only possible because in our natural state, like as God-fearing human beings, with a normal set of morals. We're not. I don't think we're into trying to take over, into propagating a message. I think we just live. We just are. We just are what we are, right? But then there's this, and it only takes a small virus, a small section of people that think, no, I want to control. No, I want to. Like they'll actively do that and actively do what nobody else would think to do. And this is how they would hoard all the shit that no one else normally wouldn't think of hoarding. This is how you get that kind of power, because nobody in their right mind actually wants or cares about controlling that many variables.
And to be honest, I don't want to live amongst these people. You know what I'm saying? If I could be separate and have a continent all to myself, or with people that believe the same way or know the same way, I would want to be separate because these people are evil. I mean, they really are. And they have an agenda and they have ways about it. I don't want to be near transvestites, none of that stuff. Sorry. It's just not me. I mean, I want to be around people who are human beings who act normal and understand that this is normal behavior. You know what I'm saying? Not some subhuman shit that is disgusting and deplorable behavior. I don't want to be around any of that stuff. But you can't get away from it now.
Right. It's everywhere. Everywhere you go.
And they're trying to change your children. Have you seen some of the show? Dude, somebody showed me some crap about, I forgot what it was, for 2-year-olds. They're having like certain shows now for kids. They're just trying to take over everything about who you are and what your kids are gonna be, and they're just trying to mind warp everybody, man. It's crazy.
Now, think about it. We're all into the rhetoric, right? And we always get caught up in the rhetoric. But the common denominator that I see that they do with their propagation, they first teach you how to think, which is why I'm always bringing up logical fallacies, because it doesn't matter what rhetoric you're using, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. That logical inconsistency is going to manifest in as many combinations as the language will allow. But the same problem is going to persist, that same logical inconsistency or that same logical fallacy that they've been taught to use. So when kids are like, huh? Well, I know I'm a boy and I know a girl is somebody that doesn't have what I have, but I have to consider the opposite of that sometimes. Well, you just allowed yourself to double think and therefore double speak versus it just being what it is. And how many different ways can a person double speak? Think about it. That's just one fallacy out of them all. This is what they're actually teaching us to do, is to think illogically. And it doesn't really have anything to do with any of the language. That's the part we're missing.
Well, they just want your kids.
Did he break up, or is my
Yeah, I
my
broke up.
service
They're
bad?
trying to get you to think that this is normal behavior, that a boy can be a girl or a girl can be a boy, stuff like that. That's what they're doing to the kids now, without your consent.
Literally without your consent. As a matter of fact, like we already knew what it was when the internet came about. Like let's keep it real. I was wondering, I wonder how this kind of world is gonna pan out with all of this like free porn and shit. Oh, one of the women that I'm talking to right now, she has a young boy, and she just said she had to discipline him because no matter how many times she talks to him, no matter how many times she grounds him, no matter how many times she disciplines him, he keeps on sneaking porn. Like He's not showing his siblings or anything like that. Not doing any. Well, to be honest, he's doing exactly what I was doing, except he has the internet at his fingertips now. But like the idea that like a kid is feverishly looking for a way to porn is kind of.
All right, let me put it this way though. Like, yes, he's an adolescent child, right? And mom's watching. But let's say you're a grown adult and you're watching a porn site from here and there, time to time, right? Like, I know we shouldn't be doing that, but I think most males probably are doing that, right? So, what if your wife was tapping into your fucking phone and checking out what you were checking out and all that stuff? Like, it's not their place. It really isn't.
To look at the porn you're looking at.
Yeah, to monitor
well,
use and
well,
whatever else and
let's say it's a conversation, and I do believe it's a conversation because it's just another consensual agreement between one another. Now, I got in trouble
in every relationship.
I was.
If your wife is putting out all the time and you're like, you know, totally happy sexually, you know, like great, but like a lot of wives aren't in the mood most of the time, you know, like
yeah, but is it most people? No, you know, okay. Here's my take, because again, like people lie, people lie to themselves because of what? Because of this worldview that actually the Catholics have given us. Go figure. No, I do want to fuck everything, even when I'm madly in love with my girl. You know why? Because I was madly in love with pizza when I was young, but I also liked ice cream. I also like cheeseburgers. I also like other things. That's what humans do. Like things. And they get tired of monotonous things. That's why we have the word boredom. This is why people cheat, because they're trying to be something that maybe they don't feel like being. Now, morally, I've never cheated because I don't like that feeling. I don't like the feeling of lying to someone. First of all of the girls I've ever dealt with, I never had to lie to get in the sheets. Like I'll straight up be like, so I wanted to have sex with you. So are we doing that or not? I don't know. Oh, you don't know? It's fine. We're not doing it. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's cool. And they'll be like, no. It's I want to. Let's do it. Hold your horse. Like it's never been that's what we want to do. We want to fuck. Like, so when we get with each other and it's like more of a connection, is more than fucking, it's like, okay, you enjoy that. And you're with somebody and it's like, okay, cool. But guess what? It gets boring. So what do you want to do? Fuck someone else. You don't want to be with that person. You just want to fuck something new because you do. Everybody who's listening to this right now, if you're like, no, I don't. You know why? You know why? Hold, no, stop. Eli's not done. So, you want to know the opposite end of that? When Eli, the freak, that's what I am. I got into all the time monogamous relationship, right? And guess what happens? Because I can't fuck other people, I'm fine with not fucking you because we've done that already.
You know what's terrible is women sense that shit. So like single women.
But listen to what I'm trying to get somewhere, Lou. You give me some Lou.
No, I'm just talking about the temptation. The temptation builds because of this.
Forget the temptation. I'm talking about when there is no temptation, because that's also a thing. So when I got to the point that I had no temptation in other women, my sexual drive and desire went away. Now, I could do it at the drop of a dime if my ex wanted to. But the whole point is, when I wasn't getting it from multiple places, I didn't want to do it with her every day, 4 times a day. After a while, it was like, fam, we can watch this movie. Fam, we can do some spring cleaning. Fam, we can go get dinner, have a great time, laugh, and have all the jokes and other reasons that I love you, and fully go to sleep and cuddle and be fine. Like that's what happens. And you know what happens to the other person? Because often it's the man that's in that position because the woman feels like that. I became that person. And there are many other men who became that person because okay, that's not important. But I knew a lot of females who were happy with their men, but they were just bored because something was missing now. They love the dudes that are quote unquote fuckboys, the ones that's cheating on them or talking to other. That's exciting. The moment it's just that shit is boring. Like, and nobody wants to keep it real. The bottom line is you could choose monogamy if you want, but then sex is not important after you get into that lifestyle and you're used to it, or you're gonna want to fuck multiple people.
Yeah,
There's
what
no.
about? But have you started a family yet? Like, what about once you start having children and shit like that? Like,
Yeah,
monogamy
sex
might be
becomes
more.
not important. That's the point. Monogamy equals sex being less important. That's the point. But the problem is, oftentimes than not, that change happens for one person before it happens for the other person. It doesn't happen to both people at the same time, even though one of you motherfuckers is lying about wanting to be faithful.
Dude, I didn't even deny. I'm truthful. Like I said, like there's always that. There's always that. Like the kink in your head. You know, you're like damn, like I could get that. You know, like no matter what. You might act on it, you might not, but either way, you're turned on by it.
Oh, that brings us to the porn point, right? So why was I okay with not having sex all the time? Well, because my substitute was masturbation. Now, when it got into the whole conversation of what are you jerking off to, who are you jerking off to, I'm like, wait a minute, that matters? So, because if that's the case, then are you telling me that I can only masturbate and fantasize to you, and you can only fantasize and play with yourself to me? Is
And
that what you want?
don't fall for the double standard there either, because women will try to play that shit on you, but they can buy like dildos that look like children's toys, like caterpillars and shit, at Walgreens. And they carry the shit in their purse. They have them disguised as lipstick and all kinds of stuff. They're fucking masturbating all the time without your knowledge. But then they will hold you to this, like, why are you doing that without me?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because ultimately, monogamy it's doable and it becomes very easy, but it's hard in the world we live in and how people, because if you and your person is happy but y'all are not having sex, and you go on a double date or you go out to a party with where the rest of your like your friends are, maybe they're new couples, maybe there's newlyweds, maybe there's whatever, everybody's going to be at a different part of their journey. And the moment somebody else talks about how much sex they're getting, that's when problems happen for you. Start wondering, well, why aren't we having? Why are we doing? Why blah 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 blah? Like, but that's the problem. Like, we're always worried about what everybody else is doing. That's another roadblock on top of everything else. And it's like, either be monogamous and let that be the standard, or don't and let that be the standard, not subjective between you and the other party. Like, I don't know, man. It should be easy. Like my friend, she's so jealous, so jealous. But when she would tell me, she would have problems. How should I get this guy to act right? How should I do this? How should I do that? And she would tell me the things that she said, and I was like, damn, you really said that? She's like, yeah. I'm like, you don't understand how you saying that about because in her case, she was threatening to sleep around with a woman. But because we grew up in New York, it's like accepted that women can go ahead and sleep with each other. And that's not cheating, and that's fine.
Dude, no, for some reason,
Um,
no. For some reason, they think that that's cool, like, or even to use as a threat, like, not that they really are gonna do it, or they might, but
but
no.
the people like me, it's like we grew up
Obviously, they're
not
still
caring.
no. Oh,
We like
you don't
a
really
person.
you don't care. You don't care. Like, fuck that.
No,
Like,
no, I don't.
I,
But I
I'm
expressed
gonna
to
call
her,
you a
but I
liar.
expressed to
I'm
her
gonna
that
call you a liar. I guarantee you, if I press hard enough, I'll find that you're lying.
no, because even if it was a guy, I don't care either. Depends on our relationship. Because first of all, dog, let me tell you, 9 out of 10 times, because of my experience and what I've been told, you're not gonna fuck somebody better than me. So good luck. But but if that wasn't the case, it's like, what are we gonna do? Get hung up on who does what better? Like, it's like, who cares? So your person slept with somebody like they did before they met you. Who cares? Unless you're in a monogamous relationship.
Dude,
Then
yeah,
I
like,
only care
no.
because you
If,
lied.
you, if you're,
But then if we have verbal agreements, then I'm not mad that you slept with another guy or another girl.
look,
I'm mad that you to my face told me I only want you, but you were dead ass
there's
lying.
pretty basic rules. Like, traditionally, like, if you're married, like, there's no sleeping around. Like, everybody can understand that one. That's pretty obvious,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Um, if you are sharing a home, ah, like, you might be able to get away with cheating, but you're gonna fucking move out, right?
Right. So the whole
Right.
you're gonna be displaced. Something is just gonna cause more, like, especially if you have a family, kids, and then you got like aunts and uncles that come over for holidays or you can't be jeopardizing that. Like,
Yeah, once you know their whole family, now you got more on the line. Once you've had a baby and you're not married, holy shit! Like, you might as well be married. It's the same rules apply. It's just a tax fucking thing. Is at that point that's the difference. You know, like, um, yeah, but like there's a lot of rules that come into play at each stage of that. Like, so if you're sharing a house with somebody, most likely you're not allowed to sleep around. Okay. Like, if it happens, you don't have a kid, that sucks. You know, you trusted that person. But you'll move on. If you have a kid with that person and you're raising a family, whether or not it's legal or not, damn, dude, that's some hardcore shit. You don't go do that. Like,
yeah,
but
you gotta have an understanding. You gotta be honest at the end of the day. It's very easy to be honest. People are just afraid that people will reject their position. No, you got to put it out there, and you should be with someone who accepts your position. That makes life a lot easier. That's why Eli, very happy in that department. Now, I didn't get married like I wanted to my last, but I'm not out here being really stressed out because of the things that I've been doing behind closed doors. That's actually a lot on your fucking conscience. I don't understand how people cheat, get caught. And that feeling, the just yes, I'm sure the people who've gotten cheated on, that feels bad. It feels very bad when you lie to someone and they find out and you didn't tell them and you didn't fix it. They found out about it. That shit hurts. Well, I mean, unless you're like some kind of narcissist or something.
No, I'm just saying, like, you tried to pretend. Trust me, it's still pretending. Like, you don't care if you get cheated on. Like, bullshit. Everybody cares.
No. I care if I get lied to. I don't care if a girl wants to fuck some other person. That I don't care about. It depends. If we're in a relationship and it's monogamous and you cheat, yes, I'm going to be upset.
The whole monogamous versus poly or whatever it would be like that's only an argument of cheaters, honestly. Like,
well, you know what's funny? I've been in the swing lifestyle as a single. Single is basically somebody that's not like coming in with their significant other. And I found out that they're even more jealous and more territorial than just regular couples. Like shit gets real dirty in that arena.
Dude, I've been the one. I've been the one who a girl cheated with. I don't know, a few different bases. It always felt dirty. And then later on, I got cheated on, and I understood how. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, right. Because we've been on both sides. Yeah. Yeah.
The last number?
Like if I would have got cheated on, it'd be like, I get it. That's why I'm saying the things that I'm talking about. I'm sure I got bored. I'm sure I got bored. It is what it is. You know, you know what they call guys that actually want to do the right thing, the good guy, the nice guy. They don't want that. They're like, can I get the bad boy who treats me nice? Yet the bad boy is the one that doesn't treat you nice. That's what you like. I don't know why. All I know is when I'm not monogamous, that's when shit's all, I love you, just be with me, but I don't care, but I do care, but I blah, blah, blah. But when I'm the guy that's like, I don't really want all these women. I just want you.
Well, I mean, you're still a younger dude. You're still a younger dude, so I totally get where you're coming from. But what I'm
I've
saying
only been with older women. I don't like young girls. I don't like girls my age.
That doesn't matter. Your perspective has to do with you and your experience and your age. So
maybe. Well, not maybe. Definitely. You're right. That's true.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, a big part of you being a male who you got a lot of shit going on, like at a young age, like you really want to fucking spread that fucking seed and shit. Right? Like every male does. You got a lot of testosterone built up.
Yeah, but I got tired of that at like 26, 27. I'm 33 now.
Okay, yeah, you're not that young. Yeah.
Can I be heard?
I've been tired of that. And I'm not like, it's crazy. Like, but there are a lot of guys that'll be like, oh, I had sex with thousands. I had sex with hundreds. Like, nah, fam. Like, I had the opportunity to have sex with hundreds, maybe thousands of women. One because of my attempted career choice, but I was at least around a lot of celebrities and women and all of that. And then there were the other things like the swing life and all of the other stuff. I had the potential to fuck a lot of women. I was very modest with that. And even still, I got really bored because really, honestly, I'm a relationship guy. But I'm not a serial dater though. Because like when I find somebody that I really like, I give them a good hard try. 4, 5, 6 years. I just wish it went longer, but I can't get past that 5, 6 year mark.
Yeah, but I guess here's what I was kind of getting at is like eventually if you keep doing that, you're gonna get some just random person pregnant. Like,
Nah, I did that already at 18. I've been very good at
what I mean,
been very good at not having a second.
Yeah.
I have one daughter, and that's it. I don't have to make nobody get abortions or nothing. I know what I'm doing with my joint, and I'm very careful with it. That's why I don't have a lot of babies running around like some of my cousins or some of my family.
Challenge
So
accepted.
you're not based. Gotcha.
Well,
yeah, that's what some of my boys did. Challenge accepted. I think I got like 7 kids.
My point I was leading into is once you do have a child with a person, like it's going to change your whole perspective. Like your goals change. Your like it's no longer about you. It's about them. You know what I'm saying?
Is that when you became Eeyore, or was it before that?
Dude, I'm like all world. I'm a little bit of all worlds. Let's say that. Like I can be an Eeyore, but I can also be like real, and I can also be positive from time to time. But that's right. So
Yeah, all you have to do, all you have to do is just you go around the back, and there's an optimism switch in the back of his head. You just flick that. Oh, so whenever you tell it flipped it. It flipped the switch when you bumped your head, bro.
Can I be heard okay? Mic check.
We hear you.
Yeah, so the thing about the young girl often mistakes the bad guy as the badass, the guy who would actually protect her in a fight and maybe even lose a couple of teeth, to keep her purse from getting stolen or his partner from getting stolen. So that's the problem. The young girl often can't differentiate between the bad guy and the badass.
Yeah, I think it's much more like women are just attracted to people that aren't like cucks.
It was hard to hear you, Larry.
This is why historically societies have recognized that giving children the free rights to just marry or be with whoever they want to is a stupid idea.
For sure. I can see that. But you know what? I have a slightly
Hold on, before you go on, bro. Before you go on.
All right, go ahead.
So we all grew up with Disney, most of us, and we all remember these movies that was about the princess finding love. And it always was that the princess bucked her father to find the hero, right? And only now, with wisdom, do we see how this was subversion of the family. This idea that a woman should be in absolute rebellion against her father and just marry the street rat. Because let me be clear, the street rat doesn't have a genie in a bottle in real life.
Yeah. So now,
street.
Oh, was you breaking up or?
No, it's going too far. You're a street rat, and you'll die a street.
So I have a slightly different take on the bad guys, good guys thing. And I totally agree with it because I'm a bad guy, but I'm not a bad guy at all. But for whatever reason, women label me as a bad guy. And I realize, okay, there's a bit of a mislabeling going on. So what women are actually attracted to are non-socially awkward dudes who know how to talk to them, who may reject authority or any kind of authoritative stance and have their own opinions and own subjective opinions about life, reality, what they want to do versus a structured guy, the good guy, who is socially awkward instead of like the bad guy who doesn't really care about a woman's approval, the good guy who is seeking the woman's approval to court her, to mate with her. These are the different kinds of approaches, and women don't like the approach where the guy is in that scenario, the one that's socially awkward, but still has standards. So she's expected to do X, Y, and Z because he lays out that list, tells her what he wants, but other than giving her the structure, isn't really personable. Isn't really relatable. Isn't really emotionally, he's emotionally selfish because he's goal oriented and she's a goal. Versus a bad guy who seems to be flying by the seat of his pants, has big goals to make it big, but no actual structure or any plan to get there, but has some kind of burning desire and ambition. So that's all it is. It's not really the bad guy who's going to smack her up and beat her up versus the good guy who's the Prince Charming. That's not really what the argument is about. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I've got another perspective again. I think that the idea that you've got like good guys and bad guys, I don't think it's correct. But certainly, I think that you get confident and unconfident in various aspects. And so I think a lot of what you touched on is correct. If a woman gives you shit and you just put up with it, she's going to lose attraction for you. Because if you can't even deal with her bullshit, how are you going to protect her from other people's bullshit, right? So there's all these kinds of games that go on. But in a more kind of like meta sense, yeah. If you're a confident guy and you know what you want and you know how to get it and you know you can interact with her but you don't put up with her bullshit, all that kind of stuff, then of course that's going to be attractive because that's really what she's looking for. At least in my experience.
Yeah, I personally, with my women career, I've never stood for any shit. So if they're going to stop playing shit, I'm fucking off. That's the way I've always been. But I always put them number one. They've always been number one on my list. That way they can't complain. I don't want complaints. Yeah, my career with women, it's always been.
Your career.
Yes, my career with women, it's always been, they've been number one. They've always been number one, but I stand for no shit. I don't want any complaints. As soon as you start complaining, what's going on? Are you not satisfied? What's going down? Thank you very much. So it's always been, I've always kept it real. And keep it real, you have no problems. I'm 60 now, so I'm satisfied.
If you said you were going to cook them a steak and you gave them a chicken chow mein, then I think they've probably got every right to explain.
Well, no, but if I'm going to give them a steak, they get a steak. That's me. I cook them what they want. That's not a problem. I love cooking. So that's not a problem. That's why I said I keep it very, very real. I'm a realist. I don't fuck about. I don't mess around. And they know that.
Okay then, brother. So if she asks if she's fat in these jeans, what do you say?
Again?
Well, is she fat?
Say that again.
If she asks, do I look fat in these jeans? What do you say?
I say you look lovely, darling, as always.
Is it a fat with an FAT or is it a PHAT?
I don't think we've got enough AI. We haven't got enough information. Is she actually fat? Or
well, yeah, that's a good point. But you see, if she is, and you say you look lovely, maybe she actually was testing you because she wants you to curtail her fatness.
Yeah, because
if you say you look lovely, but think about it. If you say you look lovely, right, and then it gives her an excuse to not work out, and she wants to, and she wants you to help motivate her, but she doesn't want to tell you, right? So how are you going to pass that test? Think about it.
No, I would have told her beforehand that, well, you're gaining a little bit of pounds here. You're going to do some workout with me. You know, she would have known all this. Like I said, I keep it real anyway. So, because I don't like these subtle innuendo questions that they have, so I try to keep my life simple. If she's gaining weight, I'd say you're putting on weight, but it's not going to turn me off my woman. You know, that's it. So, you know, okay, you need to do some workout, do some workout. If you don't, never mind. You've got to. I'm a man who commits. So I've seen the beauty. If she's losing it, I'll say, look, well, you know, I mean, I don't like that hairstyle. So, you know, it's not what I call, it doesn't suit you as far as I'm concerned, but who am I, eh? Just keep it real.
Well, that's a good point, brother, because in my experience, women are absolutely disgusted with guys who can't tell them what they actually think about things and try to say what they think the woman wants to hear.
Yeah, no, I just
as simple as what do you want for dinner? If you don't have a good answer, you're gonna get roasted.
I'm usually the one that's cooking dinner anyway. You know, in my previous relationships, my wife cooks dinner more often now because she's cooking for the kids. I like to cook my food myself after work because I like cooking one and I want it fresh, and it's therapy for me, a way of relaxing when I chop up all the ingredients, and I really love cooking. So my wife doesn't have to cook for me, but she cooks for the kids. So, and then sometimes I cook for the family as well, weekends. But in my previous relationships, I was always the one cooking anyway. So I didn't mind. Occasionally they would cook, but so what's for dinner? I've already done it. And I got my cooking kind of like motivation from watching cooking programs on TV and reading all those women's magazines in the cooking section. I was the guy that read all the women's magazines. So I'm working out what they need, what they find important, what they like, their dislikes. You pick it up all in the women's magazines. And the reason I had access to the women's magazines was because I was delivering them all around the West End as a courier. We had to, so Mary Claire and all the other ones, Condé Nast and all these other women. Yeah, I was right in there with it all. Yep. I've got some from the 90s. I brought them with me to Japan. I've got them here. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
You know what a socially awkward man would say to that? No need. I'm a man that's gonna naturally attract women that blah 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 blah. But you know what? I read a whole bunch of those. If you think that shit doesn't help,
Yeah, so now that he's confessed, meanwhile, Claire, listening in, is like, that's where all the coupons went.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, I've got two women's weekly magazines. These were very popular in the 70s. They peaked in the 70s, Women's Weekly. Now, I've got two that were from Australia, cooking books that I use here in Japan. One is stir fry, and the other ones are all kinds of stews and hot pots. So,
Can I have those back?
Yeah, I use them regularly. So, you know, those women's magazines are good, man. I remember I made a parsley sauce, okay, for this vegetable, broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, and then this kind of like a parsley sauce had to go on the top, okay. The only problem with the parsley sauce, there was a lot of fat going into this thing, and I thought, fuck, man, I don't want to eat this fat. So I halved everything where the fat's concerned, and I thought that the sauce was going to taste disgusting. To my delight and surprise, it was perfect. And I learned something. I learned something that day, that you don't always have to follow what the menu, the ingredients and the procedure. You don't have to. You can actually tinker around and twist it and change it to your liking, and it would still come out perfect. I learned a big lesson that day. So yeah, I made this vegetable dish for my girlfriend and that, and the parsley sauce was the king of the you know, went down beautifully. Yeah. Gin, you know, and grated cheese on top, black pepper or wine. I like red wine, she liked white wine, so we had them all there. And yeah, that was great. You know? I'm that kind of guy. I can cook and entertain. No problem. I don't hurry. I'm not a hurried cooker, though. Don't hurry it. Everything's done methodically. No panic, no rush, no hassle. Best results that way.
Jen, on a scale of 1 to getting yelled at by Chef Ramsay, how good a cook are you?
Oh, yeah, Ramsay. I'm gonna get shouted at. I'm gonna get shouted at. There's no. In fact, he'll probably throw me out. Throw me out the window. I like Ramsay. I mean, when he did the British and then he went to America, and he was finding all these things stuck in the back of the fridge, and wow, man. The US
You ever
and
wonder,
Ukraine
like,
as well.
some of these characters, like, you imagine if they were in the Flat Earth debate? Like, can you imagine Ramsay on Nathan Oakley show?
Wow. Yeah, that would be something to see.
Isn't that the thrombus?
What I found really entertaining about Ramsay is that he'll go in there and he's always on the upbeat. Always on the upbeat. But as soon as something's gone wrong, you know instantly. You know, like the woman brings the food down, he's thinking, yeah, nice, looks good, you like that. One touch in his mouth, it stops, he grabs the serviette, he wipes his mouth and he slides that thing out the way. Shows you exactly what he thinks of it. Yeah, he's really good. He was really good, man. And they took their time to get it together and they worked hard. And he took just one taste, serviette. Oh, wow, that was awful. I wouldn't offer that to my enemy, he says. Yeah. Ramsay, man. Yeah, I did like him. Used to watch all his stuff, man. Good chef.
I also liked Bar Rescue. That was a good one.
Yeah. Oh, I liked Anthony Bourdain, you know, No Reservations, and the other one that he did. Those were really good. You know Anthony Bourdain, you know who I mean?
Yeah, didn't he have one called Parts Unknown or something like that? Yeah, Parts Unknown.
That's the one. Parts Unknown, and then the other one was No Reservation. Parts Unknown was he was traveling all over the world, just going all over the place. That was good. That when I heard he died, that mysterious death, I thought, what was he? What happened? Strangled by the door handle. I mean, what happened, man? What happened? What's the story on Anthony Bourdain? Well, I mean, was he involved in all this paedophilia nonsense? What happened?
He was involved with Parts Unknown.
He was going to reveal the flat earth truth to his cooking.
Yeah, I couldn't understand this. Committing suicide over the door handle. Fucking hell, really? Because his shows
That
were
was,
really
dude, brother. That was the plot of World's Greatest Dad. A movie.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, somebody dying by strangling themselves with a door handle.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's a very odd movie.
It's a strange way to kill yourself as well, really. Just come on. Door handle? Is it? That just doesn't seem normal.
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to be talking about stuff.
Yeah, sorry about
that's one of those things.
That's right.
Yeah. He was a good chef, though. He was a good cook, should I say.
What are you saying? Gordon Ramsay's gone?
No, Bourdain.
Oh, Anthony Bourdain?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was good.
Yeah. He was on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. Didn't realise that until the death happened. And then back in the 70s, I used to watch the program called Galloping Gourmet. I don't know if you ever saw that. Galloping Gourmet. He was really good, he was. Because he'd be cooking
I remember that.
Yeah, he'd be cooking in front of the audience, because he's a British guy. He was I think he was a chef in the Navy. Okay, and then he started his own program, this Galloping Gourmet thing. But and he's cooking it, and you're in anticipation and that. And he'd always choose somebody from the audience to enjoy the meal with him, right? And you could look at the audience looking like, who's he going to pick today? It was really good. I used to watch that every day. I used to watch that during the summer holidays. Back in the 70s, I used to watch that every day. Yeah, the Galloping Gourmet. Great chef he was. So I could see where my cooking influences came from, not just from my parents or from going to school or from my friends' mums and dads, but also these programs would be on TV, you see. Can't cook, won't cook. I'm sure Crypto would remember this one. Can't cook, won't cook. Do you remember that one? That was a good program. Good chef cooking program. Aimed at the men who couldn't really cook. Can't cook, won't cook, the title in itself. But yeah, that was a good one. I used to watch that. Got a few recipes out of that. The one that I use a lot is the Moroccan breakfast. That was a good one that I got from that program. Moroccan breakfast. Yeah, really nice. So I never had problems with my women in my career with women. I was always serious. Don't like fucking around. Don't take the piss. Don't fuck me up, and we can be okay. Simple, really, because I'm not into playing games. You're always number one, and if you're in number one position and you're still complaining, get the fuck out of here. Shit! Don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. Here in Japan, right? When I used to take the kids to the nursery, I always had the child lock on, okay? So that they wouldn't open the door when you're driving down the road. Suddenly the back door's open, them little buggers. So we had to set the child locks on, okay? Now, when I take my wife out, I'd always have, and she'd be sitting in the back, I'd always have to get out the car and open the door for her to get out. My neighbours and some of the people around used to think I was a right gentleman. Right? They used to call me like a gentleman because I opened the door for my wife. They didn't realise it was because the bloody child lock was on. When we told them, they went, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah, we got the child lock on, that's why." I used to think I was a gentleman because I opened the door to let my wife out the car. I laughed when I heard that. I said, "No, the child lock is on because of the children." And she's, yeah. What a gentleman you are. Really? So when is ladies' night? How many hours to go? Be on by now.
Ladies' night has been basically postponed. I think they're working on something. They want to bring it back, but they're trying to get it together.
All right, so it's not on tonight then?
No, it hasn't been for quite a while. So, no, it's just like business as usual. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was still on, and they were doing a great. No, I thought they were doing a brilliant job when they were having it. I always mark them high. 9 8s and 9s out of 10s. I thought they did a grand job. I think if you try to put too much into it, then you can get what's the word? Disillusioned and confused, perhaps. But I thought they had the perfect recipe. When the women were there, they kind of like elected either Mary Mum or one of the other women who were there to like be the main adjudicator, if you will. But the fact that they dated the men, and it was great. I couldn't fault it at all, really. Most of the time, they had it under control.
I kind of think you're cherry picking though. Like, yeah, there was good times and there was bad times. Like, for a while, they were having trouble getting people to speak up, and they didn't have much to talk about or a game plan or so like that's why it faded away. It might not come back, but if it does, I'm hoping that they can get a real good game plan going.
Yeah.
Are there any other ladies here right now?
Not really. I think you might be the only one.
I am. Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Jackie.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
Hey, there you go. Possibility.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, just listening to the guys talk about, what women want.
Oh.
Well, I've always put women on a high pedestal. I've always done that. So that's always been my way. I'm coming from the fact that women have had a hard time with it in man's world. That's always been my persona, my position. Always.
It is ladies, and there are two of them. I would like their perspective as we go to the background, if they don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies, speak your mind. The floor is yours. Think about what the men were saying.
I wasn't here earlier, so.
She has no clue what's been going on. I just, they've just been, going back and forth about what women want, maybe in relationships and a bunch of different areas.
Oh, talking about the dating. And all that.
Yeah.
That's what ladies talk about in the bathroom, right?
I just was. It was fun to be a fly on the wall. Is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
It's those meetings that we're not privy to. Yeah.
That was a sober PG version, by the way, as well.
I'm sure it was. But it was very interesting. I really just love to hear like the opposite sex perspective of each other, vice versa. Like even when there's a bunch of women in a room talking about what guys want, and there's no guys in the room, I'm like, maybe we should ask. I don't know, a guy.
Yeah.
You know what I think we really want around here, honestly, if that's the question, we want an outspoken woman, somebody who doesn't give a shit, who really speaks her mind and really knows what she's talking about, like standing on her own 2 feet. That's what we want. Like all of us, we're looking for that.
See, there you go. And we want the exact same thing. I mean, you just want someone open, honest, that's not gonna fucking feed you bullshit, blow smoke up your ass, and just love you. I mean,
I guess beyond that would be like where we come in disagreement, right? Like, so you might think one way and I might think another, and we're both very stubborn, right? Very stubborn. But how do you handle that situation? Are you willing to are you willing to see it their way, or are you going to say no, get the fuck out of my face?
well, I think it's about finding the right person for you, and that's what dating and all that stuff is about. Like, because you have to find the yin to your yang, right? And I think people get misconstrued when they're like, oh yeah, opposites attract. And I think it's true, and I think it's true for a reason, because you really need someone to be the complement to your lack, right? And that's what really makes a good whole working, wheel, right? Like if two people are trying to be the power, then there always has to be a submissive person and there has to be a dominant person. It's just the way it goes, a feminine energy, a masculine energy, and it works. Then the wheel turns. When you have two dominants, and you're always gonna fight, you're always gonna battle, you're always gonna, but when you find that sync, when you find that vibe, that groove, that's when it works. That's why you do want an opposite. You want someone that's going to push you when you're going to be shy, that's going to push you out there to be less shy. And, the other person to pull the person back when, like, yo, you're going a little too far, bring it down a notch. Like, it's the person that brings out the best in you, right? That can balance you out and you can balance them out. And that's what it's about. It's becoming a whole unit with the two halves, right?
I as a man, I was lucky as a child. Some kids may not have thought I was lucky because I had to do the laundry. I had to prepare the food so my mother could cook it when she came back from work. I had to do the cleaning, wash the dishes, do the laundry, wash my dad's overalls, clean out the bathroom, clean out the toilet, clean out the kitchen. So these things had to be done. Then I went into the Army Cadets for 3 years. Then I did a stint in the Royal Engineers for 2 years. So as a man, I was independent. There isn't a thing a woman can do for me. I don't need a woman to sew my socks, clean my clothes, do the cooking. I can do the whole thing and do the plumbing, the electrics, the mechanical side of things. So independent, I can do that. So I was always looking for a woman who is going to be economical in the approach of what we're going to do. And I don't want to be wasting electric, water. That stuff means a lot to me. That's what was important. So if a woman was going to be with me, she had to understand that we're going to be a team. I can do the cooking and the cleaning and stuff like that. So you're going to have an easy time of it.
Yeah, but if you're in a dating situation, it kind of limits you a lot. If you're going to say, "Look, I'm going to be in charge of this and that," I'm going to be in charge of this and that, and you have to do the few things I'm not good at.
Are you married now?
There's nothing I wasn't good at. That was me, you see.
Are you married now?
Yeah. Sorry?
Are you married now?
Yes.
Okay. So you found the person that fits those qualities.
Yeah. This Japanese woman, because I'm in Japan here, this Japanese was very impressed because most Japanese men cannot do what I do. It's the first thing she said. I said, well, this is how I am. I want these things done properly. I don't want to be wasting water. I don't want to hear anything about wasting electric, gas. These stuff cost money, and I don't want to be wasting it. As long as we can get that sorted out, and we can go out and enjoy ourselves, we can get married and we can get it on. And we've got 4 boys. So now they're learning about economizing now, especially now that things are tight. So, yeah. But that's how I've always been, though. From the age of 18, I've always been that serious. I always put women as number one. And if you're going to complain when you're number one and you're there, then you cannot be with me. So that's how it is. And I can do everything myself anyway. So whoever I always thought, whoever gets me is going to have an easy time of it because I can do.
Maybe you're Superman, but like for me, I'm like I know I'm lacking at certain things. Like
no, I'm not lacking in anything.
I don't know. It sounds like whatever woman gets him is gonna have such an easy time.
Yeah, that I'm being honest. I'm not lacking in anything because I do the cleaning. I did do the changing of the boys' nappies, their diapers. I did take over from like 9:30 in the evening till 6 in the morning. I had the baby and my wife was in another room recovering, so that it was my turn. I had to do my shift. I wanted to do that so there would be no postnatal depression, which I know is a thing. I didn't want that to happen to my wife. So of course I wanted to do that. And I'm a night owl anyway, so I did that shift. It was easy. Easy. And that's because I wanted to do that, yeah? Conscious, positive decision.
It's. I mean, maybe Japan's culture worked out great for
No,
you
that's Jim's culture.
because being a
Nothing to do with
narcissist is
Japan.
kind of what you're describing, dude. Like,
Mm.
and I like it, but you're
Nothing to do with Japan. Nothing to do with the country I was in. It's me. Me. I made those conscious decisions. I could have made it in Timbuktu. I'd
all
still
right.
be that
All
person.
right, but you're
Nothing to
getting
do with the
angry.
country.
You're getting angry. Did I call you out?
No, you just said that because a Japanese thing, and that's just a typical not thinking properly here. You assumed. Don't
No,
assume.
there's a lot of.
What I'm trying to say to you is that everything that I've told you was because of my parents' upbringing. The upbringing that I got from my parents prepared me very well.
I think
Plus
what
the
he was
military
saying
side of
was
it.
is that you had to leave outside of your culture to find what you were looking for. You were
Any
looking
woman
for a
would do this.
specific type, and you found it in the culture that you're in now because it didn't work where you were at.
Well, it's not the culture. It's not the culture at all. That's not. I'm in love with my wife because of who she is, not the culture. That's got nothing to do with it. Again, it's the person, isn't it? The culture is a bonus, of course, but it's the person, isn't it? The person. That's what it is. The person. And me, I was brought up a certain
We
way.
can agree to disagree.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the culture does make some part of it, but
It
then
makes
again,
it. I mean, it does.
I'm bringing my African slash British slash European to Japan, and then I'm blending that in and making something else. I take their food and take it to the next level. That's what I do. The Japanese people have commented in the way I cook their foods and change it slightly.
Like a German geneticist, very proud. The Buddhist concentration with the black African athleticism.
Exactly. Yeah. So when I say I put women number one, that's because, like I said, I think women have had a hard time of it, and I don't want any complaints. I don't want any hassle. So let's put them at number one, so they're getting sorted out. I'm happy with that situation. They're happy, and we move together.
Right. Well, then let me ask you. So, like you say, you're good at everything. So, like,
Yeah.
what are your wife's responsibilities?
Well, okay. So let's say daily responsibility. She gets up. I'm up early. I'm doing the washing and the laundry. She's up. She prepares the breakfast for the kids. Okay. And then she gets ready. She goes to work. I go to work. So when I get back, which is right here where I am, I will prepare some of the food that they're going to cook, and then she'll cook for the kids. I've then done the laundry. I've cleaned up the kitchen. I've taken out the rubbish, which happens twice a week. You know? Yeah. Simple. Remember, 23 years now.
Are you trying to tell me that you're such a great man that your wife has basically no responsibility?
Well, she works. She pays the bills. I pay the bills. What risk she brings up the kids. I bring up the kids. We share everything. Everything's shared.
Okay. Yeah. No. Well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we both have a
You
responsibility
better not complain.
to bring the children up. Of course, even the children know certain things. You know, I've always said to them that if you're not satisfied and something is wrong, always speak out. Okay, so if daddy's doing something that you don't like, maybe daddy's forgotten something, speak up. Okay, you know, and they do if I do, but I don't really do anything in the way that they need to. They're happy. You know,
And you don't
because I
consider
realise time is short, time is precious. We're being fucked off by the governments around the world here, right? So the last thing I'm going to do is jeopardise my children's affection and the way they're going to be. I've got to give them the best I can, and I've done that because I know what's going on out there. So they haven't had any reason to complain about their dad, is what I'm saying. I'm glad. When I've got money, you can have it. When I don't have it, you can't have it, obviously. Okay. They know this. So they know the financial situation. Yeah. And then they also realise that they have to make things last. You know, money doesn't grow on trees. So, you know, that's why when you do the washing, don't wash one garment. I've done the laundry for my family for 52 years. I've never washed one item in my life.
Let me ask you this: do you ever have to remind your spouse that you're perfectly capable without them?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you ever have to remind them that you are perfectly capable without them?
No, I don't do that. No, I've never done that.
Because that's the way you're presenting it to me.
No, they've never ever said that, because that's not how we live. We all work together as a team, and that's how we live. So, you know, they're currently still going to school. So, you know, that's their responsibility is to study hard and get your exams passed. They know the earth is flat. They know 9/11 was an inside job. They know the man didn't go to the moon, and various other things, you know, that happened in the past, like the world wars and that. So they're aware of all these things because I talk to them. And when do I talk to them? Like sometimes when we go camping, that's when I start talking about these things and that. You know? So they know what's going on. They're aware of what the world is fucked up. They know that. And they've travelled as well, yeah? They've travelled around the world with the family, so they've been very fortunate there as well. So they've been able to see the world from a different viewpoint.
When you say they, maybe I miss it. Are you talking about your own family or just the
Yeah, my family, my kids. Yeah, my kids. Yeah, my kids, my children.
Deska.
Yeah. It is achievable to get this balance between a husband and wife, children, responsibilities, and the family's lucky because I can do most things. So, you know, if the electric's gone down, Daddy's fixed it. If somebody's wrecked the toilet because of misadventure, I can fix that without having to call the plumber out. So they're lucky in that sense. They're learning how to do things for yourself. You see? So no, yeah, we benefit from my skills. That's why I said there's nothing I can't do.
Well, I'm just sensing a lot of ego. Like
No, it's not ego. This is not ego. This is him. I'm glad because I'm not making a lot of money. So I'm glad I've got these skills. Okay, I'm not. My wife makes more money than I do. Okay, so I'm not making a lot of money at the moment. Okay, so I thank the Lord that I've got the skills. So when things do go wrong, I don't have to call the electrician or the plumbers out. Gin's on the case. It's not ego. I'm just glad.
I'm very proficient at a lot of things too, but I try not to gloat unless pressed. You know,
Well, I thought we was having a straight out, you know, being straight, just talking straight off the hip. That's all. No, I'm not gloating.
But I recognize that I have weaknesses. Like you're Superman. You're describing yourself as Superman, dude.
Well, not really. No, it's important to be able to do what I can do so as I can save money. That's not being Superman at all. I have to do that. That's something I have to do. That's my responsibility. It's not being Superman. My life necessitates that. I have to do that. So if you call it Superman, then so be it. I don't call it being Superman. I just call it being living. That's my normal life. I have to do this. You see, it's not about trying to be a Superman. This is what I have to do, you know, and I've been doing it from my childhood days. Is the thing I'm telling you about. You know, because my mum and dad immigrated from Nigeria in the 50s.
All right. So I'm not going to be offended. Because I admit that I have weaknesses.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that make me less of a man than you?
No. Like I said, I'm not judging you. I don't have the right to judge you. I don't know you. I don't live my life like that. I'm not out to get one-manship on anybody. I'm just not concerned about your life and your sex life and whatever. If you choose to discuss it, that's it. It's none of my business, nor will I ask you about it. That's the way I grow up, old-fashioned. You mind your own business unless someone's offering it up. That's it. So I'm not here to gloat or to think I'm better than you. I don't have that right, and I don't live my life that way. Like I said, I've learned a lot from you, Lou, in particular, from the 24/7.
No,
So,
no,
you know,
no. You and I are so cool, and I don't want you to like take any of this the wrong way. I'm pressing you, but I'm not losing respect for you because you stand on your own 2 feet. You're
yeah.
like so
Public
I'm
announcement:
really only
Vincent
asking
is
you, like
gay.
for your own philosophy.
Yeah, and the reason for my own 2 feet is because I was in the army. I've had 5 years of army input. That changes you from the ordinary man on the street, without a doubt. It's you never lose it. It never leaves you. So that is coursing through my brain. That psychology is coursing through. So where I'm standing up on my own 2 feet is because of the training that I've had from my parents and, of course, army cadets living in Britain. You know, and so that's why I've had to stand up and
No, but
tell them what this is.
there's a sense of arrogance about it, though. That's what I'm trying to pick at, and like.
I'm not arrogant at all. No, people keep saying that. Don't take confidence and assurity as arrogance, because that's what it is. I know what I know. I've been doing it for so long. That's it.
Yeah,
It's not arrogance.
Jen, when you're confident and assertive, people misinterpret it for arrogance.
Yeah.
You gotta let it be, man. It just happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
That's
called high.
right. Yeah.
It's called high testosterone levels, and Lou, it's kind of like upset for that.
No.
Yeah, I get
No,
that all the time.
no. I'm just pointing out, like we can't all be right. Every one of us who has confidence can't all be right.
Well,
Hey,
where's
the
the
guy.
presumption
Hey,
of contradictory nature here? Why is it that you can be all confident? Why does there have to be some contradiction?
Yeah.
hey, the guy's been married for 23 plus years. He has children. He lives in Japan. He's successful. He's been in the military. He speaks 2 languages or 3, whatever. I mean, he's doing okay. So props to you, Jin Sensei.
Thank you very much. I'm steady. Could be making more money. Yeah.
But
If
hey,
I
Lou,
became a billionaire,
I can,
I know exactly what I'll be doing.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, and he knows the Earth is not a globe, so that's another plus.
That's a plus. That's a definite plus. I'm teaching that. I'm teaching that as well. That is part of the curriculum. So
but hey,
there you go.
Lou, just
Yeah.
as I can tell you're feeling good, I got a question for you.
Do you want to know how
Okay.
it's feeling good? Hazy IPAs, they get the job.
I know. Dude, I'm telling you. I tried to tell you. Hazy IPAs are the best. But look, all right, Lou. So here's my question, okay? If you have, let's say, like electromagnetic waves, right? Okay. So do you have to have something to carry or sustain the wave? Or can nothing
Dude, look,
sustain the wave?
I can't honestly answer your question. I'm not qualified or studied enough. Let's just say it that way to answer these questions.
Okay, but look. So if we have a wave, right, electromagnetic wave, and either there's something there carrying the wave, or if there's not something there, then there would be nothing there. So
That's the medium, isn't it? Isn't it not the medium? That's a mixture of that. Wouldn't you
right,
say?
it would have to be a medium because nothing doesn't exist. That's retarded.
Yeah. So obviously the medium is the medium, isn't it? Has
Right.
to
So
be.
even if you have a vacuum chamber, right, there's still a medium there because we still have something being propagated. So you still have to have something carrying the wave, right?
Well, so even when you divide,
All right, let me rephrase just in my own way to see if I'm getting you. So, like, you need a medium in order for a wave to propagate, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm with you about it being waves. Like, that's waves will. There's all different kinds of waves, and they will show themselves in all different ways. And perhaps the physical is literally just waves, but it's a super condensed wave. Similar, actually, all this was like it came from what's his name from back in the day who died.
Tesla?
No, not that back.
Not
I'm
Carl
talking about
Sagan. Not
the
Carl
comedian.
Sagan, is it?
Like he was kind of a comedian. And then Tool copied him, or like used his words in an album too. The guy that died in the early 2000s or late 90s, like there was, damn it, there's a few of them, but
I have no idea what you're talking about, Leo.
well, whatever. Like, it's about like acid tripping and shit like that. Like all
What?
reality is like
Where have we gone now, Lou?
no, I'm just talking about all of reality is a condensed wave. Like what you experience, like the
All right, let me help you out here. Wait, Lou, what I'm trying to say is a wave isn't actually a thing, right? It's just a type of movement. So if I have a pool and it has waves in it, well, that's just the water moving, right? You can't pull the wave out of the water. It is the water. It's just the movement of the water. So the medium is the water, and you have waves within that medium. Waves are just the medium moving. So you can't have a wave without a medium. What that means
Right.
is there's a background medium, because even in vacuums, we have electromagnetic propagation. We can have light or lasers move through them, right? So that wave-like motion has to be within a medium because it has to be sustained.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
then we boil it down to a really.
I'm with you on that part. I'm just trying to talk about, like, I was just trying to refer you to a guy who was, well, let's call him a free thinker because he was using a lot of psychedelics, but he gave a big speech about it that works really well on this topic. That's all I was referring to. Anyway, Good. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much in agreement. It's like we're arguing about or not.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to argue with you. I actually had a big fallout about this today. I'm actually trying to figure out what it is that I'm missing regarding the conversation, right? So either something is sustaining the wave, or the other option, if it isn't something, that would mean that there's nothing there, right? And so nothing can exist. So I was told that that's a false dichotomy.
Nothing. There is
Right.
no nothing. Yeah.
Right. So I said either there's something or it's nothing. I was told that that's a false dichotomy. And apparently there's another option, right? But clearly there's not. It's either something or nothing. There is no other option. Right. So
there's only one place where there's nothing, and that's in mathematics. Okay. Like there is no nothing in reality.
Right. So being as how nothing cannot exist, because if you say nothing exists, that's an oxymoron, right? Because existence is the opposite of nothing, which is the absence of existence. So anyone that claims that, if you say that there's a background medium that the waves are propagating through, if they say that you're stupid or you are promoting pseudoscience, they don't understand basic logic, right? Because it's just a fundamental axiom of logic. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say, I want to throw that out in the ether. Oh man, there's the word.
So right now, in a vacuum, lasers pass through, electrical waves pass through in a vacuum.
Yeah, we have electromagnetic fluctuation within vacuums. Yeah, they call it 0 point energy.
And they've tested this. It works.
Yeah. You can detect it and measure it, and so they, like, modern quote unquote science claims that it happens within nothing, right? Because they claim that the vacuum is nothingness because they're stupid, right? Because they're materialists. They don't think that there's anything beyond the material world, right? So they have to say it's nothing. So they're like, oh, these just pop into and out of existence, and it's in nothingness and all this nonsense. But that's just stupid pseudoscience, right?
Virtual particles.
Say again? Virtual particles, is that what you said?
Yeah, virtual particles.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's just stupid. So anyway, I'm just saying I had a huge fallout today in a very prominent flat earth server during a show, which I just kind of got dragged into it. And I'm just trying to understand, like, how are we this many years into the conversation and the rudimentary aspect of what I just laid out isn't being grasped? Maybe I've tried to boil it down to where I say it as simple as possible, but it's clearly not being understood. Can anyone maybe give me a pointer? I'm genuinely asking.
This might
Bro, I've been talking about.
might actually lead into where earlier before you actually joined, where I was talking about how like whether or not you have free will and all that stuff. Like, sure, maybe you can make choices, but whether or not they're heard, whether or not they're taken, like that is a choice of the time and the place. Like, like you could be too early, you could be too late. People don't hear your words.
Doesn't it seem kind of obvious that there needs to be a medium for waves to propagate in? Isn't it just a fundamental axiom? Like,
yeah, I would think so. As long as you leave your house without a helmet on, I would think so. Yeah.
like I'm just not seeing the problem myself, but
Dude, I
I've been talking about.
genuinely don't see it. I genuinely don't see it.
I've been talking about 0 point energy and destroying the cosmological constant. And I've been talking about that since like 2015, maybe 2016. After I watched the Principle movie, and it's like it destroys their stuff so bad because they can't have nothing. They can't have that vacuum that they so preciously need. And I think it really says a lot that like no matter what system you got, like even if it's a near perfect vacuum, there's still 0.5 volts in there roughly. And it's like, wow, It's like, how does that work?
Right. And like this is what people say, right? Because they call what I'm talking about, they call it the ether, right? And people get really triggered about that word and they call it pseudoscience and they're like, can you physically manipulate the ether? What's the independent variable? And blah 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 blah. But the point is that it's just basic logic, right? So it's either something or it's nothing. If you just say, oh, can you manipulate the IV? You didn't answer the question. Either it's something or it's not. You can avoid the question or you can answer the question, right? It's like an antecedent relationship. Wave propagation requires a medium. You know how we know that there's a container on the earth because there's gas pressure. Whenever the Glober says, where is this magical, mystical container? Have you ever seen it? Can you touch it? Can you bottle some of it up and bring it to me? Have you manipulated the container? We say, no, that's ridiculous. You can't go there to access it. But we know it's there because we have gas pressure. It's an antecedent relationship. That's a logical postulation, right? It's the same thing. We have propagation of waves. Waves have to have a medium because that's what waves are. So that means that when we have these waves and this energy, even within vacuums, there has to be a medium there to sustain the energy. And ironically, flat earthers are kicking back against this, but the only reason the background was thrown out was to hang on to heliocentrism. It had to be thrown away to keep heliocentrism alive. So why are we this many years into it and people are still not just fighting against it, but attacking me because I think this? I'm genuinely wanting someone to articulate the other side without freaking out and calling me names.
I guess it's because even flat earthers can't fully shake the heliocentrism.
Isn't it ironic? I'm telling you, bro. It's like they're devoted to the materialistic worldview, ironically, the heliocentric materialistic worldview, while they're fighting me. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Anyway, I just think it's crazy. Like I thought I'd sit back on it for a while. It's been years now, bro. We still don't get we still don't get it. I've never got when people say that I'm a pseudoscientist and I'm doing the same thing that all the other people do and blah 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 blah. They never answer the question though. Like, is there something there or is there nothing there? If you're saying that I'm a pseudoscientist because I said something's there, that means that you're claiming nothing can be there. You're right. So and everyone agrees that if something's a false dichotomy, that means that you present two options. And if it's a false dichotomy, that means there are other viable options. So it's a false dichotomy. Those aren't the only two options because there's more options. So if I say there's either something there or nothing there, you can't say it's a false dichotomy unless you can offer another option. Does everyone agree? What's that? I'm just baffled at this point. It's whatever.
I just came in because I've got a beef to air, and I don't want to interrupt though if everybody's on something.
You're good.
Is there, is there a demonstration of waves propagating without a medium, without begging the question?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they'll just say, no, you're shifting the burden of proof. It's like, it's the same thing as with gas pressure. All observations in the world show us that you need a medium. So if you're claiming you don't, you're going to need to demonstrate it. Right? Am I tripping?
No, it all sounds a bit familiar to me.
So, oh, man. And dude, I've tailored my argument where there's no rebuttal, by the way. So I'm tactically throwing this out here. That's the only reason I'm in here right now. I'm tactically throwing this out there. I'm letting you guys know there will be a moment in the near future where you guys may be in a position where you have to kind of give your opinion on this, right? And I want you to think carefully about how far out on a limb you go, you know, if you start deciding to try to like bash what I'm saying. I just want you guys to realize I have tactically engineered it to where there is literally not a rebuttal. And I at this point, I've waited long enough. I think that it's time that we take the next step forward instead of just saying the same thing every day.
As long as you know what this really means, what you're saying, like you do understand that you are going to create another division line amongst so-called truthers. Like it's those who are willing to challenge their own beliefs and those who just fell in line for another Animal Farm.
Yeah, but check this out, Lou. I decided, see, the way I look at life is I don't even want to convert people to flat earth. I think everyone gets to have their own opinions, right? That's like what life is. But we've now reached a point where I have people, very prominent people in the flat earth community, telling me that they're going to ruin me and they're going to make sure that I denounce the ether and I'm going to stop tainting the community and I'm not allowed to talk about this anymore. So unfortunately, the divide is not created by me in this scenario because I'm perfectly content with people thinking that nothing exists. I think it's very stupid, but it's whatever. But no one's going to tell me I can't talk.
I agree with you. The line is already there, but you're willing to push. You're talking about pushing that line. Like you're talking about really dividing that line, actually.
Well, okay, but think about this. This is what actually happened. So instead of just cryptically saying it, I'll just explain it to you, okay? So I was driving to Best Buy, right? I went through all the servers. They were all empty. Everyone was in one server. It was in science versus pseudoscience. I guess it was the FED after show. So since everyone was in there and I was killing time driving, I'm like, I'm going to jump in here and just listen to them just to kill time, right? Because I was busy anyway. As soon as I jump in there, people start saying my name and dragging me into the conversation. And I guess they were talking about the ether. And then I get pushed into the corner. You think the ether's real? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I start getting attacked and like insulted and bombarded and told that I'm going to be corrected and I will denounce the ether before I leave here. And I'll never be allowed there again. And I'm tainting the community and all this nonsense. So it's like, I'm a man, Lou, right? So other men don't get to talk to me like that. I mean, yeah, sure, in the internet world, but see, I didn't do this, but I let it go so many times. I think it's kind of to the point where some people need to be put in their place intellectually because they have a lot of pull and influence in this community, and
I can't ridiculous. Agree with you there, but like, it's like. See, here's what we don't really want to do, but this is what our controllers have done. And because it's through necessity, like sometimes you have to allow like people to be wrong because it still helps to push a certain truth or an agenda or,
right.
You know, like it becomes really deceitful. Like it sucks.
I agree with you, bro. Like that's what I've done to this time. I want you to understand. That's what I've done for years now. Is all the people that don't have the balls to say it to me while I'm in here, right? Because while I'm in here defending ether, no one's got anything to say, and you name it, no one, right? Just like when QE's in here, everyone gets real quiet. They do the same. But when I leave here, a lot of people now it's changed a little bit, but they like to talk about it. I don't care though, right? It's like we all know they lied about the Earth, that we have the same goal. That's what's important. They lied about the Earth, right? The Earth is provably a topographical plane that's stationary. Da 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 da. We all in agreement. That's the most important thing, right? Now, there's a whole bunch of truths that come under that in the scientific realm that you can continue to grow in knowledge, or you can just sit there and you can say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. That's your own choice. But when people try to tell me that I'm not allowed to say it, and they start trying to scare people away from growing in knowledge, then we have a problem, right? Because that sounds kind of like a controller. That sounds like controlled op or something. That sounds like what the controllers would want for you not to keep learning and growing, right?
Yeah, let's listen. You question things, Austin. That's the backbone of science, is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you're a tenacious lad, and if you find it out, good. Come back and tell us. I trust you implicitly. Yeah, so I was watching this guy. His name's Larkin Rose. Have you heard of him?
I have not.
Anyway, he's a voluntarist. He used to, what they used to call an anarchist, and they've changed it because of this. People think of this word anarchy in a different way now. There's a bit of grabble around that word. So he calls himself a voluntarist, and I've been watching his content for a while, and I like what he said. But I've always been a bit suspicious because he hangs about he goes to this event called. Do you know Jeff Berwick, the Bitcoin guy?
Oh yeah, he's an anarcho-capitalist.
That's it. So I was a bit suspicious of the guy because we all know where Bitcoin goes, don't we? I hope.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
Anyway, so I'm just watching his latest video, and he takes a huge swing at all flat earthers at about 9-minute mark. He says,
talking about Jeff?
Sorry?
Is that Jeff Berwick you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about Larkin Rose. I'll post his video.
Right now. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Jeff Berwick was a flat earther. Yeah, Jeff Berwick is a flat earther.
Okay, good.
So at the 9-minute mark, according to this guy, it's just a big psyop, and we don't know. It's because we don't know science and geometry. Basically, we don't understand science and geometry. He says.
So projection.
I didn't write a comment. It's very, very rare for me to write a comment, you see, on YouTube. It's very rare. But I was every fibre of my being was like, I was struggling not to comment. Put it that way.
What I missed?
This guy. Quite a bit. We were just talking about how nothing doesn't exist, and that's retarded.
What I really like is I know some people might be annoyed because clearly I've had a buzz recently on the night, but we were talking about real shit, and we're really kind of pushing like the limits actually about like what people really talk about within the truth community. We're questioning truth itself, or the truth community itself.
Well, I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think we should be called the freedom movement because nobody knows what the fuck the truth is. That's the honest truth.
Yeah, but what's crazy is we all we were brainwashed into this paradigm where we were told that you're not allowed to really think for yourself. Like everything's been figured out, and whatever hasn't been figured out, you're not qualified to figure it out. And you just sit there and you wait till they tell you when they figure it out. And this is the answers for everything in your world. And this is what you have to believe. And we broke out of that, right? We broke out of that. And we were like, wow, that's dogma. That's pseudoscience. This masquerading as science. And it's actually religion, right? And we broke out of it. The chains of confinement, intellectual confinement. We're now over here where we're wide open. We don't have any dogma. Now we just get to learn the truth. Why would we rush back into a script of dogma where if you step outside of it, you get ridiculed and you're not really a truther and you have to be excommunicated? That's the very thing that we are fighting against on a large meta scale, right?
Right.
Yeah, fair enough. But what's the definition of pseudoscience?
That which falsely masquerades as science.
Right. And then what is science?
Well, you have to get specific. But natural science is, of course, the study of the natural world via the scientific method and scientific experimentation.
Right. So pseudoscience in general is things which are stated as being conclusive, which have not gone through the validation method known as the scientific method. Right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. And fair enough, logic strings are scientific methods. So even though you can come to a conclusion logically, it doesn't mean it's been validated as science. Although you can come to truths if the axioms and the premises are true and the logic is sound, then the conclusion follows of a necessity. Of course, you have to define things. And speaking of things, what's a thing?
Yeah, good question. I mean, material, I guess, is the way that we normally define it.
No,
But
I mean,
I
no.
agree with you. But I want to real fast.
Even
Real
ideals
fast.
can be things. Even ideals can be
Yeah.
things. Like,
Okay.
like,
Real fast.
if you believe in, if you believe, I mean,
Sorry, Lou. I just want to respond to what he's saying. I just
well, you conveniently roboted out. I'll just fill myself in.
don't misconstrue this. Okay.
Reconnect.
Austin.
All right, so just to fill in what I was saying, like an ideal can be a thing, like as long as like this whole idea that we're overpopulated and that we have to do something about it, or global warming and whatever else, or climate change, whatever they want to call it. It's really an ideal. That's all it is, and it is a thing because it's manifested itself into the way that people behave in reality, and it changes the world physically.
Mm. So the definition of thing. So the definition of thing is gender fluid, is what you're trying to say.
Well, what I'm saying, it's a thing. Like maybe not. I'm not saying it's a physical thing, but I'm saying it's a fucking thing. Like you can take a non-thing and turn it into a thing, which that
Really?
should be that way, but like it works that way. Yeah.
So nothing can be a thing, and things exist. Therefore, nothing can exist. I rest my case.
Yikes!
I'm not saying we should work.
Good job, Lou.
No, dude. You agree with me. You're just being a dick. Like that's what the whole left. That's what the whole left plays on. Like turning non-things into things. Like making
Okay, that's stupid.
Out of making an issue out of a non-issue.
Well, it's like the problem we have when dealing with Brenda, where Brenda says that I'm a physicalist. Only physical things exist. Well, then you say, well, what's love? A physical thing. See how incoherent it becomes very quickly?
Yeah. I just want to say.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. Look, what I'm saying is like, though they're not real things, a not real thing can actually affect you. That's all it is. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so as to your point, I agree with what you're saying. I think it's actually important to address that nuance, right? Like specifically in the context of quote unquote ether, which I don't like the word because it's stigmatized, but a background medium is what I say, right? And it's a logical deduction based on antecedent. Like you have a wave propagation, like propagation of like a wave-like movement that requires a medium. And since we can have a vacuum chamber or whatever, and we still have electromagnetic propagation, etc., well, there's something that's propagating through because it can't be within nothing because nothing doesn't exist, right? So just because you get the material air out of something doesn't mean all of a sudden there's just nothing in there. That's ridiculous. But we can't scientifically verify the ether, as in we can't physically manipulate and isolate that variable, control and manipulate it, and prove it's the causal agent, right? So I agree with that. We can't do that, but that doesn't mean that the logical antecedent just goes out the window. I mean, we can turn our head to it, but that means we can't address like 95% of stuff that happens in the world. And I think that that's kind of the problem.
You must have misunderstood me because I agree with everything you just said. Like that's not.
I was talking to AI though. And I don't think AI disagrees. I'm just making my point that as to the ether specifically, like with that whole debacle earlier, I was saying that. I was saying, no. I'm not saying that it's a scientific experiment that proved the ether. I'm not saying that, because you can't do that, right? And then so the rebuttal was, oh, well, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. It's not manifest. It's just can be dismissed. It's irrelevant. It's useless. That's stupid, though, because
Well, that propositionally, that doesn't follow that if something's not scientifically validated, it doesn't exist, because that means only things that can exist are things that have been scientifically validated, to which the scientific method has a specific purview, to which many things, like love, is outside of its purview.
The whole idea is
exactly.
The whole idea is this reach for knowledge that we could not understand. Like so, like there's no limits to that. Like whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm saying it's even worse than that, right? Because like there's a metaphysical reality. So basically, science requires you limit reality to just the material world. So ironically, it is the materialistic worldview that you're defending when you do that, which is the very thing we're fighting against.
It's epistemological approach. It's not right or wrong. It's how you use it. And I think that, like what Lou was saying about something that can't be known when you start to place premises on top of premises, neither of which can be proven. When the person is arguing, it can move into affirming the consequent. It depends on how you're arguing it. I don't know exactly how to feel about earlier's conversation. That's why I'm gonna go back and listen to it. I encourage everybody to do that if you care.
Yeah, but just so you know, Eli, you're not going to be able to go back. You're not going to be able to go back and listen to it because the YouTube audience is going to have me muted for 70% of the conversation. So no one gets to listen to it. So now we get to create now we get to create not this channel.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying. Who does that?
How does the YouTube audience going to mute you when it's a separate platform?
No, this is what I'm saying. The person that controls the
Nathan
YouTube
does his. It's the way that Nathan, like when he does his thing, and Discord is,
Oh, are you talking about are you talking about on Nathan's show, or are you talking about on our stream?
On Nathan's
show.
Okay, now it makes sense.
It was what it was he was coming off the back of Die Slow, who is
holy crap.
Yeah, so I mean,
holy crap! Let me take 10 shots. Just for the record, I don't drink.
Yeah, but none of that matters, Eli. None of that matters, dude. I just jumped in there to listen because I was driving. Someone said my name, and he dragged me into the conversation and put me on the spot about the ether.
Because Die Slow kept saying that you would agree with him, which immediately you did not. So number one, there was confusion, like there was last time. Number two,
no, there's no justification, dude. There's no justification this time.
It's not a justification. It's what actually happened.
He muted me for the YouTube audience to misrepresent the conversation. That's what actually happened.
Well, I would still say, for those of you,
dishonest.
Just go listen to it. If you feel like what you hear is dishonest, you'll hear it, because we know how it sounds when somebody like McToon does it. So if it feels like that to you, then so be it. I can't dictate to you guys how you would feel listening to a conversation. But what I do know is the general premise seemed to be that the words non-manifest energy was in there. He's like, non-manifest means that it's not manifest, means that we can't interact with it in any kind of way because it's not manifest. Versus the antecedent of air pressure being a container and then literally being able to find that in nature to argue that. Versus,
well, he's wrong anyway. So
wrong about what?
Okay, our bodies are physical, correct? And our minds are metaphysical, correct? Yet our minds control our bodies. So there is an intermediary or a conduit or a transition or a transitory or a link, or however you want to call it, between the metaphysical and the physical. Now,
Exactly.
we don't yet know how to create a physical device that can do this. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. It's called babies.
No, AI, the mind doesn't exist unless you can do a scientific experiment and manipulate the mind, dude. It doesn't exist. We're materialists.
I don't think that's what Nathan was arguing more so, is that in the dichotomy, it's either what Witsit is saying or the opposite of that is what Nathan's saying, which Nathan was saying, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Which is bad because he's being dishonest.
The problem is this is a snowball from a social event that occurred years ago. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not my problem, right?
That's fair, but it's important to elucidate it, which is Bob gave the impression when he was on the show with Nathan, wherever it was, I don't know if it was on his venue or the other guy's venue, that he had scientifically validated his premise. And Nathan said, wait a minute, no, you didn't. And that right there, if Bob had just conceded, you are correct, I did not put this through the scientific method. However, I do have these inferences and this logic and this evidence, maybe it would have gone differently. So from there, it evolved into, for certain reasons, it evolved into like this allergic reaction to any claim that even sounds even remotely pseudoscience, to where people they've copied the rhetoric so many times that when you copy something, right, it has an error in it, and then the next copy has an error in it, till eventually you're saying, if it's not scientifically validated, it isn't true. And you give the impression that that's what you're saying. So,
I said, you know what? It's not a problem.
Yeah, both guys, basically are giving an impression that's something that's erroneous, which is like you said, there's so many things that are not scientifically viable, period, in principle, yet we know they're true.
Exactly. And like, this is what's so crazy about that whole thing. I actually was in the background playing the middle part. So I would go over to FED and I'd talk to QE. I would talk to Nathan. I'd go back to Bob and I'd be like, Bob, look, I actually agree with them in the sense they're talking about the globe Earth. That's the natural world. Natural science has a very specific, rigid method that we use. So in that sense, it is not the scientific method, right? Now, I disagree with them that everything is invaluable unless it's verified specifically that way, because you'd be excluding 95% of existence that way, and that's retarded. I played the middle ground, and then I went over there. I got dragged into another conversation, and the same thing happened, where I'm just getting like bombarded with insults. I'm being muted for the YouTube. So I look stupid to the YouTube because 70% of what I'm saying is being muted. I forgave it. I let it go. I went and made Buddy Buddy again. I stopped the explosion between FED and Glowbusters like 7 times. Okay? I kept doing that. Then I just jumped in there today because I was killing time. I got dragged into it again. And this is the fundamental thing, right? It's very simple. I said something. I'm not claiming this is proven a scientific method because it's not. You can't manipulate the background. Okay. I said that 5 times. I said, but here's the fundamental logical axiom I'm proposing. It's an antecedent. Propagation requires a medium. So either it's being sustained with nothing or it's something. I don't care what you call it. I don't make any more claims. It's something or nothing. He said that was a false dichotomy. I said, okay, what's the third viable option then? He said, I don't have to have a third viable option. They could just both be wrong. That is retarded. So
yeah, I'm not seeing another option between those two, personally.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it depends on how you define thing. To be honest, that's what it depends on.
And I mean in the widest sense, right? Like because nothing is stupid. Like, it's hard to even define that because it's just stupid. So if you define nothing as absence of existence, right? So then everything else is something. In that sense, there is nothing else that could exist. That encompasses everything theoretically that could, exist or not exist. So there is no other option, right? Like, there's not a third viable option. So it can't be a false dichotomy. And I kept making the point, I'm like, look, dude, it's your prerogative. If you don't want to address the question, that's fine. Like, I'm not holding that against people. I understand that some people just want to stick to the science or whatever. That's cool. But don't pretend that you're addressing it.
Here's the problem with all of this is that, as Arwen so aptly put it, we all suffer from physical assumption bias almost all the time in our language. Our language belies this, right? So people will categorize the material world as if all of the things that occur in it must be contained materially, and that metaphysical interactions are superfluous.
Yeah.
Right. But if you believe in the dualistic nature of physical and metaphysical, right? And we know that we as metaphysical entities can interact with our physical bodies. It's entirely reasonable to assume that whatever is the medium in which reality or the matrix in which reality functions is beyond physicality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And like it's
I agree
materialism.
there. I actually have a little bit of an issue with the word physical because at some point you get to the logical conclusion that something that's not physical, or because you have to force it into nothing. But how can you? Because, like you said, the metaphysical, something that's not physical, actually affects matter.
Exactly. So it's
So in the way
materialism.
that physical itself is defined, sometimes bothers me
But
when
you
we
see
get
what I
deep into the conversation.
you see my macro point here is that it's ironically materialism. It's an argument from the viewpoint of materialism, as in nothing can verifiably exist outside of material. And that's retarded, bro. And that's the very paradigm they brainwashed us with. And I just cannot believe that flat earthers are still sticking to that. That makes no sense to me.
But that's not his position. That's unless it's like akin to a Glober saying, "No, I don't believe in that," but when actuality they do. Unless it's akin to that, and I saw his reasoning. It's not as bad as you know, as what's being described. That's why I'm like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you know what he'll never do,
You
Eli?
know what?
He'll
How
never
about
sit down
you
and
and
talk about it live like a man. He'll never sit down on my channel and talk about it where he can't mute me and hide half the conversation from the audience. And this is the second time he's done that. I do a lot for Flat Earth, dude. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, everything doesn't matter. The fact that you would do that where you mute 70% of what I say and talk through me and strawman what I'm saying and don't let the audience hear it, then have the audacity to video record it and put it on YouTube to misrepresent the conversation is incredibly dishonest. There's no way around it.
well, that's true. That would. Sorry, brother, I'm on the phone. That is disgusting behavior. If you didn't express your point multiple times because you went back to the main premise being there's either something or there's nothing. And he's like, okay, but when the conversation progressed and it was like, well, let's define what we're talking about. That's again, the language is where the problem crept in.
No, he said it was a false dichotomy. And I said, what's the third viable option? And he said, you don't have to have one. So he doesn't know what a false dichotomy is. Then that's not my problem. Like, if you claim something's a false dichotomy, you have to offer a third viable option.
Well, that's not always true. Like specifically, that's not always true. Like specifically, when Globers say, "Well, either what is it like? I don't know. Either the things in the sky are planets or they're flat." Well, there's actually no way to really determine either.
I can offer 100 different viable options.
But when it comes to the examples you gave, it was examples of other things like waves in water or magnetism. Like, but you're giving examples of.
You got to
You're
break it
giving
down.
what I'm saying is what he was saying is every time we ask you for an example, you just tell us as an example what it's like, but not the specific thing itself. And it's like, well, how can I compare it to this thing that you're saying it's like when we don't have that specific thing? And I thought that was a sound rebuttal.
But here's what this is why I was getting frustrated, because he was muting the next part of the conversation, which is I'm saying, no, I'm not claiming that the fact that waves go through water proves ether exists. What I'm saying is, for there to be waves, you have to have the medium of water. We have no example in the entire world of waves existing without a medium, because waves aren't things. They're just types of movement, right? And I said it very clearly. I'm not claiming that you can scientifically prove the ether. I'm just saying that you're going to have to claim that nothing's there if there's not a medium. You don't have to say the word ether. And he kept on whistling past that. He called it a false dichotomy, but he couldn't offer another option. This couldn't be more
all right,
simple.
let's try to break it down. Okay, so here's my first try. It's either A or not A. Now, if you say it's B, that's not A. So that fits into my dichotomy. So I don't see, unless, I didn't have enough sugar today, how that statement can possibly be a false dichotomy. It's either A or not A. Now, you could say, well, it's either A or not A, right? So you could say, well, it's not A. Well, then what?
Exactly. So check this. So it's like A or not A, which is medium or not a medium. And so then someone jumped in because Nathan wouldn't answer it. So someone jumped in and said, I think I can answer his question. And it's because he wasn't answering the question. He said, what about when you shoot light through vacuum tubes? Well, there's not a medium in the vacuum tube, and the light still propagates. That shows it. I said, that's not a third option.
Brian said,
that's
how
the
do you
no
know?
medium. I said, that's the no medium option. That's not a third option. That's the no medium option. So you're claiming the second option. Okay, if that's what you want to believe, but that's still one of the two options, though.
No, but while you guys were arguing, the point made back to you was actually your point, and I think you said that because Brian said, "How do you know there's nothing in there?" And you're like, "No, I'm saying that there can't be nothing in there." But so for whatever reason, you're both saying the same thing but disagreeing for some reason.
And I know the reason. Right? The reason is because the word ether has been, just blasted.
Nah, the reason is die slow, fam. I'm trying to tell you. Like,
Dude, Eli,
that's the reason.
Nathan's a grown man, bro. So when another grown man comes in there, I don't care what someone else was saying. You don't start cussing him out and screaming, calling him a moron and a stupid idiot as soon as the conversation starts. I don't care what Die Slow did. That has nothing to do.
I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't do that, and I stayed calm, dude, and I don't do that. I don't do that. I stood up for Nathan to Bob. So if Nathan saw behind the scenes, he would feel so stupid because I actually have defended him, and I've walked Bob off the ledge. He just wants to unload the clip, and I'm like, no, we don't need to do that. We can have different opinions within Flat Earth. But, this is getting to a new level where he's now saying, I'm protecting my beloved community from your pseudoscience and from you tainting the community, and you're not going to leave here until you disavow it and all this. Not like, what? Are you a cult leader, dude? What just happened? You're not going to leave here until you disavow it. What? That's insane, bro. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to take over the whole time.
Fair, but before he said that, sorry, there's bad noise. So before he said that, he did say, so because from the language, there was the word cause in there. He's like, okay, so we're talking about the world and we're talking about a cause, and you're attributing a cause to something. Well, the only way we can adjudicate that is with the scientific method. Otherwise, how else could you stake a claim to the cause?
Yeah, guess what, Eli? I never said the word cause, though. He just started going on his scripted rant about cause and effect. I never said that, though. That's my point. And now I know when everyone goes and watches the YouTube, they're not going to get to know what actually happened. I never said the word cause. I never said that.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so stupid.
Goodness. I just want to say about this kerfuffle, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, but dude, it doesn't justify someone's behavior.
That doesn't dismiss the behavior. Yeah. I didn't love it. I don't love. That's why I didn't really want to come off the back of them talking to you. Like I just wanted to say my piece and what I thought at that point of the conversation. when I was
Yeah.
asking about affirmative consequence. But
So my
And
point
I
was
didn't
this.
want to be, because I would never disrespect you that way. I just not even.
Yeah,
We're
but
bros.
Neil, I want to say this to you because the it was so hectic that there was no way you and I could have had like a productive exchange. But your critique is reasonable, right? Because I still didn't prove I didn't like manipulate the ether or anything, right? I'm just saying, well, it has to be there. So in that sense, it's affirming the consequence. I understand what you're saying, right? That's the reason that this is a little different is because the only alternative is that there's nothing. So it's not the same as just me presenting that as the evidence of itself. I'm just saying, well, what's the alternative? Right? It's a logical question. It's not I'm not claiming scientific empirical proof. I'm saying there's no other viable option. So, like, what your critique was the best that was given, honestly. The false dichotomy critique was very, very, very low IQ. Yours is a decent
Oh yeah, I
critique.
wasn't sure about that. Because the way that I've used false dichotomy, it's like anyone who's putting, two positions. If you can't give a third, then it's not a false dichotomy. But if someone's saying it's a false dichotomy, typically we're like, well, what's the third option? But he said it in a way that made it was more than just a baller saying it. So I'm like, so I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this and go back and do some research because now I'm not sure. Why? Because I do think that the things that he says holds weight with me. Not that I would just take it and say, well, he's right. I'm like, well, here's an opposing view from two people that I would take something on face value for at least a second before I go look it up. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need to listen to this and really go back because also I do a lot of fighting for you in the background as well. So it's unfortunate that there can't just be conversation and it be open and we get the animosity out the way.
Yeah, that's the big part, right? That's we don't have to talk about this all night, but that's kind of my point. It's like if he would come on my show and we could have like an adult conversation where we disagree and both people talk and don't interrupt, I'm fine with that. But that's not what that was, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like everyone should be. That's so ridiculous to not let someone talk, and especially like I'm not a glober, dude, right? So it's like it's really crazy to me. Like there's one type of people that do that, and it's whenever they don't want the other side's argument to be fully heard and accurately represented. It's called fundy muting. We all know what that is. And it's a desperate attempt to not let the other person be heard coherently. And that's like the epitome of disrespect in intellectual form. That's completely unacceptable. So I don't want to rant about like me. I don't want to sound like I'm like crying or something. I'm fine. I'm just making a point that like it's unfortunate that I feel I'm getting put in a position where I'm gonna have to clap back. And I know he might not think that's gonna do anything. It definitely will, bro. And I don't want to do that. I've defended FED. I think it's really good for the overall movement, right? So I'm trying to figure out what to do at this point, but it's unfortunate because I don't really see a feasible way to have the intellectual exchange. It's obviously not on the table. It's either conform and agree to the dogmatic script or not. And AI laid it out perfect. This is the last thing I'll say. It's like the reason that doesn't work is because like 95% of the world doesn't fall within that rigid scientific method. And there's a metaphysical and there's a physical world. There's a material world and there's a metaphysical world, and there's an intermediary there. And to pretend, well, since you can't manipulate the metaphysical physically, it doesn't exist, or you can't talk about it, or it doesn't matter, that's ridiculous because we know it exists. And it's materialism, and that's the death of knowledge, bro. Materialism is the epitome of stupidity and ego. All right, that's it.
Well, I've heard them flesh these conversations out, and I'm pretty sure they're not materialists. I mean, I've heard at least QE say, and I've heard Nathan say it too, but definitely QE say over and over, the scientific method isn't the only means for knowledge. It's when you attribute a cause to something is when you're stepping on dangerous ground. And I know Slow does that a lot. I know Lemon begs the question a lot.
Agreed.
But outside of that, I mean, I never had any problems with you saying the things that you said. I do agree that I don't know what nothing is. Nothing doesn't exist. That's not even a thing.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy because, like, dude, I went in there thinking there's no way this is going to explode, right? Because I was actually I was tossing him like a bone. Like, I was like, I disagree with the flat earthers that talk about the ether. They make all kinds of definitive claims. They claim that it's science. They claim that they've proven it. I disagree with them. I think they shouldn't do that, and it makes flat earth look bad. At the same time, I think completely ignoring the phenomena also makes flat earth look bad. I was like, there's no way this is going to explode. And it did anyway, bro, because the only option is to agree 100% and conform to the script of materialism or be rebuked. It's very cultish, bro. I'm just being real.
Well, the
But it's
same
all good.
goes to show how deep the indoctrination of the vicarious merit of the word science has gone. Everybody wants the science to be on their side, so much so that they'll accuse everyone else of being pseudoscience.
Yeah. And it's only whenever something's falsely masquerading as science, right? So the disclaimer that I'm not claiming that this is scientific experimentation or science at all in that sense, that really kind of excludes that. Like, I don't see how that can be confused. Like, pseudoscience is when something's falsely masqueraded as science. So if you specifically say, I'm not claiming that this is science, it's not pseudoscience. That's ridiculous. But anyway, I think we've hashed it out pretty well. It's a very fundamental logical axiom. It's an antecedent relationship. And I boiled it down to be as simple and vague as possible so that it really couldn't be rebutted. And I did it very tactically. And the only way I could think of to do it was either there's something there or there's nothing there. And AI gave the best critique. You have to very accurately define those terms prior to discussing that. But it's either something's there, sustaining the motion, sustaining the propagation, or it's nothing. And since we know that nothing cannot exist, there's only one option. I don't care what you call it. I don't care if you just tap out there, if you come up with a name for it and say, I think it does this, I think it does that. Like Lemon talks about it like it's a fact, right? That's a problem. But it's just that something's there. That's all that matters. That's all that I'm saying. And that should be very agreeable. I thought I did it in a way where we finally bridge the gap, and it appears that there's nothing I can do to bridge the gap. I don't know what I can do. I actually want to be like the peacemaker. That's the truth. And I don't know how to do it. So, I mean, if anyone
You're
has
freaking
any...
bad, sucker.
Yeah.
Your desire is peace above all else.
The only reason you know
all
it
out
exists.
battles in the flat Earth field.
Hey, the only reason you know it exists is because you exist. As far as trying to figure out scientifically whether this ether, in quotes, I guess, whatever. It's like I just posted in the live chat. I posted the ether argument has been a mass misunderstanding amongst flat earthers for a while now. Can be proven. It can't be proven scientifically, but should it be? In my opinion, it's the canvas of creation. It's what the creation is painted on, the ether. Now, I don't know if it exists or not, and nobody can prove it.
Hey, I like that, Helio. I like that. But I gotta agree with you guys. Nathan is a bigger asshole than Helio. I agree with you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you. Did somebody say that? I would agree with that, too.
Jemsy just said it. Jemsy just said it.
Helio! Oh my goodness. You're lower on the spectrum, Helio. There you go.
Low. I'm the low man on the totem pole of assholes.
It was a close fight.
No, but seriously, this ether argument really, it's really, when it comes to brass tacks, I mean, what is the ether? It's just, in my opinion, I've listened to you guys talk about it for years and years, and it isn't it just the basis, it's what the only way that creation can exist, everything that we experience, it's on a canvas, but a canvas, well, not a canvas. A canvas is like 2D, right? But it's the canvas 3D of creation, and that's the way I look at it. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone, but that's kind of the way I look at it.
Well, yeah, canvas is a pretty cool word for it. It's whatever.
I thought it would really work where everyone's just like, okay, yeah, there's something there. Lemon, pump the brakes. Like that's kind of what I thought was going to happen, but it did not work out.
Lemon does get out of control about the ethers. He just goes balls to the wall, all kinds of crazy. But bro, I mean, it's just as simple as that. I mean, it's the fabric that all the creation is exists upon. In my mind. When
I call it
kind of sounds like what the ballers call space time.
Well,
it's very similar. Very similar.
They kind of hijacked it. They kind of hijacked the background, and then they ripped all the substantive qualities out of it, and they said it was just ideals, and they took the mechanisms of it. So it's very ironic because that's one of the big hiccups, and I understand it, where it's like it's so similar that it's kind of like got a kickback.
Wouldn't it be ridiculous to actually try to apply science to it?
Yeah, that would show a drastic misunderstanding of what it is. You can't apply science to it.
We got a problem. We got a problem with this bending and warping of space-time. So if you have an object embedded in a medium and you bend the medium, right? It only moves during the time in which the medium is being bent. Once the bend is complete, it stops moving. Now, they recognize this problem in relativity, which is why they need everything shot out from the Big Bang and constantly going in a direction, because they need the object to be moving. The space-time itself doesn't move the object. The object moving already through a bent space-time is what causes it to move.
That's a
very
great
convoluted.
That's a very great point.
Right, because it's not like gravity. It's not like gravity, like they say, right? Where you pull an object away from the Earth and then it's just attracted by the mass back to it. It's not like that at all. It's a matrix of motion, right? And it's not just the motion of outside the Earth and then towards the Earth and then hits the Earth. It's not like that at all. It's going in multiple vectors to create the effect.
Exactly. Like space-time, in their paradigm, space-time tells the matter how to move, but it doesn't make it move. It just tells it how to move. That's what they would say, at least.
Right. And so then where do you get the motion from? Well, you get the motion from being flung out from the Big Bang, right? So this is why they need nothing to be at rest. They need everything to be in motion.
Exactly.
But of course, they needed a constant, right? So they had to pick one, so they picked the light.
Exactly. They picked light. Because if everything's relative, it still has to all be relative to something. There has to be an absolute frame of reference somewhere. He picked a thing that you couldn't really prove wrong, right? The top measurable speed of light terrestrially. It's pretty genius in a way. Another misnomer that Globers say is they say like gravity pulls everything down to the Earth, and I hear flat earthers say that a lot too. And colloquially, that's fine, but actually within the relativistic paradigm, that is not the case. It is actually that space-time is pushing everything down to the Earth. Just a little.
That's not even correct. Space-time is creating essentially a railroad track to which a steaming railroad takes.
Going down into like as if it were an actual physical fabric down a curved surface, sliding down towards the mass. What a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, right. Like in that sense, you're right. So more technically, you're accurate in the sense that it's actually just the gravity, like falling down in a gravity well. But like if you listen to some of these theoretical physicists try to explain it, the totality of the space-time fabric creates a downward pressure towards the center of the biggest mass within that gravity well.
Yeah, only on a planetary scale.
Yeah, but the problem
The stuff
is,
they say,
okay,
man, the scale.
when you need to wash your space-time fabric, do you have to like put it in a circle around the bottom of the washing machine so it doesn't off balance?
Yeah, how would you spin that?
Exactly.
Yeah, how funny is it that every time they try to share space time, they pull out like a literal blanket or something?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
bro, you don't have that.
exactly.
You don't get to have that, buddy.
It's the
But
the
you
old
could think of
space-time
it.
bed sheets. It's the old space-time bed sheets.
You could think of it as a space-time bed sheet if you wanted to. And it's all relative anyway, right?
Dude, you remember that? You remember that quote? It's like wiping your butt with silk. It's like wiping your butt with smooth space-time.
Dude, Amazon would sell out.
Smooth.
The fabric of our lives.
Get the smoothest one.
Space time baby wipes.
Uh,
Dude, they would buy them, bro. They'd buy them.
mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Put it in order now. Beat the rush.
That was another thing too. Is like Michelson Morley was called a parlor trick, and it's like, well, man, it's not a scientific experiment, but it is an observation, right? Like it does provoke thought. It's like, I wonder why this happens every single time that we shoot light across each other in patterns. I wonder why. It always doesn't go exactly the same speed. This is interesting, right? It's just like when I have a Van de Graaff generator and I make something float. And I'm going to start doing like a lot of like really highly produced or like high quality productions of this type of stuff is kind of my plan. But like, so you can make things float with the Van de Graaff generator, right? But you can't go out into the woods and find a Van de Graaff generator.
Right.
Okay. But it's still showing you that electrostatics will make things float. It doesn't have to be like a natural scientific experiment to still be of value. It still makes the stuff float. We still get to see it makes stuff float. It's still interesting. It's still a piece of information that we can incorporate into our understanding of the world.
Yeah,
Anyway,
isn't it strange? Isn't it strange how we have here where on Earth that we have all these natural laws that are kind of like all rigidly confined to themselves in what they do, and they're unseen. And then we have these other things like electrostatics and working through the electromagnetic field, right? That are all unseen, that are working like interchangeably with each other. Like, wow, it's like pretty freaking weird.
And they all interact with the material world.
Yeah,
like materialism is the height of human arrogance. It's just so arrogant. That's the best word for it. It's just arrogance and ego. Short-sighted ego.
Listen, if materialism was true, there'd be nobody to think about it.
I'm telling you, it doesn't even make you play space.
Materialism, because I don't know why the fuck bacteria does what it does. When you look under a microscope and you see these motherfuckers getting to work, and you're like, oh, ew. But when you really think about it, you're like, yo, these motherfuckers are working like ants. Like, why? Will I ever know? No.
Then think about this. Think about how much of the percentage of our body weight is made up of bacteria.
It's
all
almost
different
like
ones working in different areas. Sorry.
It's almost like there's an intrinsic order and purpose for everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, there certainly is. And by the way, the appendix replaces the good bacteria. You know, when you take antibiotics and you wipe it all out, the appendix replaces the good bacteria. Isn't that interesting? You know, they just cut it out. Oh, we don't need that anymore.
How would it?
They say it's useless. Yeah.
Interesting.
Which contradicts their own materialistic paradigm because they claim evolution. So why would we even have an appendix then? But anyway.
Exactly. And these weird stories that come out, oh, we came from animals that had more than one stomach. No, your predecessors did, not mine.
Yeah.
Who
sorry, go on.
I was going to say, who in the right mind just would lower themselves to these ideas of like, oh, I prefer the idea that I'm on a spinning ball and that it came from monkeys somehow. That can't be proven in reality.
Well, they're blinded to the preference part. They don't actually intellectually grasp that it's a preference. They don't know that. That's kind of they're blinded.
Well, if the appendix was that unimportant, why wouldn't they just remove it from everyone? You know,
Dude, as soon as I heard them say the appendix isn't important, I knew
I was going to
immediately that
ask
they were.
That it's important.
Yeah, it creates
probably
enzymes for your entire freaking digestive system. Anyway.
You know, not important.
Just like
it's
everything
not,
else I said.
We're laughing, but it's fucking sad, isn't it?
It is. It's just like everything they said is bad for you. Most of it's good for you.
Yeah,
And
especially
everything's
salt.
good, mostly bad if they say it's good. So just go with that. You'll be one of the
I take it
healthiest
that
people
you
alive.
guys have all got your appendices then, yeah? You've all got your
Yeah.
appendixes.
Yeah, I got mine.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I only just now
That
lost
killed me,
my
bro.
first. I only just now lost my first molar. Now in
They took my wisdom
mid-60s.
teeth, bro. Dude, I hate to say this. This made me really uncomfortable. I don't know about you guys. Dude, the whole pulling your wisdom teeth thing out is such a scam, bro. Because whenever you go through that pain, it happens right during your puberty time of your life.
Yeah.
So like when women give birth, that pain rewires their brain. And whenever your wisdom teeth come in, it was designed perfectly that they come in. That's why they're called wisdom teeth. They come in right when you start to go through puberty, effectively, or a little after, and your brain gets rewired for your next part of life. Like it actually starts to change based on that pain threshold.
Yeah.
And
So
they
can you
rip
imagine?
everyone's wisdom teeth out, and dude, the wisdom teeth goes way up into your head, bro.
Oh my
It's
God!
insane.
You wouldn't believe how long it was when they pulled it out. Only
Dude,
less
that's
than
the
a
biggest
quarter.
scam.
Less than a quarter of it was above the gum line. Less than a quarter of it. This thing was like 2 inches long into my jaw.
And dude,
into my upper jaw.
I talked to like a really based dentist, and he doesn't really do it anymore actually, because he said he learned too much about it. But he explained that they say that you have to get your wisdom teeth taken out because they come in crooked. He said 60% of people's wisdom teeth come in like that, and like 98% of the time they straighten up just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I never had my wisdom teeth taken out when I was young, but I had to have them taken out later.
Listen, those wisdom teeth are really tough too, man. I'm telling you, this tooth, it had been broken. Like the whole front of it was missing, and it didn't bother me at all. Like I had no problem at all for like literally 6 or 8 months. I was doing fine. Then all of a sudden I must have moved it or brushed too hard, and
I'm
it
not
set
saying
off
you
this
should or
reaction.
shouldn't. I want to hear some testimonies of people that never had them taken out and turned out just fine.
Yeah. I want to hear the end of Sonny's sentence.
I never had any of them taken out, just like you're talking about.
Honor and solid as a rock.
Still
Baby.
trying to finish the sentence. Cool. I don't know if
I hope that makes sense for you, man.
I still can't finish the sentence. Anyway,
finish his sentence.
AI, wait a minute. AI, what was the sentence again?
Got excited.
I don't know.
It's gone now,
sentence
dude.
is something they give to prisoners.
Yeah, I know. That's frustrating.
You were talking about how it was fine for many months even though it was chipped, but at one point you must have brushed too hard or something and started hurting.
Yeah, I exposed the root from its natural protective. We have protective coating on our teeth, and we brushed too hard. We brushed all that off, and we expose our gum line to all these things that it actually is healing by itself. Like I have my other wisdom tooth on the bottom. On the other side is broken. Dude. Also, I'm going to have to get it. Like, I hate the idea of having it pulled. Like, I'd rather just keep it. But if it gets,
just freaking super glue it.
Dude, Sonny, you don't have to get it pulled, dude. Let me tell you. I'll send you a picture of what you can use. But there's something called. Look, I'm actually in my cabinet right now. It's called regrow. Okay,
I've
so
heard of
it's
it. I've heard of it. Yeah, yeah. Send me the info, man. DM it if you could,
yeah,
please.
I will. I will. It's called
Send me
remineral.
too.
Yeah, for sure,
We
bro.
need
It's
to
called
talk about that.
remineralizing tooth and gunpowder. Okay, and what you do is you get organic yogurt, and you take this powder, you mix it into the yogurt, and then you coat your teeth and you let it sit there. And this is after you do you do coconut oil. So you do coconut pulls. So you do coconut oil mixed with clove oil, right? Natural organic clove oil, and then you do that for a while. Especially if it's bad, like do it for a while. And if your pain's like unbearable, you can drop clove oil straight on the tooth, and it's amazing, dude. But anyway, then you do this stuff. I watched a tooth that was decaying literally begin to grow back. Dude.
That's
Like
what this
on
one
everything
seemed
I
to
love.
do, bro. That's what this one seemed to do. The one on the bottom. It was
Like
fully
the
like the
black
top of
started
it.
going away. The black
No, the
started
top had
all going away.
it's oh it did yeah. So the top of this one, like it seemingly collapsed, but it's still all there, and it's got like a gap in there, but
but the pain's gone. The swelling and
no,
the
I don't
pain.
have any pain from this one at all. The other one I had to get
What's
pulled.
interesting?
Yeah, I have some broken off teeth
What's
too, and the
interesting?
pain's not. I haven't practiced the.
Just fortunate genetically that way, I guess. Anyway,
Was it? You know what's interesting? It might be speculation, but we would talk all the time about the gold rush. You know, I definitely was victim to a psychotic dentist who wanted the money from my government assistance, and he drilled like all of my teeth. Like now, that was never a problem when I had one dentist. Then I moved to a dentist in my neighborhood because I had moved with someone else. I went through the court system, and I guess they just couldn't be bothered with taking me that extra mile. Just send me across the street, and they drilled holes in my teeth. And even with that, I've never had any problems with my teeth since then. And I got all my wisdom teeth, not a problem. Now, so there's one way where they're like creating a problem to get money, right? Again, there's this whole pharmacia situation. Like it's all wrapped together. And we were talking about it. Somebody was telling me that milk, like not pasteurized, like not processed, that just raw milk.
yeah.
That regrows teeth is what I heard. I don't know if that's true, but it is also interesting that they banned this. Like if you're gonna if what I'm saying is true, then you can't have motherfuckers drinking milk and regrowing teeth into their fillings, popping their fillings out,
Are
because
you
that wouldn't
talking
work
about,
the
you talking
narrative.
about the calcium thing,
Yep.
Elijah? Like calcium being involved.
Well,
No,
Yeah,
just the
so
pasteurization.
even with the pulling of the wisdom teeth, like again, like I've been waiting for that to be
Dude.
a thing. Oh, when? My bad. I could have let me know.
No, bro, that's what they call it. Listen, they call that stuff pulling. When you're fixing your tooth, that's like in the tooth regrowing community, right? The
yeah.
little health nuts. They call it
Oil,
pulling. Oil. They call it oil pulling.
Oil
And then
pulling.
there's a stick. There's a stick that they use too, which has some kind of mineral to it. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh shit! The sticks that make all of the fucking Muslim dudes' fucking teeth super white because all they do is chew on that shit.
No,
They got
I
that
don't
shit.
think
No,
that's.
this is
Are you
something else.
sure?
This is something
Hey,
else.
you sure it's not that thick?
No.
Alright.
It usually involves like coconut oil or
Alright.
some other type of oil. You
I
hold it in
need
your
to know
mouth
about
for a
this
while,
calcium
and
pad.
it's called oil pulling. You hold this oil in your mouth, or
Nah, it's
different
the stick. It's
different
that
oils.
stick that they be chewing on. I'm
Maybe
sure.
so. Maybe.
Oh no, dude! It's like it's some kind of. So the whole point is this, like like electroplating.
It's like a
Right?
branch or something. Or are you talking about like a
Yeah,
tool?
yeah, but so like this
Yeah,
is
okay. They chew on the branch thing. That's what I'm
like the
saying.
tooth. The tooth kind of like, in a sense, remineralizes itself through some kind of electroplating type thing. It recoats itself like that. It has the acid form or something on it, right? Then you reintroduce the minerals, and then the minerals like harden into the section, and slowly but surely it rebuilds itself.
That's crazy. Hey, I tagged both Eli and Sonny in a picture of that stuff if you want to get it. I think we got it on Amazon. I can't remember.
Thanks, man.
That's fire, bro, because I'm telling you, I literally watched. I had a bad tooth that was like, I hate dentists, dude. I've had really bad experiences.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like
me
I had
too.
like black in my tooth, bro, and I did the coconut and oil pull for like 20, 30 minutes before I'd go to sleep. And then after I did it, I would put this organic yogurt mixed with this powder all over my teeth, and I'd just go to sleep. And dude, it's the black started going away within a couple of days, bro. And then
Yeah.
literally it started to fill back up, bro. It started to regrow. And that's very
What I
crazy.
need. That's what I need, man. Because if I could save my teeth, if I could save the ones I have now, and like I've got other problems, the front tops of my teeth are screwed up. Like I'm starting to have some problems. But
Well,
anyway,
as
that's good.
resilient our teeth, as teeth are, why wouldn't they be able to grow back? If they're treated right. I mean, because like you can get a tooth pulled, you're never going to grow it back. But if you have one broken off, I don't see why it couldn't grow back if the roots.
So let's remember that these are people that are hell bent on lying to us at every given turn, for profit or for control. Now, look at how they did. Like I was just in a smoke shop, ironically, where they sell fucking sell exotic treats, or you go anywhere that sells exotic treats. When I say exotic treats, I'm talking about like from Japan or something. And there's like a whole laundry list for our Kit Kat, and like a 2 to 3 line checklist for their Kit Kat, and it's like chocolate, okay, milk, and have a good night. What? What the fuck is all this shit in my Kit Kat then? Like, so I'm just saying that not only do we have to brush our teeth, which I do, because I mean I don't know anything else. Brush my teeth twice a day. That's because guess what? My diet calls for that. I want to eat all this candy. I want to eat all these burgers, all types of different shit that's fucking up my teeth. Want to smoke, want to do this, want to do that.
Sure, and
if we didn't have this diet, and if we didn't have these behaviors,
to clean your mouth.
If we didn't have these behaviors, perhaps our teeth wouldn't decay and get yellow and stuff. Just maybe. I don't know.
That's
much slower, probably.
Yeah, I mean that's the story. I mean, they say you toothpaste and shit. It's like, hey, brush your teeth. Which I ain't gonna lie. I mean, we've been involved in that behavior for a long time. Feels good to clean.
This
your
is
mouth.
like
have
everything. It's like everything, right? It's like, you get commission.
You can wash
as
your
a
teeth with water, just regular water. You don't have to.
You get commission as a doctor to convince a woman to have a C-section. So it's the same thing. It's like they don't actually need a C-section, but they want to prematurely induce
that's not
labor.
the case every time, but anyway.
Helio, why do you keep interrupting? Helio, why do you keep interrupting every time somebody talks? You're in the middle of their sentence.
The reason that I'm saying that
you're interrupting people, though.
Reason we're talking about C-section.
You're in the middle of people's sentence. Someone's speaking, and you're talking. They're not done with their sentence yet. Got that?
But I got you, Helio. Not medical.
We're not
advice.
going.
Not medical
advice. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So, and I'm not saying this is necessarily always the case, although I'm a strong believer in the creator, so I would actually say it is. But everyone's got their own opinion. But what I'm saying is they get money for C-sections, okay? That's all I'm saying. And I've had a doctor tell me that. So obviously you got to have clients. And another thing that they do, the reason that they do C-sections is they like to induce the labor quicker because the doctors have a schedule. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of want you to get the baby out faster. I personally think that the baby's probably going to come out when it's supposed to because I believe in the creator, right? But my point is just the macro point here is obviously sometimes they'll kind of tell you that there's a problem where really not a problem exists, or it could be cured in a different way, where they get to cure you. It's pretty simple.
I'm pretty sure we're way too far past this is not medical advice. And we'll probably
Well, I'm okay. Allegedly. If you say allegedly, everything's okay legally. Literally. If you say allegedly, you're fine.
Really?
That's true.
I'm not sure if YouTube gives a shit about that, but
This
whatever.
is a contract realm. This is a contract realm. Remember that.
I'm not saying I
I'm just
disagree.
saying.
I'm just saying, some of this stuff that we talk about, we got to be kind of careful.
Well, my wife is I got married 20 weeks ago. I got married 20 weeks ago. Kai's 19 weeks pregnant today, and so I've been looking into this stuff. And they induce labor, and then they give you numbing agents because it's painful. So they're like, induce labor, numbing agent, induce labor, numbing agent. And I'm just saying that a lot of it is manufactured.
These are facts.
Yeah, a lot of it's manufactured.
So even though we give facts about that, they'll still freaking say you can't say that.
But think about this from a business standpoint, since that is how it is run, right? Because there are so many doctors that want to take their practice somewhere else. If they don't sign off on certain pharmaceutical things, then they get blasted and stuff like that. So we know that happens, right? So I'm thinking it isn't any more nefarious than them needing to do more deliveries a day. How do you do that? Okay, well, they can have babies faster. We can do more per day. That is going to increase our bottom.
I mean, if you want to have your baby at home in a pool or whatever, I mean, that's kind of a thing. You can do that, and you'd rather do that than go to the hospital.
Yeah, Helio, what's crazy, believe it or not, I'm actually not the one having the baby. But
no shit. I mean, so whatever she wants to do, that's fine, but
that's right. So she doesn't want to go to a hospital, but since it's her first time, she doesn't necessarily want to be at the house. We have like a birthing clinic that's basically like a house that we're gonna do that, and it's gonna be a water birth. Yeah,
kind of shit. Yeah, water. Fuck yeah, man, bro. I think that's probably a really good way to go.
Dude, are they going to have like a light dim, candle light, instead of, a natural light and all of that?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was saying, I seen this video where this African woman's walking, right? And she just squats down, just freaking pulls the baby right out, and then just keeps walking.
Blap.
Wow.
Blap.
Dude, that's another thing.
It's like took less than a minute.
That's the natural way, that's for sure.
Here's the question I do have.
It doesn't always happen that way, but anyway.
Whoa. Helio, calm down.
This is relax, Helio. You don't have to be contrarian to everything we say. We get it. It doesn't always. People don't always have births that way.
Are you getting permission, Helio?
I apologize, Jim.
So the whole thing with the walking and the baby, just what I don't understand about babies, the umbilical cord. Like, how does that naturally? How do you deal with that?
Bite it, bro.
Like, why would you have to cut it? I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I don't know what the process is for that.
Yeah,
the natural process. Like,
so it'll eventually it'll just fall off, and it takes about 3 days. But what's like the WHO, they suggest you do it under 30 seconds, which is definitely not the way to go. I'm not trying to make anyone uncomfortable. This is just what my research has led me to, because it gives oxygen to the brain. So they're just now coming out of water. They're learning how to breathe. And so as they're starting to breathe, it still pumps oxygen. And it's very crucial for some early stages of neural development, allegedly. And then in addition to that, it's supposed to go straight to the mother's chest because she releases immense amounts of oxytocin, which are transferred to the baby. And then, like he said, squatting is the way that the baby's supposed to come out. And they have everyone laying on their back with the legs up. So the baby has to fight upwards to get out, when actually it should be squatting. And it's actually argued that if you swirl your hips, some say with the vortex of the ether, but either way, if you swirl your hips while you're squatting, it'll fall out.
What? The what?
And the
Dude,
swirling
I've seen
of the
videos where the
ether,
girls.
I would go along with that. I would just stick with that. Go do the swirl with the direction of the swirling ether.
Yeah, dude, I've seen videos
recommend
where the
work for
girls
better
are
baby
smiling,
birth.
like literally smiling. Like it looks like seriously, bro, it looks like they're having an orgasm. I'm not trying to be like vulgar or anything.
Leave the umbilical cord connected as long as you possibly can.
Wow, bro.
Dude, I didn't believe it till I saw it. I mean, they're on
It's so
videotape giving
strange.
birth smiling. So, you know,
I
you
mean,
can
I'm not
say,
trying to be vulgar or anything, but orgasm.
It's kind
Yeah,
of very strange hearing
I'll
men
just
talk
fucking
about
with you.
hearing men talk about this. Is a little bit weird. I don't know.
It is
Well, me and
weird,
Kai
but
sat
I
down
mean,
and watched
Yeah, but
it.
there ain't no women in here, so
hold on.
Actually,
It's
no, it's
extremely
good.
weird.
It's
Hold
just
on. Hold
Wait,
okay.
on.
AI's trying to say.
Excuse-moi.
That's not vulgar.
Yeah,
No, it's not. It's real life, and it's a good conversation. Really is.
I just wanted to kind of avoid the fallout.
Nope.
But
Catch this for a
you
quick
got to
second.
admit that's very interesting, right? Like if you could see a girl giving birth and she's like smiling, dude, and then she gives an interview and she uses that word specifically to describe it. She says it's not like identical to intercourse or anything like that, but that it's like that. It isn't like this excruciating pain. There's no tearing when you do it this way. I mean, that's very interesting because we hear a totally different paradigm where they're on their back and they're in crazy pain, and sometimes it takes many hours, and they got to get sewn back up, and then they rip the baby. The baby starts crying. They immediately cut the cord. They rip it from the mom. They slap it on the butt and make it cry. They wipe it all off. They put it in a blanket before they get back to the baby. They cut it off if it's a dude. They mutilate it if it's a dude from the jump. So it's very interesting when you look into it that all you have to do is kind of trust the natural design of the creator, and it makes a lot more sense. That's all I'm saying.
The placenta holds a big amount of blood from the baby. So if you allow the placenta for the baby to rest with the placenta, a lot of the blood of the placenta is gonna flow into the baby, which is necessary, actually.
That's cool. It's called a lotus birth, right? And then technically, some people actually like consume the placenta. Some women, and they say that increases a lot of nutrients in the colostrum, or what's it called? The first stage of breast milk. I forgot what it's called.
The colostrum, but still, the mom is gonna develop that essence of the mother, no matter what. But people do eat the placenta, but as long as you allow the blood to flow back into the baby, it's gonna be fine.
So catch this
I
for a
believe
quick
it'll be fine,
second.
but
Wit,
good.
you mentioned something about the whole orgasm aspect of things, right? Now, there's a couple things you outlined. One, giving birth in water. Remember, water is a natural lubricant. A lot of people forget that, right? That does help with the delivery of the baby. The last thing, in terms of an actual raw bonding experience, you talk about the baby going straight to the mother after giving birth. Now, remember, post-orgasm, and again, I'm not going to get into it or anything like that, but that is that's where they say you are connected with God, like the essence, so to speak, of divinity, because everything is just relaxed. So imagine you're in that post state and you're receiving the child that you just brought into the world. I think that's an amazing place to be.
And
Bluntly.
everything that you produce, as a woman, when you produce that, when that baby comes out, they're immediately not immediately, but they're going to want to feed from your breast. That's called colostrum. And somebody was mispronouncing it earlier.
Yeah, that was me. Colostrum.
Yeah, colostrum
But
is
it
the
doesn't
highest
mean
glory.
that you have to cut the umbilical cord. And if you didn't cut the umbilical cord, they're still feeding from the placenta.
I know.
All
That's
of the
what
nutrients.
I'm saying is for the
Go ahead.
first. Okay, colostrum is for a while, right? It's and I'm saying, if the woman consumes the placenta, you can even put it in like capsules.
Well, I wouldn't.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that if you the placenta afterwards,
it? I mean,
no,
she
it
drinks
just
her
that
own milk.
nutrients. No, dude.
Okay, then
you put the placenta in capsules, and the nutrients will go back into the mother's milk
placenta
production.
so colostrum is the breast milk, and the
yes.
Anyway, so you just said
if they consume the placenta, then it'll add nutrients to the initial milk production.
I
Helio.
don't think that's necessary, but anyway.
I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm just telling you what we found out researching. Yeah, I'm not saying you're a bad parent if you didn't do this. Like Kaya definitely isn't comfortable eating the placenta, but she is interested. She's interested in maybe the capsules, and it's her decision. And we're just praying about this stuff. But I'm just explaining that it's a rabbit hole, bro, and we've
No, but
learned a lot
as
of
far
stuff.
as like immediately cutting the umbilical cord, I don't think that's
No. You're supposed to leave it on for a while, and naturally it falls off. Yeah.
So the milk after you give
That's
birth,
all I was getting
that's the called the colostrum, as Helio was saying, and you can tell
But the
actually because
initial
the
breast
milk.
milk,
Hold on one second, Helio. Hold on one second, Helio. The milk
you're about to
is
say
actually it's thicker and it's a different concentrate than usual
and
breast
it
milk.
works the
That's all I wanted.
same way in most mammals. So anyway,
It's like yellow looking too. It's like it's like much thicker and it has like a tint.
It's sticky and it's sticky and it's thicker and and it looks like male semen actually.
and
I mean,
but the new babies love it. They love it.
Well, because that's what I mean.
If you deny the new babies this colostrum,
Helio,
then
you're even talking over the girl now, bro. You can't talk over women also, man. Come on, man. Have some respect.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm just saying, like, we're talking about pregnancy. A woman's giving her take on a part of the subject, Helio. I think that she may know a little
my
more.
bad. I'm being a dick. Go ahead, guys.
Sorry, I just find it. I'm not offended in any way. I'm just saying that also, the colostrum helps like the initial jump start of the baby's immune system. So there's like something in there that literally will basically the building blocks of the baby's immune system. That's what allegedly that's what I've heard in research and stuff like that. And that's what I was told when I had my daughter. Unfortunately, I didn't produce any, but there was other mothers present around me. My daughter was premature and very, very tiny, so I never got to have any of the, actual giving birth and things like that. But there was
I'm
other
sure she
mothers
was no
around
less
me.
beautiful.
Oh no, she was ugly. She was like 2 pounds and 5 ounces. She was like a little raisin. She looked like a little chimpanzee. I thought she was covered in hair. I, I thought she was like she was not pretty. But that's just because that's what they look like when I was only 24 weeks. So she was literally 2 pounds and 5 ounces and like tiny, teeny, teeny, tiny. So it's, you can fit her in the palm of your hand, literally.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like she was literally the size of her father's palm of his hand. Like it was crazy. But yeah, so I couldn't breastfeed and all that stuff because it was a bunch of meds and things like that because I almost died. But there was many other women around me breastfeeding and doing it, and they explained everything to me because you take a class and you're with all the other mothers and you're doing these things. But it's breastfeeding is like, yeah, I mean, it's so important. It really is. I wish I could have gone backwards and I've done it. I wanted to do it, but was unfortunately, not an option for me. However,
Tell us about your daughter
so
now. I mean,
important.
tell us about your daughter now. Is she
It's the original Happy Meal.
the original Happy Meal? I have a meme for that, but tell us about your daughter now. I mean, it sounds really like
She's
you went
22
through
years old. Yeah.
Really, how is she?
She's amazing. Actually, I don't even.
Awesome.
Yeah, she's
awesome. And you
she
had
was
you had
the
a lot
smartest,
of people
most
help.
beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yay!
She thrived. She thrived. She thrived. She was really, really tiny until actually I found it. I actually really enjoyed having a premature baby. And I know that sounds crazy to people,
Well,
but she was
my mother
really
was born
little.
premature. My mother was born premature. She was
Helio,
like,
dude, I will drive to Arkansas, dude,
and
if you
kick my
don't
ass.
stop.
I'll shut up.
Yes.
I'll shut up.
Thank you.
She was really
Helio, that
little
means you
for
got
a
7
long
hours.
time. She
Oh,
was
she stayed
really
small
little.
for a long time, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, she was, yeah, because she was like literally when I brought her home, like she weighed 4 pounds. Like they put her on the scale and like she weighed 4 pounds that day. Like they were like, okay, you can take her home. As soon as she hits 4 pounds, she's out of here. Like it was like one of those, right? Because there's like a
Oh, wow.
rule. There's like a rule in the law. You can't take the baby out of the hospital until it weighs 4 pounds.
Wow, I
And
didn't know that.
and she was literally fine. Like nothing else was wrong with her except she was just not gaining the weight. So like the morning of, they were like, she weighs 4 pounds. Like, okay, release her. And then someone else came in and weighed her, and it was like 3 pounds and like 14 ounces. And they all looked at each other. They were like, send this baby home. Like, there's nothing else wrong with her. She's just, like it was me who had most of the issues. She really didn't have any issues of her own. And then we were about to leave, and she had like a heart problem. They ended up having to send her home on a heart monitor. But it was just ridiculous. She was so smart, and she was so little that she scared people, because at like 6 months old, she was already doing things that a regular 6 month old would do, but she looked tiny. So,
Right.
like, so, and even like when she was like 9 months old and she walked early. So she was really tiny, and she was walking and talking, and people were looking at her like she scared people, because could you imagine, like, you're looking at a 6 month old baby in a carriage and it sits up and starts talking to you?
Right.
I had so much fun with it. I really did. Like, I really did. Like, because people were like looking at me. I'm like, it wasn't me, it was her. And they're looking at me like, yeah, right. Like, and I'm like, no,
Yeah.
really. And then she's like, hi, I'm Jordan. And they're like, holy shit, how old is she? Like, the look on people's faces were priceless. Oh my God, everywhere I went, it was priceless. I used to have fun. And then, but once she hit the age of 2, and they tell you this because apparently every premature baby, which they don't tell you till after the fact, right? It's nice. They shoot them with steroids when they're born, and the steroids don't actually kick in until they're 2 years old, and they have this growth spurt between the age of 2 and 3 where they just like grow like a ridiculous amount. And all of a sudden they're like caught up and surpass most kids. So she went from
Oh,
being
wow.
really tiny to being like the tallest kid in her class. It was crazy.
That's a trip.
It really was. It was like so awkward and weird. And then I don't know. I think the steroids did other things to her, but she was super, super smart for like her age and her age range and all that stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, anyway, she's amazing now. She thrives at everything, and everything I've ever wanted to do or anything I've ever thought I wanted to do, she masters and excels at. So
Oh, you live vicariously, though, at least.
I did. I really did. I really got to live through my kid, and I didn't even try to force anything on her, which was, if you ask her, she probably thinks I don't enjoy any of the things that she's interested in, but I secretly love every single thing that she does. I just never told her. I just kept it to myself because I felt like if I told her that I like that, she'll think it's uncool and,
Right.
walk away from it.
So tell
I
her
just
flat
always
Earth.
want her to
Flat
be
Earth.
her own
Just tell her
person.
tell her you don't like flat Earth at all. So flat Earth is so stupid, and maybe we should look into it.
Oh yeah, no, he thinks I'm crazy when it comes to that. So, but I'm crazy in a lot of other ways. You know, I'm the metaphysical person. So you guys talk very, literal, and I'm the person that like I'm all on the ether and the all that stuff like that because I'm more metaphysical. I'm an energy worker, so I'm used to living in that metaphysical realm. I'm used to being called the crazy person, and like everybody dismisses me because you can't see what I do and it's not real and all that crap. So I'm good. I'm okay with it. I'm used to it. But like
The
when
easiest, I
people
mean, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, the easiest way to introduce flat Earth, it's really using logic, common sense. I mean, it's just like you throw numbers and concepts all day long, but younger people, they're not even introduced to this form of reasoning anymore. There's no way they can understand what we're talking about. Not no way, not all of them are, but most of them just are distracted by social media and different things like that.
Yeah, she's
In
young. I
my
mean,
opinion.
she can still come
She's
around.
young. Yeah, she's young and in college, and she's in college. So forget
Yeah,
it. You know
yeah.
that
So, I
they're
mean, I
indoctrinate.
have a son.
Ugh.
He's 25, and he could give a shit about what I talk about on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're gonna figure it out. I mean, she's actually really, like I said, she's really smart, and she has a lot of discernment. So I just know that eventually one day she'll figure it out. So there's no point in pushing them because then they're just gonna,
Oh,
rage
sure. I know.
against you.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
gonna slow the process down if anything, for sure. If you do that.
But he knows exactly what I do all the time. So, but he doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh yeah, she knows. If I talk about it, she'll walk away from me in embarrassment. But it's okay.
I don't think he's embarrassed. It's like him and all his friends know that his dad is a flat earther because I made sure of that because I'm friends with
Oh,
them on Facebook and they
what's the
know that I'm all
alternative,
about.
dude?
I mean,
Think about it. What's the alternative? A boring mainstream parroting normie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
for sure.
she for the first time the other day, she actually asked me to read her tarot cards. So I was like, "Whoa, what? What'd you say?" I was like, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for being you, even if it's weird, man. I'm telling you, like your kids, they'll always come a time where they kind of like look at you a little bit weird, but stick to your guns, man. 100%. It's a fine line. We're all doing a good job,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. The process,
Amen.
right? Like they're gonna grow. Like it's I think almost everyone can relate. A lot of the stuff that their parents told them didn't really resonate with them until later in life.
Yeah, amen to that.
So, just out of curiosity for my research, how old were you when you had your daughter?
23.
Okay. So, not statistically relevant to my thesis, but thank you for
But
sharing.
yeah, I guess that
What
thesis
is
being the more likely.
Yeah.
Or AI, did you low key just ask Jackie her age?
What?
No, and then whenever we find out when how old ladies.
Jackie's not insecure like you, Kiwi.
No. Jackie's a friend of mine, dude. You guys in it. Well, I just love that you specifically AI and Jackie, and she's connecting with you guys on this chat. It's awesome. I love it. Thanks for being here,
But yeah,
Jackie. The
that was
crew,
a funny joke though. Like
awesome.
you inadvertently got her age. That's kind of funny. But
It's pretty awesome. It's like gathered intel. It's super awesome. I love it.
Oh, I don't care. I'm 45. I'll tell people my age.
Yeah, me too. I don't. I'm 49. If you're gonna take the piss out of me, I'm gonna laugh at every joke you make about me.
You want to try that out?
You start making
Hey,
jokes about my kid.
We're gonna have to fight.
You don't even know my kid, but you can find him pretty quick. But I mean, he's doing really good, man. I actually went last weekend. He came up to where I live. I'm in Fayetteville. He's in Little Rock, but he came to Fayetteville, played a show. I was at a show last weekend. Watched him play a show. He's a really good drummer.
Yeah, you told me that he makes music.
Yeah, he's a really good drummer, and he plays in a couple bands in Little Rock, and he's just been like all summer just jamming along. But I mean, it's like music most people won't like because it's just like screamo kind of crazy freaking metal shit. But I like it, but most people don't.
Well, Jackie, I think it's only appropriate that you invite your daughter in here and we see how many times Helio interrupts her.
That would be inappropriate. Just say.
Hey, what's it? Have you heard of Weston A. Price?
Say again.
Weston A. Price. He's a dentist.
I have not.
He like traveled to villages and found that like kids in like these villages had like perfectly straight teeth, and he compared it to like British kids, and they had like horribly crooked teeth even before like the wisdom teeth came in. And basically, the reasoning is these kids would eat like raw meat, and it basically allows their like faces to fully develop, and it gave them all the space that they need for their teeth.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like
That's
a nutrition thing.
Yeah, because dude, check this out. One of the things we found out was during pregnancy, vitamin A, which the best source of vitamin A is like liver. Like animal liver, it's very good for the jaw structure and to prevent like what's it called, Team J, and like to make the teeth straight and stuff like that. And of course, if you Google it, it'll say don't do that. So I that does kind of connect. It makes sense.
Yeah. Also, the brain is like almost 30% like cholesterol. There's like stories of like vegan parents who like their kid develops like brain damage because they don't give it any meat. So what they say, the Weston A. Price Foundation, it's like you can follow them on Instagram. They say that like the first foods you should give your kid after like breast milk is like warmed up, like slightly warmed up, runny like egg yolks. That's what they say you should give your kid.
Oh wow!
And yeah, it would help with like the brain development and the jaw, like the face development, all that stuff. Pretty much everything, because obviously, if people are getting their teeth pulled out regularly, like wisdom teeth, that's like a normal procedure, then we're doing something wrong, obviously.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And of course, egg yolks have vitamin A as well. So that's very interesting. All right, I think
There's
I'm going
one
to
thing I wanted to say.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, before I forget, because we were talking about this before, the colostrum, and I meant to tell you guys because there's a vitamin that is an actual like a colostrum from like cows. It's called lactoferrin. It's like a crazy immune booster if you're ever like sick and you know with what's going on these days, right? You know, allegedly, right? If you take this, which I have, it really helps. Like if you get sick, it cuts the time down in less than half. And if you feel like you get exposed to someone who's sick, I take it for like 3 days, and it just, you can feel almost like the virus trying to grab onto you, but it can't. So I'm on, maybe I could take a picture of it and post it for you guys. I just wanted to tell you guys about it because it's like saved my life a couple times when I've almost gotten sick or when I did get sick. And everybody I've given it to who's caught the big C, 3 days, done. They feel amazing after 3 days.
Wow, nice. Where do you get it?
You can get it on Amazon. You can get it at almost a lot of vitamin shops and things like that. I'm gonna post a thing for it. Hold on.
Sweet. That sounds cool. I'm gonna chill with the wife for a little bit before we crash. We had a big day, but nice chatting with you guys as always. Remember that nothing does not exist. And yeah, I love you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night, dude.
Peace, Witsit.
Take care. What's it?
Did you guys see my dentist video I just posted there in the live stream voice?
Don't forget it.
That's from Little Shop of Horrors. I love that movie, but anyway. It's a good movie. You'll be a dentist. We talk about serious subjects, but we also joke around some.
Man, that grammar is weighing on me.
Dude, there's so many good songs in Little Shop of Horrors. You remember that one? AI?
I've never seen it.
Really, you gotta watch it, bro. You gotta watch Little Shop of Horrors, man.
Dude, that movie's so old, bro. Why are you watching that again?
I'm not watching it again. It just affects me because I just thought it was so cool. I mean, I was a choir nerd, bro. So I was always.
I know what your favorite song was. Suddenly Seymour. That was your favorite song, huh? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I talked about that one night. Yes.
No, it actually is. I was fucking joking. I was actually joking.
I can. Yes, you can. Anyway.
Suddenly Seymour.
See, you already know, Fraud. It's a good song. God damn it! Why are you giving me shit?
That shit was fucking retarded.
Oh, dude.
It's not
dude, he's giving you
it's
crap.
Cool.
He's giving you crap because he clearly sings it in the shower, as we can tell.
See, he knew it, and he was calling me out.
No, I mean, it's a movie you don't forget. It's very unforgettable. Yeah. It was a good movie.
Well, it was a good production. That's it's something you can't.
Dude, those songs
it's so ridiculous, and
those songs stick in your head.
Comedy. It's a comedy, but it great production.
Fucking Rick Moranis was singing,
and it's just standing beside me. Tell me again. Yes, you can. I don't know what it is about that movie. It just really kind of hits you right. I mean, whatever. I mean, but it was a stage production long before it was a movie. But anyway, on Broadway and shit. But whatever.
No, the movie was good. It was a good movie. The shit was funny. That damn plant was funny as fuck.
Why are you giving me shit about it then?
We did that for high school, our high school senior
did
play.
You, Jackie? Oh my
yes.
God.
Yes, we did.
You guys
yes,
did that?
Yes.
You did that in high school? Oh, cool. Awesome.
That was our senior year play on our way out. That's what we did.
Awesome. I thought it was great. See, I was a choir nerd, I was in choir freaking from 7th grade on to, till I graduated. I had a full tuition scholarship for choir out of high school. And then I dropped out of college after the first year. So anyway, that's my story. Sticking to it. But yeah, I really had a good time, like doing productions and singing and stuff. Like doing, dude, I was in a choir that we won state championships several years in a row, and it was really cool. We had a good time. But yeah, we always performed like some of these, project, and then we do some performances at high school. I mean, you're always expected to do that. You're gonna have to work with the drama team and the choir. You have to be part of that, and so yeah, it was fun. And we didn't do Little Shop of Horrors, but did Les Miserables. Well, we didn't actually do Les Miserables. We did some of the songs from Les Miserables as as part of a choir performance. We didn't actually perform the play. There's some good songs on that one too.
Yeah, well, I was always in the back. I had to be in the background. I couldn't, I had like a stage fright. So as soon as I'd open my mouth when I'd get on stage, my voice would just jump and run away from me. So I was the stage hand and in the background, stage manager, directing people which way to go. That was it. I couldn't do the on stage stuff. But my daughter is amazing. She's been in choir and all of the plays, and she's actually doing. That's what she just graduated
She's a good singer.
college with yeah, she actually is. She's a pretty good singer. Yeah, she is. But she's doing she taught herself how to play the piano.
She's a musician. That's what she graduated in music.
She's doing she majored in theater. So she's a theater major. So yeah, she's doing theater management right now, and she's going back for her master's, which she'll have next year. She'll graduate with her master's this year. She got her, her associates, and she'll get her master's next year.
Oh, so I had the opportunity to do that, but I'm just not a college person. I'm more like a rock and roll guy. It's just like I had the voice to do that stuff, and I was just like, I mean, as a younger man, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to be an opera singer or a stage performer, and I just want to be a rock star. I mean, this is me at 18, and
Yeah, I
so I
couldn't.
didn't really press it much when I was in college. When I had a full tuition scholarship, but then I just didn't really play with it. Should have, and looking back now, but I don't think I could have. I mean, I guess I probably could have finished a bachelor's. There was just certain classes that I don't think I could have actually gone all the way with, and I think I would have failed. It's like, no, you would. I know people will be like, no, you wouldn't have. I mean, how much of a shit could I give about this shit to actually pass the class? And what type of future am I going to be? A choir teacher? Am I going to be a performer on freaking Broadway or anything like that? There was certain things I was just like, did I give up? Not necessarily. I just tried the best I can I don't know. I mean, I've thought about, I can go back to college and I can sing, with the choir. I can get a scholarship, to any college right now. He was like, oh, man, you sing better than 80% of the people that actually even try out. But, are you scholarly? I'm not scholarly. That's why I realized I wasn't scholar material. So but that's probably not the same case for everyone that's that's talented like that. It's like I just didn't give a shit about it, and I still don't. But I'm here, talking about flat Earth. Like, well, and a lot of people are like, well, you didn't finish college, and so that means that's why you think the Earth is flat, because you're too dumb, couldn't even finish college. Nah, that's not it.
Well, I wasn't going to pay them to pretty much learn everything that I had already known.
Yeah,
so
they were, which is really sad. They
done.
were paying me. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I graduated with honors and high honors. Like I was in National Honor Society and things like that, and all my classes were like high honors classes. So I graduated with a 4.2 grade point average. which everyone's like, how do you get 4.2? You can't get higher than a 4.2. Well, our school gave higher than a 4.0 if you were in a high honors class, and which were most of my classes were. So I graduated with a 4.2, and then in college they realized when I went to go and take the SATs and the ACTs and all of those tests, which I had always had issues with and problems with, the time tests, that I'm basically dyslexic, but I just worked it out myself. I'm a 70s baby. We had to figure our own shit out, right? They didn't classify us. So, we did what we had to do. I just stayed up late till, 2 a.m. doing my homework, did what I had to do to get those good grades in those honors classes.
Man, I
So
didn't even try, and I got a full tuition scholarship. I felt like one of those freaking football athletes or whatever, just because I could sing. I graduated with a 2.4 grade point average, but I had a full tuition scholarship to one of the a
yeah, you were
college.
one of the people that I hated because
I
I worked
know.
my
I was
ass
just
off.
like, God, I didn't do shit.
I worked my ass off and I didn't get shit. And then when I went to go to school, they told me that I was gonna have to take remedial classes because I couldn't pass their fucking test.
Oh God,
And
man,
I
I
was
feel bad.
like,
I
get
mean,
out of here.
I
I'm
never
not
felt
taking
bad about
remedial
it. I was just
classes.
like, just
Yeah.
because I can sing, that's why I got that fucking scholarship.
Yeah. So when
Because
they told me I was gonna have to take remedial classes, I told them to go,
yeah.
shit in their hat. I was like,
Well, and
you can keep
that's
you
pretty
can
much
take your college education and shove it up your,
when I
what.
went to first year of college and I couldn't write a paper. They were like, I knew I couldn't write a paper. I couldn't pass English 101. But they gave me a full tuition scholarship. And I went to a couple of the English 101 classes. Like I'm not going to be able to do this. And so then I just freaking didn't go to that class anymore. And then I lost my scholarship second semester. Took out a loan to go to the second semester. And because I got a D in one of my, well, I don't even know if I actually passed my English 101. So I had to take a loan out next semester to pay my tuition. And I kept going to college because I wanted to live there. I had a lot of good friends, and we were partying and having a good time. And the only classes I was going to in my second semester were my chamber choir, concert choir. We toured all over the state, friggin' had a really good time singing and shit. But I didn't really give a shit about the classes after that because I was never going to finish college. But I can sing my ass off and perform like nobody's business. But I couldn't. I'm not a scholar, so that's all that was. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like like you said, it's like, hey, I can throw a football or whatever. That was me. That was me. I was just like, I can sing my ass off, and so I'm going to give you a scholarship and see. We're just going to throw this full tuition scholarship at you and see what you got. Like, bitch, I can't finish college, but I don't know why you're doing this, but all right, I'll try it.
When Jackie were talking about the energies and such, I was actually gonna jump in and say something about the Upanishads. Apparently, this sort of ancient sect of Indian philosophy, they believe that the human beings were more like a musical note rather than a bag of blood and bones, like we all see each other. And I love all that kind of thing. I went down a lot of rabbit holes 10 years ago, and that was one of them. So there's a lot we don't know about that energy stuff for sure.
Education isn't everything. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there's more. I'm more spiritual than intellectual. That's why I would never be able to finish college. Doesn't matter how much. I guess I could go for 10 years, maybe. Like, we'll just give you an honorable bachelor degree after 10 years. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Hold my beer. Like, I'll never be able to write an article or a paper or anything like that. Never been able to do that. If I've never been diagnosed with ADD or anything.
They're just diagnoses. They don't really mean anything. They just describe people's personalities is what I think.
Yeah. I'm
More
me.
than anything.
I'm me.
They're just labeling, just more labeling. That's all.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of rhubarb around that. Like earlier, you were saying the big seed. There's never been isolated or purified. So I always tend to come in here and recommend things. I always recommend Amanda Vollmer. Do you know Amanda Vollmer? Canadian. She's a brilliant naturopath, and she got injured by a hospital, funnily enough. And they took out her tonsils, which is like your body's first defense. And she had to educate herself, just like Clive de Carle, actually. He got injured by in a hospital as well. And there's a lot of people like that got injured by these people who are supposed to be healing you. And, you know, Amanda Vollmer is brilliant, but she's just been kicked off of them tube, so I don't exactly know where you'd be able to follow her now, to be honest.
I just don't know if we should talk about it here because they're going to kick us off on YouTube if we talk much further about it.
That's why I tend to come in and just recommend people, Hilo. You know what I mean?
That's cool. Yeah, say the name and then we don't necessarily not because we're scared, but just so we have a platform for everyone else to find our platform. So that
Yeah, no, it's important to do your own research anyway. Like, it's always important to do your own research. I was stuck with doctors and listening to doctors since I was a kid, and it took me to get away from doctors to actually heal myself. So, it's.
I know exactly what you mean.
And it's not easy, and that's the problem, right? Because everyone's looking for a pill to fix all that's broken, and there's not one.
What's really difficult about that is sometimes allopathy is necessary, and so it's hard to differentiate.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and there's not an overnight solution.
Yeah, that's not as much as I'm going to say about it because we shouldn't talk about it because this isn't a medical channel or anything like
that.
Yeah, but
that's all I got to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that. I'm fucking Forrest Gump on that shit.
I was just going to say the pain is there for a reason, a good reason, and just subduing it is not doing anything. It's trying to tell you something. That's all.
Trying to tell you to go get healed.
Yeah, isn't that interesting though? That even from a from the perspective of wisdom, that even pain and suffering has its purpose in a good way. I mean, that's pretty amazing, don't you think? Because most people just look at suffering and they go, "Why? Oh, why?" But even from that higher perspective, and then, believe me, I ain't claiming that I know. I'm just saying, yes, it has its purpose in this realm, and I find that
it's to let you know that something's wrong, and it needs to be fixed.
Right on.
It needs to be healed. Exactly. That's it. That's what it's there for.
Well, it's not just to let you know; it's to motivate you. For example, I'm in pain.
Yes,
I know I'm in pain. Yeah. Whoop-de-frickin' do. Versus I feel the pain. Oh yeah, I better get it to stop.
You're correct. You're correct. All right. Well, we'll stop talking about medical stuff.
Like I said, movies make my eyes red.
What? Sad movies make you cry?
You don't have enough propane in your tank, Larry. It sounds like you're roboting some.
Imagine that.
He must be outside the zone. Damn, I want to hear what Larry has to say. Suddenly see more. Dude, when I hear that song, I freaking get it out of my. Standing beside you. Suddenly see more. Told me I can. Here to provide you sweet understanding. That embarrassing that I love musicals. It was just like, don't get me started on Annie. Holy shit. One of my favorites.
Yeah, but did she turn out okay?
Annie was fucked over all the way around, in my opinion. I ain't gonna lie. But I mean, but you're gonna have to ask her if she was happy. With the.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to ask Annie if she's okay.
Yeah. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Oh man, you fell for that one.
I didn't fall for it. I see where you. I like that. That was pretty good. But yeah, man, I used to freaking love that Annie movie, man. I watched it probably at least 10 times when
They call me Daddy Warbucks.
yeah, Daddy Warbucks.
I looked like Annie when I was a child.
Did you?
Red, curly hair. Yep.
Really?
Yep.
You're redhead?
Yep. Yeah, well, reddish brown, but the same haircut. I had a little
curls.
Curls, a little afro of my own. Yep.
Nice. Awesome. Did you like Annie when you were growing up?
The throw, you got it.
You got the red fro.
I sure did.
Nice. Awesome. I need to watch that again. I mean, the remake was absolutely horrible. The original is freaking badass.
Nothing compares to the original.
No, I think it came out, like early 80s? It was, or was it 70s?
Early 80s, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. Freaking Carol Burnett. Oh, man. God dang. She was one of the greatest actresses, in my opinion, of all time.
They filmed the scene on the bridge not far from where I lived when we were kids. Where she climbs the bridge.
Yeah.
And
where
they
she's
come,
like falling down, going, ah! And then Punjab's there going, I got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They filmed this. They filmed this on this bridge that's not far from where I live.
Oh, cool.
We used to drive past it all the time when I used to be on my way to my uncle's.
You think
You just
about
had me
Annie,
like I just had a
Annie and
had a
Punjab every
flashback.
time. He's just like,
Yes, and we would drive and we would go the Annie Bridge because it was like it was no longer in service. The bridge like it wasn't used anymore, so it was literally just the one half that was still erected. The other side had been removed. So it was like one half of a bridge that just sat there for years and years and years. It's gone now. They finally like took it down, I think like maybe like 10 years ago, but it was there for the longest. It just was taking up space.
Cool. Dude, I need to watch it again just for nostalgia.
Dude, how
Because
hard is it to take down a bridge, though?
It's
It's like all you got to
hard.
do is just, dude, all you got to do is just hang a sign on it that says free, and it'll be gone in a week.
There you go. It's just like if there's copper or steel or whatever, and everybody just said that. Oh, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's just everybody's just desperate for anything they can sell. You know,
Maybe they left it there because of the whole Annie connection. Who knows?
That's funny. Yeah.
It's funny. Just one of my childhood memories. Driving past the bridge.
Isn't that in New York?
No, it was New Jersey.
New Jersey, or same area. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm from Arkansas. I mean, New York and New Jersey are
the
almost the
Hudson,
same
the
thing.
Hudson River. Yeah, it was the Hudson. It was right there on the Hudson River.
That was a really cool scene where she was like hanging on the bridge. She's like, "Oh, Joe!" You know? Yeah, I need to watch that. I haven't. I think it's probably been 10 years since I watched that movie. But
And now, when you watch the bridge scene, you'll think of me.
I think I will. You're over in New Jersey. There's a lot of.
Yeah, it was filmed in Harrison, New Jersey. That's where the bridge was. Harrison, New Jersey.
Cool. There's a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers over there in New Jersey, New York area. You guys need to have a meetup. You can meet each other, have some fun. Meet up at a
I
park.
guess we're gonna have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
I didn't realize there were a lot.
Well, there's a shitload of people in New York now, New Jersey. I don't know what shitload has, if it has a number, but it's a lot. There's a lot of flat earthers in New York and New Jersey.
Interesting. Actually, where I live is very central too, and there's a really nice park not far from me. Maybe I'll do a meetup.
Yeah.
See if people
all
come.
you got to do is just like, where are we gonna go? Hey, and let me know where you want to meet, and I'll find some other people. I'll try to help you. Man.
Well, where I live is very I'm really close to the city, so and I'm really close to like all major highways, like in the tri-state area. So I'm like centrally located in a pretty good position where it's like easy to get to the town that I live in because it's like every highway in New Jersey has like a jump off point from this town somewhere.
I live in northwestern Arkansas, and I've had like 5 meetups, I think, here. One had 80, one had 8, one had 15. You never know who's going to show up. All you have to do is just set up the meetup. You can email Mark Sargent and say, hey, I'm setting up a meetup at this point. Email Mark Sargent. He'll make a video and he'll put it on his channel. And then you can promote it any other way. You can promote it on here too. It's just like, hey, let's do this, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, Friday night, Tuesday night, Monday, whenever you want to do it. And then we'll promote it here. You just let us all know. And we'll.
Has Glover ever shown up to any of these?
Who?
A Glover.
A Glover. Well, not when I've done the meetups, but when we schedule meetup, I've had like a big table, like 8 of us, but the restaurant's full, and so 8 of us, reserve the table, and we're sitting over there and we're talking about flat Earth. We have flyers and shit. And we've had other people come to our table and just like, you guys are flat earthers. So it's like the whole restaurant. We get 8 people and the whole fucking restaurant is full and everybody's talking about flat earth. So it works. So, I mean, because everybody that's not a flat earther is a glober, right? And I'm just like, all right, can I sit down and ask you some questions? This is what happens sometimes. It's like, you guys are flat earthers. Can I sit down? Well, hell yeah, that's what we're here for. And so they'll sit down and start asking us about why we think the Earth is flat. So then we just go from there. Pretty much what we do here, but in real life. So yeah, I mean, try to pick a pub. I mean, of course you want to meet flat earthers, but you also want to make a kind of a spectacle, a little bit of yourself, so other people will be like, "What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about flat Earth? You might want to bring some signs, or it's like flat Earth." And so somebody's going to be interested and come over and talk to you about it. And so,
Well, I want to start out just meeting people that I could hang out with before I start a spectacle.
Do you have the?
And then maybe I'll start a spectacle.
No, sure, I get that. Do you have the Flat Earth Sun and Moon app, or whatever David Weiss's app? I think it's called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app.
I do. I haven't signed up for the I have the app. I just haven't signed up for the yearly.
Man, it's $10 a year. I mean, it's not really.
Yeah. I know I have to do it. I just haven't done it.
Well, I don't even use it very often, because when I have a meetup here, it's like, you don't know who's. It's always at least. Last one we had, there was like 24 people. Just like they already know we're gonna be doing it. It's like, I'm gonna show up. It's just like, we don't even know. Whenever I set up a freaking meetup, it's just like, it could be freaking 6 or 8, or it could be 24. It was like last time we had like 8, and then this dude showed up with his wife and his 8 kids. I was like, holy shit. So, I mean, you never know. But it was on the patio, so we weren't in the restaurant that time. But it just depends on where you are. I mean, you could set up the meetup in a park or whatever, and everybody bring some banners or whatever. Or you can just meet other flat earthers that maybe you've talked to online or never met before. But as long as they know, I know I'm rambling.
I was thinking about the situation with your daughter, and it's probably better that she believes in the ball for now, to be honest, because it's just too much of a contentious topic, and it won't help her bringing it up to her friends, or especially her teachers, or anything like that. So it'll just be, a problem for her, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't make it a big deal with my son either. I mean,
so
what's best is when a kid is genuinely inquiring about the world around them. It's like, if I have to tell you what it is, I'm already wrong. Like,
yeah,
because it's not a debate. It's not really
because
a question.
you don't see it. You don't see it, right?
Right. So it's like, there's really nothing to say, because it's just going to be an argument, because you won't agree epistemologically. You won't agree on the path of knowledge. And so you really kind of can't have a conversation after that. That's why people end up falling out, because they seem to be having a disagreement, but really you two are saying two different things.
Right. So, but they can also follow their own path, and you can still have a relationship, and you just be like, "Oh, you don't understand flat Earth, so I just don't want anything to do with this." Or they might say the same thing. "Oh, you're a flat earther." It's like, bro, let's just agree to disagree, and then we'll move on.
I almost treat it like a privilege.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, when I say I treat it like a privilege, what I mean by that is, for instance, a guy I know named Matthew, not the Matthew Learns, a guy I know named Matthew. He said something about not seeing the people who are gullible, who see things on TV that they've never seen in reality. And I said, well, I wonder how far you will take that train of thought. And he asked, he told me to give him an example. And I said, for instance, we've all seen on TV and everywhere else, other than in reality, this. And I gave him the emoji of the globe. And he said, you are not about to tell me that the earth isn't round. But guess what? It's a privilege to speak to someone and give them all I worked hard for to learn and understand in the face of people trying to deter me and fool with my logic. So now that I'm here, I'm not begging you to listen to me. It's a fucking gift, fam. And I work hard for this. If you don't want to hear it, more power to you. Good luck. That goes for anybody.
Yeah, what I said earlier about Nathan's housekeeping questions, if anybody knows where they are, like just a transcript that I could copy and paste, because I'm terrible at typing. So I'd be happy to post it under that guy's video. Who I posted it, Larkin Rose, who took a big swing at us all. That just really pissed me off, that did. Because I've been listening to that guy's stuff for a while, and he says some good things, and I'm like, yep, and then he's just like, well, these stupid flat earthers, they don't know anything about geometry and science, and I was just like, ooh.
Who said that?
This guy called Larkin Rose is he describes himself as a voluntarist. It's basically an anarchist. But he don't like that word because it's been twisted a little bit, which it has. But yeah, I just think I looked into it. Maybe I don't know, but that was my first thought. Anyway, Platter, are you there?
I'm here. Paul, how you doing, Andy?
So we've just sort of been, while everyone else were talking, we were sort of having a back and forth about this Paul McCartney being replaced shit.
I don't know much about it. I haven't really looked into it.
No, I'm just clearing it up once and for all. All right. So it's obviously garbage.
Okay.
Really, I'm going to post this video. All right. This is a scathing attack on Paul McCartney because when they broke up, you see, they went. It's always money. It's always bloody money, isn't it? Don't forget they were like a family, and so basically, Paul wanted to go with Linda's dad, and that's obviously a conflict of interest. The rest of the band wanted this slime, I think, anyway, whose name is Alan Klein, who then was an agent for the Rolling Stones, and he wanted 20%, and it was just, you can imagine. So that song is an absolute scathing attack against Paul the whole way through. Like,
Is this the Paula's Billy Shears channel?
All right, Helio, Jesus, we can listen to you talk to yourself, or I can just clear this up with Platter. All right, Jesus.
Hurry up.
So yeah, just listen to this song, and it's like there's no reason for him to sing this to Billy. All right, it makes no reason. It just makes no sense whatsoever. But to sing it to his ex-best friend, who's just basically broken his heart, yeah, it makes perfect sense. So okay, I'm done.
Thanks, Andy. I'll check it out afterwards. I'll bookmark it here.
But now we listen to me eating cheese. Good job. Elio, where's the pressing information?
Tell a story about the cabinet shop.
I think he's listening to the song. He's interested.
Tell a story about the cabinet shop, Elia. It's my favorite story.
Well, I got a story for you. You have to wait till my other headset charges, and I'm done eating this delicious cheese. It's about that Go Fast kid from this little gambit on the 255-mile Canigoo shot team. How he thought it works in his favor, but it really don't.
Yeah, he's a very dishonest guy. I mean, that's fucking pointing out the obvious. I might as well just said water's wet, but anyway.
Well, I guess I can talk while I'm eating. Worst case, Elijah can translate for me.
Go for it.
Anyway, so the meme is a picture of the Canigoo Mountain, or whatever the heck. Shot in infrared, and it says above 255 miles, zero curvature. That's all it really says. Doesn't really explain like why it's saying that. It just assumes that the photo is self-evident, I imagine. So our friend decided, okay, I've got this meme that says 255 miles, no curvature, so let's find some curvature in there to debunk the flat Earth's claim that there's no curvature in here. So how does he find curvature? Well, I think he got clued in by, I believe he said the blog from the guy who took the photo. He's talking about a church that he normally couldn't see. This church was 157 miles from the observation point. Okay, so we already got a problem. The thing says 255 miles, so he's looking at 157. So he's already not necessarily focused on the right thing. But he's just trying to find curvature anywhere in there, and that debunks the meme, right? So what he does, he says, oh, I can't see the whole thing, right? So some of it is unresolved at the bottom. Therefore, that's curvature, and I disproved the meme. Now, where did he validate that curvature? In the photograph? No, there's not enough information for that. What he did is he went to an earth curve calculator, right? But the earth curve calculator, when you type in those numbers, the top of the church being 547 feet, the distance being 157 miles, the elevation from the observation point being 9,000 feet, you end up with a hidden height of 1,200 feet. Okay, so that is double the height of the top of the church. So you shouldn't be able to see it according to the geometry.
He didn't
Now,
give a shit
when we
about
were
that.
having this,
He was told this, wasn't he?
yeah. So when we were having this argument, he was saying, "Oh well, everything in this photo is congruent with the globe geometry." So there's one thing that isn't. Now later on, he did change his tune and say, "Oh, yeah, that's silly. It's really just congruent with physics." Well, what physics is it congruent with? Because obviously, I just showed you that you can't see the thing, right? So of course, you have to add refraction. Now, how do you add refraction? Do you go out and measure it? Even though the kid said, I don't accept just calculations, I accept demonstrable evidence, right? So, where was the demonstrable evidence for the refraction? Well, it wasn't anywhere in the photo necessarily. He didn't go out and measure it from reality. What he did was he went to the Walter Bislam's advanced calculator and just clicked a thing that says STD and gave himself an STD, also known as standard refraction. So
I
now
was
that he's
thinking
been infected, yeah, now that he's been infected with this, refraction disease, it puts the hidden height at 587. Now, what does it even mean? It puts the hidden height at 587 because you didn't get this refraction from reality. You just put it from a slider in an app in a computer. So what does it mean? The hidden height, blah blah yada yada. Okay, so we look at it with no refraction, and it says 12,000 hidden. The sagittah, which is the apex arc between point A and B, or the hump of water that's supposedly blocking the thing, right? I can't remember the exact number, but let's just say it's 5,000. Okay? Actually, I believe it was 5,000. Then you click refraction, and that number changes. The sagittah, the hump of water, the size of the hump of water changes. How is that possible? It changed to like 4,000. So wait a minute. You said this comports with physics. Last time I checked, right, physics comport with objects spontaneously changing size based on observations, right? You can't just observe something and say, oh, the object changed size, because that's what would need to happen for the sagittah to change. Based on the circle segment formula, you need an increase in the circumference of the circle, which means an increased radius. Lo and behold, you go down to the radius in the Walters Bislams, and it says apparent radius. And it's bigger than the radius that they claim the Earth is. So what did he do? He went to an app and changed the radius of the Earth, and then says, oh, this comports with reality and physics. Now, lo and behold, of course, as the argument goes, bottom of thing disappear if Earth globe. I see bottom of thing disappear, therefore Earth globe. Okay, we all recognize this as a logical fallacy, which it is. So, obviously, if the things that are disappearing from the bottom and the Earth's not a globe, then you have to have an alternate explanation. Well, the alternate explanation is optical effects. It has to be, right? Which you can validate at short ranges that the bottoms of things disappear from optical effects. I mean, it's a given. Optical phenomenon is caused by optical effects. I mean, get real.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I like that military example that you gave a while back.
Yep.
But I can't remember it. Were it 3 different lasers?
Yeah, good.
And it didn't
Good, you
say
can't remember that. Where I can continue.
Did you say it nullified the refraction? Any refraction?
Certain types. But let's talk about it because this is the kid's argument. So, the classic flat Earth thing would be, well, optical effects cause the bottom of things to disappear. You know what his answer was? Well, it can't be because this is in infrared, which means it mitigates refraction. So you can't claim that refraction is causing the bottoms to disappear. right? So notice how he said, this photograph mitigates refraction. Now, didn't he just present a counterexample to the fact that this thing should be buried below Earth curvature by appealing to refraction? The very thing he just denied the flat earther by saying it, the infrared mitigates it out. See the problem?
Yes, I do. I also like Nathan's little argument where he says the Earth curve calculator in itself begs the question in the first instance. So, yeah.
Sure, fine. But notice what he said. He said that the refraction, you really can't appeal to refraction in this photo, even though he appealed to it. So, okay, so fine. When you do the refraction in that, it comes out to a 9% differential, right? So he just says to himself, even though it still should be hidden below, I can just say there's more refraction, blah, blah, blah. But the point of that meme isn't about the things at 147 miles or 157 miles, sorry. It's about the thing at 255 miles, which is a mountain called Tete Garnicir, which is 7,600 feet tall. The hidden height at that range from that elevation for that observation is 12,000, over 12,000 feet. And Tete Garnicir is 7,600. So you have almost a mile. The tip top of the mountain should be a mile, approximately a mile, below the hidden height. Now, this kid already said you can't appeal to refraction, right? As if it's going to save your butt. So then what have you here? You have a mountain, right, that you can see a large portion of that should be the tip top a mile below the hidden of the, obstructed by this huge hump of earth curve water that they think about, So you can't have it both ways. So now how did he prove any of this? He didn't. He just went to a model and did some refraction sliders until he got a favorable result. The problem is that he completely missed the gorilla in the room, which was the actual mountain that was the point of contention. Now, by the way, they do the same crap with the black swan argument. You talk about the horizon being beyond the oil rigs, proving that the horizon is not geometric, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. You know what they say? Well, what's obstructing the bottom of the oil rig platform's feet? Gotcha.
Right. Curvature of the earth. Curvature of the earth, right? So I mean, which one is it? Is it the curvature of the earth obstructing these objects, or is it just refract? Well, I wouldn't even call it refraction. It's just as far as you can see. It's angular resolution more than refraction. Refraction can't obscure anything.
But how much water is there behind those rigs? How far is that?
Water? How much water? Why would that matter?
It looks like 10 miles more. It looks huge. I mean, that's
sure,
the point.
but the point is, yeah, the horizon is. I mean, we only have to argue the numbers they gave us.
No, I know.
Well, Helioskeptic is making a great point right now, and
okay, well, then I just gave the point. We have to go off of the numbers they gave us about said globe, and then we can extrapolate everything from that.
That's a really great point.
Because if you think the Earth is a globe, how big do you think the globe is, and then you can extrapolate everything from that.
I mean, you're totally right, Helioskeptic. Like,
yeah, Branch, bro, I've been freaking arguing this Same thing, and so have all of us for a very long time. I don't know why you're just saying, "Oh, it's a great book." We've been doing this for hours on end for like 5 years. I don't know why you're just like pointing it out now. I'm just like, "Oh, you're making a really good point."
Because you said it with so much authority. That's why. You've never said it with that much authority before.
I think I have.
Wow.
But anyway,
Branch, are you trying to defect?
No, not
butter the
really.
buns so you can slip right in.
I mean, honestly, like I wish, I really wish I could believe the Earth was flat.
you don't have to believe it. You can just go see it, bro. It's right in front of your fucking.
I wish I could, bro. I wish I could. Like,
where do you see the globe? Tell me.
I don't know, but I wish I could see it's flat. I just can't. I never have been able to.
Why do you wish?
You see it on TV, Branch. You see
why
it
do
in your mind's eye.
Yeah, why do you wish?
Yell over. Little louder. Little louder.
Is my microphone really loud? I can turn it down. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Helioskeptic, and you know, I was about to ask if you could sing us a song.
No, I'm asking you. Why do you wish that you could see the Earth as a globe, even though you never?
Because life would be so much more fun if the Earth was flat.
Well, Branch, how come you have to show up, man? Be like, sing me a song and stop this.
Have you ever heard Helioskeptic sing? Like his lyrics are off the fucking chain.
Yes, man, we know, bro.
Branch, everybody knows I can sing. Where have you seen the globe? Where have you seen it? As a globe, the Earth as a globe. Where have you seen it?
Where have I seen the globe?
Yeah, where have you seen
on TV?
Yeah, on TV. On TV, motherfucker.
Superman, the movie. We all saw the globe, didn't we?
Right, so that's why you believe it.
Oh, okay. So if they started showing flat Earth on TV, you'd believe that. Okay, great.
I mean, it was shown pretty well on TV, though, wasn't it?
Well, dude, I mean, you're a case example of a glober that when the mainstream consensus narrative changes from the globe heliocentric paradigm as we know it, you will just accept the next paradigm, hook, line, and sinker.
What a sad way to live. Oof.
It's just that simple, bro. That's what you are. You've been weighed. You have been measured. My prediction is set in stone.
And Branch, did you not just admit that fact that AI just pointed out? That if the general consensus was that the Earth is flat, you would go ahead with that.
I mean, if the general consensus was the Earth was flat, I would look at everyone like they're dumb fucks.
All right, so because you
no, Branch. Listen, fair enough, you can lie to us, but when you look in the mirror, you know the truth, and so do I.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I don't know. I swear to God, like deep down inside, I think that if the world told me it was flat and I lived in the same world we live on today, I would totally fucking doubt that. Because all the evidence points to the Earth being a globe.
What evidence?
How many
Show us
hours?
the evidence.
Like what?
How many hours of obfuscation are we going to go through here with Branch again?
Do you realize you could get 3 bitcoins off David Weiss? Just one piece of scientific evidence. That's all you need. 3 bitcoins is yours.
Yeah, but we're talking about David Weiss. You all know this is a bullshit fucking. Do you know that fucking? You can also get the same amount of Bitcoin from who's the other guy?
Who?
MC Tunes.
Oh, McRetard.
Yeah, he has a whole website based on it. You know, I mean, we can go.
Listen. Let me put it to you simply for everyone who doesn't understand. McToon's challenge is a moot challenge, and David Weiss's challenge is a moot challenge.
Agreed. I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
They're disingenuous challenges. Period.
Absolutely. And you know what, man? I'm not here to fucking. I'm actually just here to chill. I'm not here to fucking get anyone's balls.
you are here to take the piss out of everybody and obfuscate for hours and hours on end.
Not
Because
really
that's
though.
what you do, bro.
Helio. I'm
Bro.
actually here just to hang out, bro. Like,
All right, then the best way to hang out is just to not talk bullshit. That, I mean, to be honest, I mean, me and you been back and forth. Fuck, what
I know, and that's why I like to
4 years,
mess with you,
bro?
and that's why I was talking about you singing
No,
us
you're
a
not gonna
song.
mess with me, bro. I'm not gonna let that happen.
I'm just saying though, like me messing with you wasn't even
right.
about the whole shape of the earth thing. It was just me asking if you would sing us a song.
They love us.
Yeah, I mean, Branch is a huge fan of us, but that's okay.
Anything to distract the topic.
Hey, I'm sorry. I've been a fan of this room before Helio Skeptic was.
AI.
I think we became fans at the same time. But anyway, but bro, man, like we try to have serious talks about flat Earth versus globe, but the way that you answer the questions that we ask doesn't really help the conversation, in my opinion.
All right, well let's try again, right? If you want to have a decent conversation about the shape of the earth, let's do it.
Yes. What is your latest observation you did yourself on the surface of Earth, Branch?
So, my last decent observation, the last time I actually did look out and try to see something, I wasn't trying to figure out the shape of the earth. It could be kind of weird as fuck if I did, right?
Well, last time you did, how about? I think he was asking specifically about the last time when you did look across Earth to try to determine shape of Earth.
So are you telling us that you never did?
No, what I mean is like, I've never been high enough to actually think that's worthwhile looking at.
How high do you?
You're in a category.
High?
Listen, wait. No, Helio, stop. Well, I didn't say high. I said on the surface. Why do you think you have to go higher? That's bullshit.
Well, that is a good question because last night I told, Panda my observation and Panda server, and he said because I was too close to the water, it was cheating because that's where the highly refractive part is. I was too low. I actually should have been much higher to see if I could see further.
No, he's probably wrong. Like if he's talking about, you guys gotta understand. Like a lot of the time, Gem Panda's wrong. Gem Panda is no fucking scientist, right? He's an old fucking man that likes to sit around and talk about flat Earth all day long.
Wait, you're gonna hang out on Gem Panda server all day, and now you're gonna come in here and talk shit about him?
Fuck yeah, I don't get along with those people.
Well, I don't either, but I'm just saying that. But what do you think about what Hank said?
I think Hank's somewhat right. Like sometimes people say stupid shit.
Really? Well, you just said some stupid shit, so we're asking you about it.
Yeah, my stupid shit. I say it in a nice way.
That doesn't fucking have anything.
All right. So what stupid shit did I say, Helio, that you so specifically against?
Hank actually brought
it
up.
You don't even know. You talk about me saying stupid shit, but
if
you cannot even. Helio, pinpoint me down to one thing I said that was stupid.
What exactly stupid shit?
All right. Pinpoint something I said that was stupid.
Hank actually addressed it, and I was about to address it. And,
I'm sorry, Helio. Can you or can you not pinpoint one of the things I said that was very stupid?
But you keep talking over me. What you said that you.
All right. Well. The reason I was talking is like if I didn't, the conversation is gonna go over to Hank. And
you want
the
me to
conversation
be sure? Do you want to hear my answer?
Well, you was trying to give Hank the conversation.
Hank can handle this quite well. Go ahead, Hank. Tell him why that was bullshit. Go ahead.
That was bullshit because second of all, if you're just here to obfuscate, you can't even say observe without saying the word obfuscate because that was a Freudian slip. Number three, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you probably don't have glasses powerful enough or Coke bottle enough to be able to see the nose in front of your face.
Number
Yeah,
three.
you can't even say the word. That's kind of a tip off.
Yeah, and honestly, like if I really came in this room, if I came in this room just to have a flat Earth debate with you guys, then I
That's
could.
not why you're here, bro. We know that.
Why am I here, Helio?
I don't fucking know because you've been banned like fucking at least 15 times from this server.
I'm here, Helio, because I enjoy the people.
Listen, Branch,
I
you're
enjoy
here.
open-minded fucking people.
Listen,
and,
Branch.
if you guys believe the Earth is flat, that's fine.
No, we don't believe it. You're wrong category. Category error.
people.
I object. Hold on a second. Branch. You're here to have a friendly conversation with us and to say stupid shit like you just did when you said observate or whatever.
Yeah, honestly, I am here for just general conversation, but I would like it if it's a little bit fun. We're arguing a little bit, but we don't really.
This isn't a fucking playground that you can go on a fucking merry-go-round and discover centrifugals or centripetal force. Dude, bro, you're about to bore me to the fucking death, Branch. And if you continue this, you're not going to be allowed here anymore. Why don't you actually address?
My bad. I didn't mean.
Yeah. Why don't you? You're really getting on my nerves. Why don't you address what the other people are saying here? I'll jump out, but address what other people are saying. This isn't a fucking playground. We're talking real shit here. Talk about
You
that.
You sure you're about to jump out?
No, you're about to jump out because I can mute your ass and you won't be able to talk anymore.
No, I mean, what the reason I asked that was I
want to jump out because I want everybody else to.
I think I can have a good conversation with the people in the room.
Really? Well, I mean, are you embarrassed, or you think?
What am I embarrassed about?
Are you embarrassed, or you think we should be embarrassed because we're?
I think that we're a bunch of fucking people talking to each other. I don't think anybody needs to be embarrassed about anything.
I think you should be embarrassed about some of the shit that you're obfuscating. You come in here on purpose to obfuscate the conversation, so you're the one that should be embarrassed.
Well, you said you was about to jump out, my man. I'm still waiting.
All right, I will. Everybody tell him how he's wrong about everything that he came in to say.
Listen, dude, I know you from Adam. I've never heard of you, but the first sentence that came out of your mouth, you sounded like a snake. Seriously. I just, in my ears, it sounded like, you can go and eat that apple and you'll not die.
Honestly, bro, the reason that happens is because when I walk in a room like this,
I don't know you. I don't know you at all.
And the reason
I've never heard you.
The reason why maybe the first word I said maybe negative was because I expect negativity when I walk in a room like this. Like, but honestly,
dude, I don't know you at all, though. That's
I know,
the point.
man. But honestly, I love your accent. You sound like you're from England. I would say,
obviously,
maybe a little bit south of Leicester.
Well, that's neither here nor there, is it? But the point is, you sound so contrived. That's all. Do you understand?
Are you a little bit south of Leicester?
What's that got to do with anything?
Because that's us Brits, we do sometimes love to be able to.
Are you trying to dog skinful on the server?
I'm just saying it's fun to pinpoint an accent in England. Like, it's kind of a fun thing British people do, right? It's like
you're not British.
I'm not. I'm like, I was born there and shit, but like I've lived in America way longer than I have in England. I'm more American than I am British.
Hey, Branch, do you want to talk about Earth or you want to talk about where this guy's from?
Good point, Helio. Good point.
Yeah, no shit. Go ahead. Everybody else besides me. Anybody else want to talk to Branch?
Why do you do what you do, Branch? Why do you come in here and just avoid the subject or the service you got, right? Why do you do it?
I got like 50% of what you said. Can you say it again, please, Larry?
Why are you here?
Yeah, he was just basically asking you why do you want to come in here and talk to us?
Because you're a group of very open-minded people, and I always liked this room.
I always like.
Well, that's lovely. That's lovely and all, but we don't bring anything for us. Right? We don't need friends.
What's preventing us from having a good conversation? I think the only reason we're not having a conversation is firstly because
it's because of you. It's because of you.
Firstly, I think it's because Helio has presented me as the enemy.
It's your lack of interest in the server topic that's
Don't blame
preventing
this
it.
on me, bro. You did this to yourself. Everybody knows who you are, bro. Don't freaking put that shit on me.
Yeah, we'd have a better
Helio,
conversation
I don't
if you
think
took an
there's
interest in the
anyone.
topic.
Helio, I mean, apart from Helio, who in this room, maybe Batman, Effie Batman, but who in this room knows me from back in the days except you?
Are you trying to hide so you can just freaking
I'm just trying to say you
all fucking night, bro? Is that what your plan is?
No, I'm just trying to say nobody here. That wasn't my point.
That's
You
not
said
true. Everybody, there are dozens of people. I mean, how many people in this room right now? There's
Helio.
everybody knows who you are, bro. It's like
no, Helio. I think it's only me, you, maybe Batman. I'm looking up and down this list. I don't think a lot of people know who the
I'm
fuck.
going to ask you a simple question, Branch. Why does the horizon appear almost 10 times further than it should in the Black Swan image? Do you know that answer?
What's up, Larry?
What's up, bro? Do you know the answer, Branch?
You know the answer, but you're not gonna like it.
What is it?
Refraction.
Oh, I love that answer because that means every time you're measuring the distance to the horizon, you're not actually measuring any kind of geometric horizon or Earth curve or anything like that. You're just measuring the apparent horizon's location due to the atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you have no Earth curvature. I actually love it when you guys say that.
I mean, in today's day and age, like we don't really measure the horizon very often, do we?
Yeah, we do.
It's only in this globe Earth, like fucking weird shit that we talk about.
No,
measuring the distance of the horizon is even the thing.
Well, distance to horizon is never measured because it shouldn't be, because it's a place that you head towards, and every time you head towards it, it moves. So that means you're traveling across a level stationary plane.
Yeah, you know what, Helio, you're on point, bro. Good job.
All right, well, then what's your problem with this?
I got no problem with it. Maybe you're right. Maybe the Earth is flat.
Maybe. No, that's a fact. I just stated a fact.
What's the fact?
The fact that when you move toward the horizon changes and you move across a level stationary plane. It's a fact.
Okay, that's why you got so mad?
What?
Why are you getting mad, bro?
I'm not getting... Well, I'm getting mad because you're just...
My bad. I didn't mean to make you mad.
No, you're not making me mad. You're just a total retard, so whatever.
Love it.
Yeah, do you know what? I just realised you sound like the snake from Jungle Book. That's what it was. That's so funny.
Is the snake is the snake from Jungle Book Indian?
Just in me.
Is the snake from Jungle Book Indian? Because I'm Indian as fuck. I'm brown as fuck. And I hope the snake is too. And I hope you not bring up Jungle
doing this for 5 years, and I've been busting his balls every single fucking time he comes in here. So, whatever.
I mean, Helio
You're an
pretends not to love me, but he does really love me like a friend.
No, dude, if I loved you, I would treat you with more respect, but I think you're a fucking idiot, to be honest. Because, I mean, dude, I don't know why you actually keep coming back. Isn't there another room in some other Discord where you can troll? Because I don't want you to troll in here anymore. I really think you're a piece of shit, and you just
Okay.
people's time.
Irrelevant. He's muted. He's not going to reply. There's new people in the room, or maybe people interested in talking about the actual topic. Let's see who we got. We got Vanu. We got Gumball. Oh yeah, Gumball. If you can hear us.
All right.
Ask your question. Speak your piece. You got VC verified? All right, fair
You
enough.
got it all correct. It's flat, guys. 100%. And there's not
right.
many of us.
Cool. All right. I guess all the new people don't want to talk. So I guess we got to listen to Branch.
Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. I don't want to listen to Branch's more bullshit. Every time he comes in, he just makes shit up. Every single motherfucking time. So, I mean, I ain't gonna perm ban Branch, but y'all, somebody else is gonna have to do it. Somebody let his dumbass back in. But anyway, go ahead. The circular conversations with Branch never make any sense, and it just wastes a whole shitload of time of live stream, and it's just ridiculous. So if you guys haven't realized that by now, then you don't even understand who this motherfucker is. Dude, the first day he joined the server, I freaking called his ass before he even started the live stream. I freaking was freaking on his ass. Anyway, but tonight
he's an obfuscation expert.
Tonight he fucking sold his ass out. So anyway, so yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything on the live stream about. I don't think he should be here anymore. I don't think he should be allowed here.
He's an obfuscation expert. That's all he does. He won't address any arguments. He comes in here and trying to be friendly, like we're old buddies and old pals. He offers nothing.
Right, Larry. If you're friendly, you have to try to be friendly. If you're friendly,
all these different ploys.
Why do you have to be? Why do you have to try to be friendly? But you can tell just by his attitude that he's not trying to be friendly. So, fuck you, Branch.
Okay, that was that last remark was from Helio Skeptic.
Yeah.
Thanks, Helio.
And but I freaking put that shit out there a long time ago. I didn't put him on permaban list, but I think he should. But you guys have to do that shit because every time it comes in here, he's just freaking obfuscate. And you guys want to? It's just like you're just like playing with a little troll, just like slappity slap slap. Slap, slap, I'm gonna slap Branch. I've already banned that motherfucker like 10 times from this fucking server, and you guys just like bring him back.
He accomplished his mission, Helio. He was trying to get under your skin.
All right, well, it's done. I'll put him on the permaban list. You guys want me to? I want to, but I mean, there's a large room, but I mean, do you guys ever want to talk to this idiot again?
He's a loser. He's a waste of time. Doesn't talk about the topic. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
I agree. I'll leave it alone. You guys fucking talk to this retard again. Go ahead.
That's not what we said, Helio. How do you always hear the opposite of what people say, bro?
Well, but your microphone is shit most of the time. So, did you say yes? I'll fucking put him on the perm ban.
Yeah, but I got a pretty mouth.
I got a pretty mouth. Brant shouldn't be allowed here, and I think I made that clear like quite a while ago. And he's been unbanned and rebanned, re-allowed and everything. But this dude's such a fucking idiot that nobody should hear his nonsense anymore ever.
Well, that's a pretty harsh stance there. Helio.
Really? Have you heard him speak?
Yeah, I have.
All right. Well, do you think that he actually adds anything to any conversation that anyone
branches
has
off after
ever
other
had?
topic.
Well,
branches off.
I'll tell you this, Helio. Sometimes when you have a toolbox, you can have the oddest freaking shaped tool that you don't think works for anything, and all of a sudden you find a use for it.
I haven't found the shape for this motherfucker. Did you find one, Sonny?
I'm not looking.
Do you want to keep him here?
I'm not looking.
Well, I'm about to.
No, I don't really care either way. Actually,
I'm about to get rid of it. I don't think Branch should be here. I think that's
meanie.
He's
okay. A moment of silence for Branch. Okay, that was interesting. Moving on.
Branch.
I'm gonna get rid of him in private. But
the room.
Helio
spoke the doom.
He's only here to obfuscate and be like, "Oh, I'm a fan of flat Earth. Oh, I'm a flat Earth globe." It's just totally weirdness. It's like this idiot's been doing the same fucking thing for 4 years. There's no reason for us to actually entertain anything this idiot says.
But dude, if they do reveal that the Earth is flat and he switches sides, if he's not here, then he can't play that. Oh, I was their friends all along.
He doesn't take a side. He doesn't even have a fucking side. He's a total fucking retard.
Right, guys. Look, I'm quite new to the subject, and I definitely am leaning towards the fact that there's something.
I'm gonna message you, AI. Can you?
Hey, that kid's asking a question, Holmes.
Oh yeah, because I'm quite new to this subject.
Hey, Sonny, can you stop playing guitar while this guy's asking the question, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, here and guys, here. No, it's a bit of nice twang in there, nice music. But just in seriousness, yeah, I'm just a guy. I live in Ireland, and I do definitely have a lot of question marks about fucking the moon landings, NASA, the ISS, all that sort of shit. And especially the curvature of the Earth, because a friend of mine has been photographing and filming with telescopic lenses and seeing no curvature over miles, maybe 30, 40 miles from Ireland to Scotland, and seeing zero curvature, zero. I'm like, well, hold on.
Oh yeah, bro.
If you follow the orthodoxy, then you wouldn't be able to see the rocks in Scotland, because these are rocks at the base of their coast. So yeah, this is the sort of shit that blows my mind, and I'm starting to question all of these things myself. But the question that I really wanted to ask any of you guys that are maybe been around here for a while or a lot more informed of the subject than I would be is, has there ever been anyone like any geologist or anyone from the orthodox kind of side of science has come on the subject or debated anyone who is well versed on your side of the argument that I could listen to both sides going toe to toe and see who comes out more credible? Or is it
The Tony Hawk guy.
is it a silo based, as in everyone on this side of the argument is on like places like this Discord, and the mainstream orthodox people, they don't come near it, and they're on that side, and they don't give people on this side an opportunity to debate them? And are they in separate places, or is there any place that you could see both of these guys go toe to toe from either side of the argument, if you know what I'm trying to say?
There's been a few.
I just linked modern day debate. I think that's about as fair as you can get, in my opinion.
A lot of professionals don't really engage too much with flat Earth topic.
Well, some of the debates, modern day debates can be fair, but for the most part, it's not the most fair debate. But anyway.
What about the guy that was here that graded Tony Hawk Skater? I can't never remember his name. Mick West? Mick West?
That's the guy.
Oh, dude, do you guys want to hear the Mick West talk with the people from this server?
Surely.
All right, cool. Let me find the video. We have a really good interview with a lot of the moderators from this video, from the server for
Okay.
Mick
Yeah,
West.
I'd like to see like a proper debate, like an intellectual debate that doesn't get based in name calling.
This one's this one's really good. I think you'll like it. Hold on, let me find it.
Okay.
Let me find
Yeah,
it. Really
I
cool.
always was obviously conditioned. Well, I suppose it was
Sonny, can you please stop playing the fucking guitar, please?
No. Hell no.
So maybe it was
Damn
about maybe about 10. I say, you know who it was? It was your guy. It's about 10, 12 years ago. The guy Bart Sabrell, and the guy Bart Sabrell done a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And for me, right, because I never this is one of those things that I never really even questioned before. Obviously, I'm sure everyone who knows who that is, he's the guy that got punched by Buzz Aldrin and all that shit.
Yeah, he's the one that freaking Buzz punched in the face. Yeah.
So you say, was it Astronauts Gone Wild or something was his follow up?
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing happened the way the moon, and I was like, gosh, you know what? And then, I did, you see, it was only by default because I was investigating and researching a lot of different things, and it was a guy called David McGowan, God rest his soul, David McGowan. He wrote a book just before he died about the Laurel Canyon music scene in California, and in the upper the canyons up the Hollywood Hills in California and Los Angeles. And he was talking about how all of the music industry was controlled by intelligence, and blah blah. But he also wrote another book called Moon, the June or the Moon Buggies or Moon Bug, and he did a whole big expose on how the whole moon landings and them taking June buggies and doing handbrake turns on the moon was totally incomprehensible.
What were the details of? Is there any evidence these handbrake turns? With the moon buggies and shit.
Oh no,
Because they actually took the moon buggies. They're not dune buggies, but they might as well be because they're not dune, but they took them to and they were attached to the side, and then they had to
well,
connect
he
them
did the
together, and then they just like
mathematics. The payload is unsustainable. So it was like it was a he just he did like a lot of the calculations and was like presenting it and then like giving footage and showing like little it's going. So all it would take is like a stone to flick up, from the
so on that on that moon landing they had the construction of the moon buggy, right? It
yeah.
was built and into the lunar lander, right? So then once they got there, they had to put their costumes on, or not costumes.
Costumes.
I
So
mean, anyway,
yeah, yeah.
their moon suits on.
Freudian slip.
That was a Freudian slip. And then they
Yeah.
had to go outside and then put this moon buggy together and then drive around and
Yep.
no, because it was attached to the side, right? Tell me
Yeah.
more. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Hey, Richie, are you in the live stream voice text? You've been tagged. Everybody's giving you a bunch of videos to watch.
All right, no. I just jumped in there and just started asking questions. So no idea what even that is, but
Directly above
the room right above it.
this live stream. Yeah.
Okay, let
So
me
add a little
here.
direction.
Oh, okay.
I'm a-
Will it go there now, or will save that for later?
You could save them. You should be able to see it.
Just within a conversation, we can't talk about
Should
everything you might see from
if
these
I
videos.
click on it, will I lose what? Will I drop out of this conversation or not?
No, I mean, it depends on if you want to just like, hey, I'll be back in 5 minutes after I take a look at this.
No. You can look at it while you're listening to conversation. That's what its purpose is. We're loading things in there that are related to the conversation. Most of the time.
Oh, yeah. I see a few of them there. Yeah. Okay. Well, some of the YouTube videos and stuff, which you might need to look at, with a bit more kind of concentration. So, I'll maybe save that for maybe tomorrow or later on. But no,
That's what I'm saying. If you're looking on a phone, if you're talking to us on a phone, I mean, it's really more difficult to look at.
Yeah,
But if you're on a
yeah.
laptop or a computer, then you'll be able to.
Yeah, I'm on my
talking.
phone. I'm on my phone, and I can
All right,
talk to
cool.
you because I'm
Hey,
in a
your
car.
microphone sounds great, though.
Oh yeah, I'm talking really close to the microphone. It's just my missus is literally in the next door sleeping, and we're in a caravan in the middle of nowhere, and she's gone to bed. So I was just doing a bit of research.
Does she know you're talking to flat earthers?
No.
I always love to ask that question.
No. Here, man. As I said, I approach this thing with an open mind. I'm not dyed in the wool. I just
I get that.
I'm asking questions and I'm interested, which is that's important. As I say, a friend of mine who lives in the east coast of Ireland, he was with telescopic lenses. He was taking photographs 40 miles away and seeing zero curvature. I was like, fuck, right. It's like, what the fuck, right? And that can't be true.
Have you heard about
Right.
some other things about like seeing the cliffs of Dover?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, and then he spoke to me, and it was him that introduced me to this. And I remember, obviously, I don't, but as I say, that's why I was going back to, David McGowan and wagging the moon doggy is his thing. I forgot the title of it, but it's wagging the moon doggy. And he did the whole like expose on taking these fucking dune buggies to the moon in Apollo 15 or Apollo 12 or whatever. 13 was the last one, obviously, because they had to come together. But so I think the whole moon landing is bullshit. I don't think you can really get
Nobody landed on the moon. Nobody.
Yeah, this is my thing. There's obviously loads of it, and I'm just like I'm a novice, and so this is a novice's kind of like a naive kind of person, but still someone who's critically has got at least a bit of critical thinking. That I think the Van Allen radiation belt has got sort of some control over where we are in our fucking orbit, and I don't think we can get beyond that. Whether that's true or not, I don't know because I haven't researched it. But what I have researched, I think that's probably the limitations of our adventures above
But
the
sure,
surface of
if
this planet.
here's a clue. Here's a clue. If they claim to have gone beyond the Van Allen radiation belts to the moon, and then when they asked the astronaut, well, what happened when you went through the Van Allen radiation belts? And they said, what's that? Then that's another question because these astronauts that were supposed to go through the Van Allen radiation belts didn't even know they were there. Then
It was what really well, would you, first of all, before I tell you the next story, would you be on the same wavelength? Would you agree with that? Are you like, because this is what I think, just by what I know, but would I be correct in thinking that we can't get beyond the Van Allen radiation belt, or is
Are
that
you
just
talking
something
about up? For
yeah.
the most part, when it comes to flat Earth, most of the time, as far as up goes, that's their argument. For the most part, what we're talking about is across, like in straight line across Earth.
I don't know
I
much
mean, if
about
you
that.
come into a flat Earth server, we're talking about flat Earth, right? So we're
All right,
talking about
I
what
don't know.
you can experience, across Earth, not in the sky, right?
Fair enough. But I suppose I'm just coming from. I suppose I have to break down like the orthodox spherical
You
world
might
that
have to
I.
break down the walls of lies that are there protecting the truth,
This
which
dude
that's what.
sounds really smart, Larry. He sounds really smart.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, brother. I'm just going to ask you something, and I want to hear your
Yeah,
answer, and then I want you to listen.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I want to ask you a question. I want to hear your answer, and then I want to tell you my answer. Okay, so real simple question, not so easy to answer.
Okay.
What is truth? What is truth, sir?
Oh, is this philosophical happy hour?
It might as well be, right?
Well, let me give you my answer. So, truth is that which is verifiable, right? So, if I claim that I'm 6'3", right, and I say, no, you can't measure me against the doorway with a tape measure, then it's not verifiable, so it's not true. But if I say, yes, I'll stand here barefooted, and you can use your pencil and your tape measure, and you can verify it, right? Well, then it would be
Yeah,
true if you could verify it.
only if you can define what measurement is.
I wasn't trying to go that philosophical. But you see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
I think
course,
he's getting it. I
of course.
think he's about to get
I
it.
was just being a bit of a cunt, just because it's like
Yeah, it's
you
okay.
can take philosophical questions to the extent of how do you know what even consciousness is unless what how do you know is it that kind of what is it no existentialism it's like René Descartes cogito ergo sum is like
But
I the only thing you can ever be certain of is yourself because you've got consciousness.
yeah, you can't
And
deny the
outside of
physical because you experience it, right?
Yeah, but when I punch you in the balls, you're not wondering, you know, whether or not your brain was a jar in a vat. You know.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. That really cuts through all the bullshit and all the philosophical bullshit, which I think much of contemporary philosophy actually contains. But yeah, I get what you're saying in regards to that. But where are you going with that?
Well, to me, if you need to know if something is true or not, you need to know whether you can verify it, right? So if there's a group of men, a group of 500 men and women who says that they went to this magical place like Narnia, how do you verify it? If you can't verify it, then how do you know it's true?
How do you know? How do you know?
And on top of that, if you believe these group of men that left Earth on a rocket, went to the moon, and everything about the solar system is true, because the only way they could have made it there is because their truths about the measurement of the solar system. The only way they could have made it there is because what they predicted about the truth is true. And why did they fake going to the moon when it's obviously not true?
Right.
Okay,
Well, let me
can I
give
take
you.
over?
Let me respond. I'm not going to respond with an answer, but I'm just going to respond with a equivalency.
All right,
Which would be
I'm after you.
which would be like a deep dive towards the Mariana Trench, which is in the Pacific. So very, very few people have been down to the depths of the Pacific, and probably not even to the full extent of it. So very, very few people have been that far submerged. Does that mean that it doesn't go that far? Like, do you not believe? Like, do you believe people? Do you believe the submariners story, or do
But
you
that's
think
that's the thing. It requires belief, just like walking on the surface of the moon, right? It's a modern day miracle. Jesus walked on water. Apollo walked on the moon, right? So you have to ask yourself, you know,
Well,
it's like this.
no,
If you have,
it's not
go
as
ahead.
straightforward as that. I don't think it's as straightforward as that. But yeah, go ahead. I don't think it's just as clear cut as that. But yeah. Just continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
So an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. So if they claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, then we should see the evidence of that. And the reason the server has so many members is because there's people all over the world who aren't seeing it.
Well,
Right?
that's why
Because
I'm here.
it's 2022. Why are we here? Why is there so many people asking this question? This should be solved 50, 60, 70 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but that's
Larry,
here. That
most of the
I don't
members.
think that's. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I want you to answer the question. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no, I don't think that's a fair equivalency. To be honest, because
Most of the people that are members here don't believe the Earth is don't believe the Earth is flat. Most of the members are globers. Now, but they're not always here. They're not. But I mean, the flat earthers are here all the time. But we have 25,000 members, but most of them are globers. But they're scared as shit to actually address
Right, but
exactly what we just went across.
what if we always saw the geometric horizon and the flat earthers were saying, well, the reason the horizon is always at 1.225 times the square root of 0 times feet is because of refraction. Like there wouldn't be that many people coming here asking questions. But because we can see too far and they have to say refraction to explain away their problem, which is why we see too far, that's why they're here.
you see, my thing is primarily history and politics, right? And so I went and studied history at university, got a degree and all that shit, and had to leave university and realize that history is just a set of lies that are no. History wasn't. I always refer back to a quote that is supposedly attributed to Napoleon, which I love, man. It's a great quote, and I use it every time I talk about it. I go, history is just a set of lies that are no longer contested. Which is like fucking yes, yes. It's like history's written. History's written by the victors. It's like boom.
So you're in Ireland. So you're kind of in the middle of the Civil War that started in 1517, right? You're in the middle of it. I'm sure. You know, the Protestant Reformation and the Counter Reformation.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
You know about that, right?
So, of course.
Okay, so 1517, he challenged him to a debate, and he said, "You're wrong about these 95 things." Did they take up this challenge and debate him openly? No, they couldn't, right? Because he read it himself. And they were like, indulgences? That sounds like some made up shit. And they were like, well, we can't debate them head on, so what are we going to do? Well, they used subterfuge, right? Because Ignatius of Loyola, he was wounded, right?
Well, first of all, English Civil War took place in the 17th century. But you're talking about the Lutheranism and where that came to England. That came to England later on in the 16th century during the premiere of Henry VIII.
Well, it spread. It spread, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it started off in Germany, and I think
I'm with you.
Martin Luther, his mother was Lindemann, and I think he was part of the tribe in order to undermine Christianity in the West. But that's a different story. But yeah, it's the whole.
No, he was undermining the authority of the Vatican, not Christianity. The Catholic Church. Yeah. So
of course.
So
and there only was Christian. There was no such thing outside of the Catholic Christendom than Catholicism until Martin Luther nailed his treaties to the wall or the door.
Right. So I'm trying to talk about Ignatius of Loyola. You're familiar with him?
Oh yeah. This is
right. So he was wounded.
This is Jesuit school.
Yeah. So he was wounded, but still wanted to fight for the Pope, but was not physically capable. So he decided he was going to fight, mentally, right? And everything they did is the opposite of what the Bible says, because if you can break the foundation of a building, it's much easier to knock down, right? So instead of, the earth coming first, right, the sun came first, right? The Bible's the exact opposite of what, so-called science says, right? So this Ignatius of Loyola, he knew he couldn't take him in the head on debate, so he had to use subterfuge and tricks. And it was his tricks that led a lot of people down this, evolution path where everything came about by a natural, order rather than a creator creating all the order that we see here, right? And it's led a lot of people astray, right? And the Catholic Church is for evolution, right? And they're for heliocentrism, even though in the past it appears that they weren't. But do you think they weren't aware of the Hegelian dialectic thousands of years with Hegel?
Well, Hegel, George Friedrich Hegel came about, he's sort of a precursor of Marxism, again, part of the tribe, and their number one cause was to undermine Christianity and Catholicism and splinter it into 1,000 pieces to make them all into different factions that will compete against each other, destroy each other, and fight against each other. Most of the wars in Europe was about
do you really
Christians
think
fighting
that
against each
that
other.
was the intention and they succeeded?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So, well, tell us more about that. Tell us how they did it.
Well, I'm on my phone. I'm not even on my phone. And my phone's in the corner.
Was it
So I
through
don't know.
propaganda? mostly propaganda bullshit, just same way that they do it now. I mean, yes, I'm quite aware of these psychologists that how they write these books, but they're all Marxists for the most
Of course.
part. Or
And Hegel is a precursor to Marx as well, obviously.
so,
But
but it's just like, hey, throw names out there, but bring your backup. Oh, come on, man.
Okay. So, like, I am from a from Irish Catholic kind of background, all that sort of stuff, and grew up in that. I don't know so much anymore. Sort I'm on the fence on that sort of stuff, but I do believe that. No, that's okay. That's it is what it is.
Well, I'm glad you found your way here, man.
Yeah.
All
And
the time.
I'm not approaching this from I'm approaching this from a rational point of view, not necessarily like a Christian point of
Well, and as
view or
far
a.
as all that stuff that you mentioned, in Ireland, that
But,
was a big deal.
well, Ireland has been destroyed by cultural Marxism and all that sort of stuff, but Ireland is gone. It's the Ireland that people think about what it was is no longer alive anymore. It's if it is, it's the older generation still have that, but the younger generation is gone. It's gone. Which is
Similar things
sad.
happen in America as well. So
Of course, and it's really, really sad, and it's tragic because it's destroying the fabric of what it meant to be Irish, essentially, and Christian Americans similar. And there's so many Irish people, essentially Irish people, and the Irish Scotch Irish built America, from the get go, right through from the early founding fathers to up until probably the mid 19th century, and then it just dissipated into chaos, and now it's a fucking shit show. But going back to what Ireland has turned into, it has lost its faith, and I don't think that's a good thing. Even though I have question marks for a lot of it, I think the faith has been a real. Ireland was always considered the land of saints scholars, and Ireland was always a very important aspect of Western culture and civilization. And
I
the fact
I have
that
Irish blood, man. My grandmother her family was from Ireland, so
and most people in the United States, especially the original generation over the last couple of generations, they all have good connections to Ireland and England or Scotland or Germany or Western Europe in general, and that's
But it's not
dissipated.
white. What the hell is white? White people. What is this? No, just like
Western
white.
No,
European.
wait a minute, hold on, time out. So white was a classification. There was many people that were red haired, freckled, and green eyes from Ireland that weren't considered white when they came to the United States. It was a status, right? So there was whites and blacks. So there was white black people and black white people. I know this is difficult to understand, right? But it was all about status. So there could be a white slave owner, right, with black skin, but his status was white because he owned slaves and plantation. I know it's difficult, but
Hey, and you know
true.
what's really another difficult thing to understand is there were black people in America long before white people got here. Holy shit! There were red and brown people long before America got here. I mean, America was created.
Anyway, let's go back to the whole Earth thing. So I tried to go with you about truth, right? About it being verifiable. Have you ever experienced the curvature of the Earth? Like I'm sure you've experienced a Coke machine or a cigarette machine if you're old enough. But have you experienced the curvature of the Earth?
That's what I was trying to say. A friend of mine, like I'm 43. My friend's in his early 50s, like one of my good friends, and he's been documenting. He was doing all, so he's ex-military and stuff, and he was he got fucking over in Iraq. He got fucked up, so he's now just he's doing he's got his own channel and doing things, and he's like filming airplanes and all the chemtrails and fucking shit, and documenting them and putting them down as like Cessna jets and blah blah. And he's like he's documenting all this stuff. You could find him probably on Telegram and different things. But it was him
Oh, we can
actually
check that out. But does he talk
but
about?
so just in regards to the curvature, so he's on the east coast of Ireland, and he was he had like these telescopic lenses, and he was it was him actually put me on. Well, I had like heard other people talking about this, and I spoke to him about it like about 7 or 8 years ago. When he's now kicked on. I like my thing is looking into history and looking into culture and the different things, but his was he just gravitated towards this, and he was so he's looking from the east coast of Ireland to the west coast of Scotland, and he's going like this is like 30-40 miles away, and he goes zooming in, and you can see like the rocks of like on the coast of Scotland.
Right. The rocks means that it's below the land, right? You can see the shore, right?
Yeah. Zero curvature. But according to the orthodox kind of understanding of the globe model, you shouldn't be able to see this. And that was it. That's what triggered me. Is going fuck. Well, what the fuck? Like, well, obviously, you shouldn't be able to see this. Like, that should be curved out of your sight. And that's what made me think there's something else going on. And obviously, I questioned the whole NASA and that history of all that shit. So this is what's led me to come onto this channel today to ask questions and talk about this and tell you what I think or what I know and see if it stacks up to scrutiny. So I don't know. I'm here more or less as a
That's cool.
questionnaire.
It sounds like you're brand new to the topic, sort of
Yeah,
brand new,
yeah.
but yeah,
Not brand new, but
I mean, like
inquisitive and
you have a
yeah.
very close relative that's like, hey man, you got to check this out,
Mm.
and you
Hmm.
took a look at it and said, hey man, there's other people talking about this, and so you can
Yeah.
you found us. Cool.
Yeah. I always knew there was something sus because obviously, I say my thing is politics and history, and I don't trust military and governments and all that shit, which I suppose no one does. But then when I realized that NASA's just a branch of the U.S. Air Force, I was like, right, well, obviously it's fucking suspect. And then
Got it, bro. You got it. I've been saying it for a while. What if NASA is the propaganda or public relation arms of the military industrial complex? You nailed it, bro.
of course it is. Of course, yeah. So that's it. Once I realized that NASA is just like a branch of the U.S. Air Force, and like all of the fucking pilots or astronauts are all ex astronauts. And then whenever I saw like Gus Grissom and him being burnt up the fuck after he hung a lemon, all that shit and the Masonic stuff, I was like, right, fuck that. This whole thing is fucking sketchy as fuck, right? So I'm very questionable about all this stuff right now. And then I saw a few videos and different things, and I don't know. It could be green. Well, it could be fabricated or whatever. But like I saw so much, just so many questionable videos of people in ISS, with the green screens and strings on their back, and they dropping stuff, accidentally, quote unquote, just on this, which are supposedly in zero gravity. It's like, what the fuck? This is like that cannot just. And then it's like bubbles. Like, oh, well, that was just underwater training. All this stuff is done underwater just to give the idea. And then just the shit that you see, even even with the original kind of footage, which was supposed to be, and I think, oh, maybe it's just been slowed down, and I don't know if it was Stanley Kubrick. There's maybe after his Space Odyssey 2001, where he is pulled in to film this and sell it to the public as authentic. I'm very questionable about the whole thing. I don't know for certain, and if I told people around me, they would think I was crazy. But this is where I'm at right now, and I just need something a bit more, I suppose, concrete to.
All right, let me give you some concrete. Right, you said you're a history guy, but I'm sure you have respect for the scientific method, right?
Hmm.
Access, you can have knowledge. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's just when I hear people say trust the science, and like the climate agenda and the vaccine agenda.
No. This is
Pump the
different.
brakes. That's not science. That's pseudoscience. That's
That's where
that's
I'm at. You
scientism.
see.
All right.
Yeah.
Not
Okay. Thank you. Because I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, trust the scientists." They also you believe this, you believe that.
See,
But I was like,
here's the thing about science. If you're doing real science with the scientific method, you don't have to trust anything. It's right there before your eyes. It's firsthand experience, like I was talking about before, right? So let's just go over gravity, real simple. If you understand how the scientific method works, right, your car won't start. Okay, so you got a cause and effect relationship. Why won't your car start? So you start doing a series of tests, right? Well, is your engine getting fuel, air mixture, combustion, and spark? Okay. So then well, it's getting all that. Well, maybe it's not getting, the starter's not working, right? So you test the starter and you do.
It was my alternator. Literally, it was my alternator last week. just
there you
because
go.
it was my
So
alternator. Last week it wouldn't start. It was my alternator, so I had to get a new
so
alternator.
so when you change the alternator, then it worked. Then you knew it was the alternator, right? There was no belief or trust, right?
No.
You replace the
You're right.
alternator. There's no belief in trust. It starts right. Okay, that's how the scientific method works. So let's say a caveman, he finds like a hot spring and there's boiling water. He says, "What causes the water to boil?" So he says, "Well, it was hot. The water was hot." So he goes home and he adds heat to water. It boils. He takes the heat away. It stops. He adds heat again. It boils. First-hand primary knowledge: heat causes water to boil. Right. So there's knowledge there. That's why we use the word science. Okay. So let's say the apple fell, right, hit Newton in the head, landed in a pail of water. It's going to float in the water, right? Because it's a fresh apple.
Okay. Well, obviously that story is bullshit. But yeah. Go ahead. But
Well,
yeah,
just follow along. I'm just using the story to teach a lesson. Okay. Kind of like a parable. Okay. So let's say a guy's practicing crossbow and there's a wild shot and it ricochets and it pokes a hole in the bucket and the water drains out. What happens to the apple? It goes to the bottom.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's a hole in the bucket. The water drains. The apple goes to the bottom. So did it have anything to do with mass attracting mass? Did it have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time? Or was it simple buoyancy and density?
Well, that would be buoyancy. Yeah.
Right. Lack of buoyancy caused the apple to fall because here's the claim, right? This
But the apple doesn't have much density.
Well, compared to the gas, the atmosphere, it does. Right?
I don't know.
He's
I don't
talking
know.
about it's medium dependent, right? So it goes up,
right,
rises or it falls depending on what medium it's in. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay.
Right. Just like everything else. Just like everything else in reality, right? A hot air balloon rises because the buoyant force, right? What they're saying is that the gravity is pulling it down, right? But what we actually observe is buoyancy and density, and it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass. So when you look at the world like this, boats float, rocks fall because of buoyancy and density. And any object in a medium is going to rise or fall depending on the density between the object and the medium, like water or air, that it's in. Did you know that an anvil floats in mercury?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it. I think everything. Yeah, as in like liquid mercury. There, as in like quicksilver, like liquid mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm familiar with like mercury, but I never even considered like objects contained within it. So I never even thought about it. So
Well, an
I'll keep
anvil
in
does
mind.
float in mercury. We can show you the gift. I'd show you right now, but I'm driving. I'm sure somebody will post it. But an
No, I
anvil made
never.
of steel, it floats in mercury.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. They told you mass attracting mass, even though that's been out of date for like 5 years or something like that. So they replaced it with Einstein, which talks about the bending and warping of space time, right? But space time is a concept. It's not physical. You can't put space time in a jar and manipulate it like we did with the water and cause things to rise and fall by manipulating space time. So if you understand the law of cause and effect, you manipulate the cause and you see the effect. That's how the scientific method works. And the reason they call it the independent variable, because it's the variable that's independent from all the rest of them, because it's the only one that you manipulate. Like you only change your starter. You don't change your starter and replace the battery and the windshield wipers and go, well, I don't know what it was, but I spent like an extra $300 and now it
Yeah.
works, right? You do
Or
one at a
change.
time with diagnosis.
Yeah, you don't change the whole car. It's like buying a brand new car. Just
Right.
yeah.
When it
Okay.
could be something as simple as a $100 part, right? You replace it, now it works, and you have
An alternator.
primary
Yeah.
first-hand knowledge. Yeah, you have primary first-hand knowledge that it was indeed the alternator, right? So in this case, it was indeed the buoyancy and the density that makes objects rise or fall in nature. Now, in nature, there's birds, and they use aerodynamics, right? So excluding that, everything in nature rises or falls based on its relative density. But they're not going to teach you this in school, right? They want you to wonder, how did those Egyptians move those rocks? Well, what if they had a bunch of hot air balloons or a bunch of hydrogen balloons? Because they had Baghdad batteries, if they had enough of them, they could put it in a series and crack water. And when you crack water, hydrogen and oxygen comes out. H2O, right? But they don't want to tell you that because they want you to remember the Hindenburg and all the humanity, right?
Oh, that was
So
bullshit.
these
I don't Hindenburg. See, when you talk, I'm not very familiar with ancient history, but that Hindenburg stuff was there's a lot of fucking suspicious goings on with that story. But yeah, I get what you're saying in regards to. So how do you suggest that the rocks were moved in to build the pyramids and stuff? You think it was done with uh balloons or
buoyancy. They could have had
hydro or
hemp, tar. They could have moved the rocks around pretty.
right. Here, this is something I never even thought of or considered. So here, this is good. This is brand new information for me, and it's just something I never even considered, or nobody's ever suggested it. So this is fascinating for me. So yeah, continue. Go ahead. And I don't really get the whole scientific aspect of it, like per se, but I'm I'm doing the best I can. But yeah, go continue. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. So let's go over the scientific method one more time. So let's say me and you get a hotel, right? We could argue in the hotel for a month over which light goes to which circuit and affects which bulb. But how are we going to gain knowledge? Well, we'd have to do a series of experiments or tests to flip the switch and see which bulb goes to which switch. But until then, it's all theory, right? Not a scientific theory. but just a layman's theory, right? But until we do the test, we don't have any knowledge, right? That's why the scientific method is so important, right? And the shape of the Earth is not science, it's geometry. But there's a lot of other topics that we talk about that people are making claims with no scientific knowledge. For example, they say that the moon's tides are caused, sorry, the Earth's tides are caused by the moon's gravity.
Yeah,
Right? But when did they ever?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's what I always assumed.
So when did they ever turn off the moon's gravity to see the tide stop and then turn it back on to see it start again?
Well,
Like the light bulb. They can't
do
do it,
that.
so it's pseudoscience. That's the thing that you were like, hey, pseudoscience.
Yeah,
I don't
I suppose that.
trust the science.
Yeah,
Right? But
yeah.
what if
Okay.
what if I said what if the sun producing so much more energy on the ocean affected the elements within the ocean and causes them to expand? Right? That's a different theory. Maybe the sun causes the tides. We don't know because it's not something that we can manipulate and test. So if I were to claim that, my theory is a scientific theory, that would be pseudoscience, right? But if I claim that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, that's not pseudoscience. That's actually knowledge. We can actually test that, right? Because it's a real science. So the thing is, everything you've ever heard about cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, and astronomy, it's all pseudoscience. You can't manipulate space because you're on the Earth.
Yeah,
So
I get
everything
that.
you've ever heard is pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's just speculative or just manipulation in order to persuade people to believe a certain way of thinking, which has obviously some overarching agenda. And it could be to like disprove, God's existence or whatever, because I know about Darwin and Freemasonry and all that sort of stuff, and that might be the case. I don't know, but if you go right down to the bare bones of it, this whole could be like if we did live in this. So this is what I want to ask you. I'd say where it goes down to it. So if we are on a flat Earth, right, and then this is like so this is a flat Earth model, and and I've saw the models with the Antarctic, which is actually circumferencing the Earth, and like I've saw different sort of ideas of that. Is this your way of thinking that we're on a stationary
No.
Earth and the
Well, there's no model.
Antarctic?
There's no model, right? The reason that you've seen the Antarctic circling the Earth is because that's like a concept, right? For you to be able to grasp the concept. So here's what we're actually claiming. The Earth, the dirt, because when I say Earth, you might picture the blue marble, right? That's a model of the Earth. So a model portion is very different from a real portion. So when we say the Earth, we're talking about dirt. The Earth has terrain, right? There's valleys and hills, mountains and plains, right? What we're claiming is the water is flat and level, and the Earth sticks up out of it. And it's primarily level because the abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's surface. This is the underground plains that gradually grade down towards the mid-Atlantic ridge and then grade back up on the other side of the pond, right? So these abyssal plains, more than 50% of the Earth. Then you have the Great Plains, not just in America from Texas to Kansas, but also in Canada, also in other places like Africa and the old world, right? Then you have salt flats. The one in Bolivia is the largest one, 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief, meaning drop. Right, so the salt flats, the Great Plains, the abyssal plains, tectonic plates, it's all kind of leading to one thing. But the beautiful thing is you don't have to believe a word I'm saying. You can go test it for yourself.
Well, I can't really, because I'm not. Well, first of all, not going to. But um, how can I, as just an ordinary person, test that? Or can I?
Well, the claim is boats go over the horizon. They've been
Oh,
telling
yeah,
us
yeah.
for hundreds of years that boats go over the horizon, and we've actually tested that and
Yeah,
found it wanting.
that's not true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just saying earlier on about how my friend was like looking like 40, 50 miles away and seeing like just literally the rocks on the other side of the sea. And it's like, according to the globe Earth or curvature of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to see that, but you can, and that's what mean. That's why I'm here, because
Richie, the
he
thing
showed me
is,
this.
the sea's level, you see. That's why it's called sea level. Sea level. It's not sea curve.
But according to the Orthodox history or Orthodox understanding of the globe Earth or spherical Earth model, you shouldn't be able to see that.
It requires containment. Funnily enough, so does the air that you breathe. It requires containment. You understand? Because it's called
No.
pressure. The clue's in the title. It needs the gas needs something to press upon. Pressure, press.
Hmm.
So if you need a vacuum, for that matter, you need a container. All these things need containment, including Earth. It's a closed system, and it must be.
You see, right? Um, not to be disparaging or anything, like, right? I just, it's any like, you guys obviously know what you're talking about, and I don't have the capabilities or the intellect to challenge this and on a academic level. But has there ever been any geologist or astrophysicist or anyone who's taken you on and you have wiped the floor with them, or is there any debate where you go up toe to toe with somebody who comes from the orthodox side of
Oh,
history or the orthodox side of
I'm not a big fan
geology?
of debates. I'm not a big fan of debates, honestly.
But
And
that would be for me.
in this regard, Richie, you need 2 points of contention for a debate, and I'm afraid that's not what we have here.
No, I know it's everyone's on the same side of things, but for me,
it's flat. It's
it's
provably flat.
hard. It's difficult for me to break out
Measurably flat.
from.
Hello. It's
I know.
navigatably
Yeah.
flat. It's measurably flat. It's observably flat. Understand?
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No. Here, look. There's so many things about the whole history, and like for me, there's so many questions. It just leaves me perplexed, and I just would like.
Difficult.
Of
really
course, of course, and I'm coming from. I like first of all, I was like in a place going, of course, we're like, why we wouldn't be? And then when I started questioning NASA and all that sort of stuff and all the moon landings, and that was my sort of gateway into question everything about everything we've ever been told. And obviously, I studied history, did a degree in history, and fucking good degree. I got 2-1. It was all good, blah blah. And I was, and only when I left my degree later on, and I started questioning stuff, going and realized that I said, you know what? All I was told was, what I got my qualifications in was the orthodox version of history, and now I don't believe any of it. And and then it was like snowball effects to this is where we're at now, and question everything. I question everything, and yeah, you guys are definitely well more versed on the subject than I am. But at the same time, I suppose I would like to see somebody from this side go up against somebody from a mainstream side of things and see, who betters who and who can, who's got like if somebody, I probably wouldn't even be able to follow it, to be honest, because like whenever like these are things that I think are very important, especially well, I just use my example of politics or history, and I see somebody, for example, like talking about like, is Vladimir Putin a force for good, or is he part of the system, or the is was Adolf Hitler was he working for the same people, or was he an independent operator? And seeing those people go, or was he just the most evil person ever existed? And seeing everyone go at each other, and obviously it's dependent on the knowledge and the confidence of the person that's making the argument. But at the same time, you can always sort of strip through and listen to it and start to, I think, gain knowledge of just not even the people arguing, but just the subject itself. You can start to make sense of it as an independent, and you can sit back and listen to them and start to unravel it and make sense for it yourself. And you don't have to follow the crowd. You don't have to listen to this side. You don't have to listen to that side. Like, these guys are obviously, as I say, very knowledgeable. And
Dude,
like, I
forget all
feel,
that. Dude,
feel,
Richie, just
yeah.
be quiet. Just quiet. Fuck
Okay,
all that.
okay.
Fuck all that. You use water every day, don't you? It's
Of
your
course.
reality. Every day you use water. Yes?
Of course.
Well, what is the most accurate measuring tool of level there's ever been since time immemorial.
What does that mean? What do you say?
I'm saying it's the most accurate measuring tool we've ever had for measuring a level.
Okay. Do you say
It's not hitting home.
what?
It's not hitting home, is it?
So the spirit level goes back thousands of years. People would use water, right, to find level, right, and we still use it today. It's the most accurate way to find level because water always finds its level. And this is just the physics of water. It's what water does, right? So no matter if you got a cup or a bathtub or a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, it's always level if it's at rest. So not during a hurricane, right? Not during a hailstorm, but if everything's calm and you can see clear, you can see, a lot further than they say that we should be able to. Now they've come up with the, non-scientific theory of refraction, right? But it's kind of like the theory of the tides. What's causing it? We don't know. We can't manipulate the cause to see the effect, so there's no knowledge. So with the whole refraction thing, you can believe it if you like, but that still doesn't defeat the fact that we can see people. And a lot of people just accept it because anchor bias, confirmation bias, these sort of things. People who write papers, extensive papers about gravity and pseudoscience, they have sunk cost bias. And everyone has bias, right? Everyone has these for different reasons. But the difference is we all were brought up in the same school system that you guys were. We're talking about. Looks like we got some trolls.
I'll check the chat. I'll check the stream.
Thanks.
No, man, here, that you're, sorry, man, I'm not even looking at my phone, but that American guy that just I was speaking to, and you've been speaking there just there now, man, here, you are fucking so knowledgeable, as far as I can see, on this subject. Would you be prepared to debate, or have you ever debated anyone who has got the orthodox understanding of history or geology or astrophysics or whatever?
There was a cosmologist who came in here not too long ago, and I asked him some questions, and I remember his answers. Would you like to hear the debate from knowledge?
Did you kick his ass?
Well, I think I did because I asked him, how is it that it takes an entire solar system to bring Halley's Comet back around towards outer space? And he corrected me because I said the Oort cloud. And then I said, well, what is out there the size of a solar system and with enough mass to bring Halley's Comet back towards not where the sun was, but to where it's going to be by the time it gets there? And he didn't really have a good answer. I don't think he had a good. I can't remember what he said. Then I said, "So do black holes and dark matter exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories? Because like the moon causing the tides or the sun causing the tides, sometimes there's competing theories, and we don't know which one is right." Well, that would be two competing theories. In this case, he said that dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe. So I said, "So you're telling me the equation for gravity is so flawed at the galactic level that you need black holes and dark matter to make it work?" And he said, "I never heard it put like that." Right. So when you hear these crazy theories, right, like the multiverse or dark energy or dark matter, something is really wrong with their theories, and they're reaching, right? Because why else would they come up with this crazy theory that 95% of the universe we can't see, we can't detect, it's dark matter and dark energy, but it has to be there to make their model work? Can you imagine if the flat Earth had to invent 95% of a bunch of bullshit out of thin air to make everything work?
And what really here you're absolutely right. And what really something else which pushed me towards this chord was it was just gematria, the numerology, which it's all like was it the tilt and the speed? It's all like is it 33 and a third and like all that sort of all that shit. It's like this is all gematria. This is which is Jewish kind of kabbalistic kind of numerology, and just Jewish mysticism, and who controls the words. The same people.
Let me just say this.
You might know.
Regardless of how deep you may get into that kind of stuff, there is a story in the numbers. And I always find that really interesting.
But you guys are all Christians. Would you say you're all? Would you come up from a
No.
Christian perspective?
No, I don't think everybody would stand up behind that.
I'd
Not
say
that I have a problem.
I'm a human
I
being.
don't have a problem with that, but I
I'm
don't
a
think
human being.
everybody here would stand up for that.
Okay, well, you say
A lot of us are Christians. I was raised Christian. I kind of
so
fell out of the
was
faith a little bit when I was younger, and then I started seeing things that I couldn't ignore. I could not be willfully ignorant any longer, and I started researching all the different faiths, except for Islam. I didn't really get into that one too much, but
but
the other major
Abrahamic.
faiths.
It's Abrahamic, so Abrahamic. So why would you if you know about Judaism, you know about Christianity, then there's not much else to learn about or Islam because they're part of the same Abrahamic faith, and there's not much difference, especially in the
there's
core.
so much difference. Come on now, really?
Not in the core. Not in the core.
Are you kidding? The core is with Christianity, you believe in Jesus Christ as Savior, and Islam doesn't. I mean, that is the
Of
core.
course, Islam believes Jesus was a prophet. So they don't they believe it like Hinduism. They have no conception of Jesus Christ, but Islam does. So the Abrahamic faiths are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they're all part of the same Abrahamic faiths. They all believe in the Old Testament, the Torah, so they're still connected. So you cannot say they're not.
They may have a background that the Abrahamic is of the Torah, but when you get into the New Testament and the fulfilling of the Torah and the fulfilling of the Old Testament, that's where they all
but they're grounded. All I said was the core. They're grounded in the same book. They're grounded in the same philosophy, the same theology. Whereas if you go into Shintoism, you go into Hinduism, you go into the Hinduism, these Eastern this is so separate, so separate. So you cannot pretend these are part of the same ideology. Whereas Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are all pertained within. They all believe in the Old Testament. All three of those doctrines believe in the Old Testament, whereas any other the pagans don't believe any of that.
I agree with you that the root is from the same tree. The branches spread out quite far. But yeah, let's move on away from religion because I feel like somebody's going to pick a fight. So if you were to ask us, like, are we culturally Christian? Like, most of us are conservative and respect the old values and the old ways, and
I'm culturally Christian. I'm culturally
right.
Christian.
But most of us are.
Everyone in the Western world, like the quote unquote Western world, from like Western, everyone, you're from European backgrounds, be it North America, South America, Australia, whatever, are all based in Christianity. So,
right, there may be a few here that would disagree. There's agnostics here. I don't think there's any atheists here. What is an atheist anyway? But I don't think there's any atheists here.
But they're based. I mean, their family and their history is based in Christianity at some level, or in the Abrahamic faith.
Mine is. Anyway,
mine is.
moving away from faith. Basically, when we get down to faith, it causes a lot of division. People end up getting in fights in here.
But I thought you were coming at your understanding of the that whole aspect of your belief in this flat Earth was because if we are in a stationary flat Earth that is that there's no, and that heliocentric and all that sort of stuff. So if we are in a flat stationary plane and we can't get off it, then how did we come here? Where did we go? We're not just little dots in a micro, like in a big massive picture, which in the deep space. That does give pause for thought in where we come from and how we got here. And this is where people then revert back to where they feel they were brought up in this theological world. And theology does enter into it, as much as we would like to just dismiss it. And if we do follow the evolutionary world,
if you look all through the Bible, you can come up with hundreds and hundreds of flat Earth verses. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, if you really, really look at it, I mean, it pretty much says
but it's so contradictory. It's so contradictory. I can't believe that the Bible. There's one verse would say this, and the second verse would say the opposite. So
only one example, Richie.
Turn the other cheek, or an eye for an eye.
Yeah, but they're from different testaments. But anyway, it's a bit. I don't want to go down that route.
But there's one. That's just one example, in which turn the other cheek, an eye for an eye. And here, what
my
about
friend? There's two different trains of thoughts, right? We live in a Judeo-Christian nation here, right? So if someone causes me harm, injury, or loss, I could do the Christian thing and forgive them, or I could do the Jewish thing and take them to court. Either way, it's my decision, right? But either way, there's a court system for that, right? So the Judeo-Christian nation or culture that we have here, a lot of it came from the UK, right? We get a lot of laws from you guys over there, right? And we get a lot of culture from over there too, right? But some of it came from Latin, right? So if you break code, you can be tried under maritime law, right? Or if you cause another man harm, injury, or loss, he can take you to small claims court. I think you guys call it Queen's Bench, right? And everyone has a right to go to Queen's Bench, right?
Yeah. I'm familiar with that term.
So there's common law, right? You know that we're common law nations, but not France, right? You break a code in France, well, you're in trouble, right? But over here, it's different, right? And I would ask you to look into the Irish Israelite connection and the British and the Scottish, because Brit, I think it means like people of the law. And then in the Scottish founding documents, they talk about acknowledging the fact that they're Israelites. But anyway, this is just a theory. I'm not saying that it's
No,
true, but you
I'm
said,
familiar with some. I'm familiar with some of that, but yeah, go ahead. I'll contribute when you're finished. But
yeah,
yeah,
if
go
you're
ahead.
Irish and if you remember Gaelic, you might check out some of the Hebrew words. They're very similar. But like I said, this is just a theory to look into about the 10 lost tribes of Israel. There's a really good book on Jed Skeptic Media YouTube channel, and I think he reads like half the book, and it's like evidence that the Irish, Brits, and Scots were Israelites. Anyway, if
Yeah,
you're curious to look into that.
it's just really like Michael Sarian kind of stuff. You familiar with Michael Sarian? No.
Maybe
He's been in California for like 30 years, but he was sort of an acolyte of uh what do you call the guy who died recently? Jim. Yeah, is it Jim? No, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell. No, Jordan Maxwell. No, Jordan Maxwell. You
I'm
familiar
not
with
good
him?
with
No.
names. He sounds like a truther, if I remember correctly.
Oh, Jordan Maxwell. He wrote Cross. No, that was Jim. Jordan Maxwell. Just Google his name. He's probably on Wikipedia. He died a couple of years ago. He's like sort of connected with David Icke and like people like that for years and years and years. But a guy called Michael Sarian. It's Tsarian. It's not a real name. His name's Michael Stewart or something. I can't remember his surname. But yeah, he spoke about a lot of these things. It's like Ireland, land of the Pharaohs, and we were like connected. This is like the lost tribe of Dan. I think that comes into more or less.
Yeah, that
What
would
do you
be the
call your guy?
Danish, not you
Again?
guys. The
No,
lost
it's
tribe
like
of Dan would be the Danish.
yeah, but no, but it ties in as well. He connects it to Ireland, actually there's quite an interesting book because whenever Jewish people have been expelled out of over 100 countries in the last 1,000 years, and whenever they were expelled by Edward the Second in England in the 12th century, 1170 or something, a lot of them went to Scotland. So there's a book called When Scotland Was Jewish, and it shows you because a lot of them moved all over Europe, but a lot of them moved to Scotland, and you can see very clearly how they interbreeded and took over uh, a lot of the more important parts of the judiciary, and how the Scottish Rite, Freemasonry, how all that came about was essentially through because obviously Freemasonry is just there's so much Judaic kind of rituals and history based within that, but they essentially moved to Scotland whenever they were kicked out of England in the 12th century, um, and set up their whole networks. And yes, there was definitely back and forward from Scotland to Ireland. Well, even before that, but from decades, centuries, even previously with the Dalriada and different things. But
Yeah,
there's a lot of it.
I always got funny vibes from that Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't trust
Not
him.
his real name, by the way.
No, obviously, he died a couple of years ago. But yeah, he's But yeah, are you familiar with Michael Sarian? I know.
Yeah, seen his stuff too.
Yeah, he talks about a lot of the same stuff. Esoteric kind of
I saw a really good
background.
thing he did actually, and I enjoyed it. But then I watched him in a private interview from his home, and he was wearing sunglasses, and it was really odd.
Who, Maxwell or Sarian?
Yeah, sorry, that just because the eyes are the window to the soul, and The fact that he was just on his cam wearing sunglasses, I thought were a bit odd. It struck me very weird.
Yeah, no, at some point I had to make a cutoff, and I was like, when I was like researching stuff, and I had to just go, what he's saying might be true, but there's so many rabbit holes you could go down, so many different avenues that I can't. I have to cut. I have to cut things off, and I have to just go in a certain direction. And my direction was history and politics, and deep diving into that, and I couldn't. I didn't have enough time and energy to go in so many different directions, so I just cut them off.
Yeah, most of them lead to nowhere, unfortunately. So that's the idea of them, you see, just to
Yeah,
murky the
that's I
waters.
think as well.
Hello, guys. So, what are you guys on about?
We're talking about different, theories and things. We got a new guy here who's brand new to the flat Earth subject from Ireland.
Nice.
Get. It's good to hear your voice. I haven't heard you speak in over a week.
Nice
So,
to
would you like
meet
to
you.
talk to the new guy? I've touched base with him a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I heard you explaining him about the floating anvil.
Yeah, Mercury. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It wasn't me. It was here. Just before we go, what's your name, man? I'm not. I'm not looking.
I'm
The American.
Jet.
No,
Jet, but Jet.
no. The American guy who was speaking there because
Larry. Yeah, Larry from Texas. Yeah, nice
Larry.
to meet you, brother.
Yeah, Larry. Yes, man. Yeah, good. Here, you're a good guy. So nice talking to you. But yeah. Go ahead, the new guy. Tell me something
Yeah, if
that.
you remember what Larry said, what Larry told you about the anvil and
In
buoyancy and
Mercury.
density. You can also think of this like, for example, this new material that they recently make at NASA or in laboratories. It's called graphene aerogel. And this one is the light.
Graphene. That's like carbon, like really, like one nano, like graphene. That one.
Graphene is something else. This one
Oh, okay.
is graphene aerogel.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a combination of the two.
I haven't heard of that, but I just remember graphene. The guy that invented it won the Nobel Prize or whatever, like 10, 15 years ago. And that's all I know about it. So go ahead.
It looked like a promising thing, but it's actually not. But anyway, so graphene aerogel is the lightest solid. It is 7 times lighter than the air. So when you hold it in your hand,
so it's buoyant.
Yeah, it should be floating, like rising, just like helium, but it doesn't. And it doesn't do that because this is actually a solid. It is matter in a solid state. And solids belong to the ground. Everything that is solid will not be floating in the air.
Yeah, but my claim was in the natural world, and this stuff doesn't occur in nature, so I'm still correct. Thanks for trying to get McGett moving.
So.
No, you're. But I was just playing with you. Go ahead and finish what you were going to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I finished, but I was on Wi-Fi and I think I had a bit of connection issues. I'm back. So.
Yeah, but what happened, bro? Are you back?
Yeah, when I connect on Wi-Fi and move a little bit further away from the house, I lose signal. But now I'm back on mobile. It's more stable. Yeah.
Here, Laurie, you still there? Laurie from Texas.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, here, man. Look, it's 6 a.m. where I'm from, and I'm about to fall asleep. So I might come up. I'll come on tomorrow night if you're there, and we'll try and thresh this out a bit further. But it was really good talking to you, and I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. But I have to. I can't hang around any longer because I'm literally going to fall asleep. But
All right.
yeah.
Well, I'll be here tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So 6
Okay.
hours away from that, it'll be 11 p.m. your time, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll if I can jump on around that time, I will jump on with you, and we'll thresh it out, and I'll be very interested to hear a bit more from you because yeah, you sound like an interesting guy and a very nice and pleasant kind of person that isn't like sticking things down your throat, which is good. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
appreciate that, brother. I appreciate your kind words.
yeah, we'll do it again, okay?
Yeah, sounds like fun. Can't wait.
Thanks, man. Thanks for your time and thanks for your input. And I look forward to hearing from you again. Okay.
No, I want to thank you too for coming here and being nice. Civil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it here, man. That's all here. I'm so glad. Like, this is actually a really nice Discord, and you guys have made me feel very welcome and thirsty, which is thirsty for more. I want to know more about this stuff. I want to
I'm glad to
understand it
hear that.
more. I
Yeah,
want to understand it more.
there is so much about it, even electricity, Faraday, Maxwell's equations are totally fake. You can throw them on the window.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we do go along with Ampere's laws. They are very good,
like
but they are not complete.
until tomorrow.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Yeah, well, I'm going straight to bed.
Yeah.
But yeah, here. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate everything you've discussed with me tonight, and your candor and your sincerity. So until tomorrow, if I can be there, I will be, and if I can't, don't. It's not because I don't want to. It's just because things have gotten in the way. But if I can, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Be well.
And
Be well until
yeah.
tomorrow.
Good night. God bless.
Yeah.
And when you come back tomorrow, you'll realize that I'm not one of the smarter ones. I'm actually one of the medium range intellects
You're joking.
that come in
You're
here.
being modest.
Oh no, I've been wrong plenty of times to know that that's not modesty.
You're very good learning, and you're very good at delivering the knowledge. So.
Well, I appreciate that, but yeah, when you said that you're a good guy, I was like, oh, that's arguable. I don't know if that's really true. But yeah, I've been practicing for a while this whole communication thing because I want people to be like-minded like me, right?
Yeah.
And my views, the way I see it, like I don't care what you're doing, you can smoke pot out of a shotgun as long as you don't blow your face off or hurt somebody else. Like I want more people to think this way. Because the whole thing about what is this guy doing? Is he a criminal? Like, I think people should mind their own business. And unless somebody is violating you, then you should just, mind your own business. I wish that I could get that tattooed like on every TV screen. That way, every time it popped up, the words "mind your business," just popped up on every TV screen. You had to look through the words "mind your business" to watch the TV. Yeah, that's how I think, and I want other people to think like that too. Because why is your nose in my business? Right? Why would you
We
be
have
concerned about what I'm doing?
we have a globe skeptic too, Richie, or
Uh-oh.
right?
Take it away, Aaron.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. Just hanging around.
Good. Always a good idea. If you got
Yeah. How have you been?
Especially with that Dracula accent hanging around.
hang around. I'm good. Everything's good.
Don't I sound American?
Sound maybe Mexican American?
Mexican.
Sound more American than when you first started, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, baloney. He's British. Come on.
British.
Is that battle mode?
No, you sound Russian. 100%.
No, battle mode's not here, bro.
I thought I heard battle mode.
Battle mod.
Yeah.
Ain't seen him in a minute. Hope you got. Yeah, it's summertime, man. I love summer. And our summer's been very good. Very good. Amazing.
Yeah.
The weather's been perfect. Just perfect.
Not here. It's been hotter than two squirrels dancing in a wool sock.
Which parallel you live in?
33rd.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Nah, we confirm.
I'm very close to 45th, and
oh wow,
we had like 42 Celsius, and it's a very dry season, dry summer.
Our 42s usually come in September.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get 42 here, no problem.
Yeah,
it'll happen. But it's very dry, and we'll be all right. We'll survive.
Yeah, many fires, and I saw on the news, and they were saying, "Oh, look, the global warming is real. So many fires. Everything is dry."
Yeah,
these people are going nuts, insane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we get that every year. Nothing over here.
Spreading fear.
Yeah. It's
share the fear. Share it.
Climate warming.
Yeah.
Climate warming? No, I'm kidding. Climate
change. Yeah.
It's all
underwear change.
There you go. So we had a good day in here. Man, I couldn't listen much today. I was just family and
we had AI in here earlier. Listen, Elijah came in, shared some wisdom and words.
Nice.
I think that Gregory and Elijah
was
hanging
here
out
in the morning.
Beautiful. Love it.
I think Elijah and I just said his name, forgot it that fast. I forgot. Yeah, I think those two dudes hanging out, like that's a powerful combination.
No doubt about it.
Actually, I'm wrong. Gene was last night because I worked night shift and I heard Gene before leaving work.
Right. Yeah, I heard Jen
Yeah.
morning. Like, awesome. Get you
No,
put
we have good news from NASA.
We're
They
going
are
back.
launching Artemis to the moon and back. This month or next month. Yeah. What do you want? What you want us to say something?
You put the gif of the lady on the ISS, Issa.
Oh yeah, teleportation.
And she's grabbing the doll and oh my! I showed that to Scott Veach, man. I'm like, come on, really, dude? Because NASA people are really boring, and
I can just imagine Scott Veach backpedaling, like, "What, man? You know, like we like to play with stuff too. Like just because we're NASA doesn't mean that we can't play with camera tricks. That doesn't mean we're doing things dishonest. We're just trying to keep the production value up for the children. It's for the children, man. What's wrong with you? Why don't you love the children? Shame."
it's all about the entertainment for the children. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. I mean, if they can trick that, they can trick it all, bro, right? And he had to agree with me. I was like, come on.
Yeah, but why do they do that?
Why? Exactly.
I mean, it's real teleportation what's in that video. And to be honest, that was... this is the GIF I first saw. And the very moment I saw it, I understood it. That it's bullshit, And then, yeah, I've seen it in the flat Earth community around among us, and yeah, it was no surprise for me. But even if I were not a flat earther, that GIF itself would raise huge question marks.
Right.
To my mind, like instantly. I know the first time I saw it, I was like, "Oh my god, fuck,"
Huh?
Yeah.
I was tripping out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Scotty, beam me up.
When he goes around the corner, and before he goes around the corner, he fades out, like literally disappears before he goes around the corner. I love that one. That's my.
Which one?
Where like there's a guy in the background, and like he stops talking, and then he turns around and he goes to go around the corner and pull himself, around the corner, and he like starts to fade out before he gets to the edge.
Yeah, he's transparent, ghost man.
Yeah, that one. That was like, oh no, what the hell's going on here? When I first saw that, I'm like, oh no.
Casper. He's like that was Casper.
Yeah.
That one looked deliberate, didn't it? Like they were like wanting you to see it, like almost tempting you. So
I tell you what, they don't do it deliberately. Those who are actually using the software to do all these tricks are totally idiots, They forget to do these last touches,
So you're saying they
miss them.
outsourced it? You're saying they outsourced it and got some inferior product?
And just,
you need video editing experts and these tricksters.
When you have to like use the clone tool on the clouds, man, you're just lazy.
Yeah.
Come on.
That one too. Yeah.
Come on.
They got a clone tool? Wow, really?
If you went,
I could just hear, Panda, like trying to justify the clone tool. Like, what? You think you're seeing stuff? You got pareidolia. What? You think you're a smart flat earther? You're a liar. It's not a clone tool. You have pareidolia.
Talking about Jim Panda, like crackhead.
Show me two identical clouds in the sky. Live.
I'm just scrolling
You're
back.
just a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. I'm crazy one.
So if you went to the moon and then somebody questioned you about going to the moon, the cool thing to do is hit them in the face, right?
Yeah.
You just punch them in the face.
They
Yeah, that's a logical reaction.
Or a logical.
Right? That's a logical. The emotional reaction was just give them some petrified wood, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'll punch you in the face. I mean, you told me, I say I went to Yosemite, and you're like, no, well, you didn't go to Yosemite, man. I'm like,
After those other guys.
whatever you think, bro. Whatever. I'm like, dude,
You know those wounded dogs? They make ow, 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 ow.
Mm-hmm.
That's Europe right now.
But Flatman can got himself a nice little, nicely rolled joint there, my friend. Nicely rolled. Way better than I can do. That looks pro. Yeah.
What am I missing?
I don't know. I'm just scrolling back through the voice text. I'm just kind of looking to see what people putting in there. It's always interesting.
Yeah, I've been looking in here, and I have to say, lately, quite very few people in the server, like 5, 6 people. It's like,
yeah. It's a little slow, you're saying?
Yeah, very slow.
It's summertime, man. People are out. They're going to the beach and the lakes and rivers and hiking and biking and camping and all that cool stuff, man. And it's you get some winter days, man, where you guys are getting snow and shit. This place will be packed.
Well, this winter is gonna be sucks for Europe.
Yeah. So
our gas pipeline is like 80% cut. You know, we are running on 20%.
Oh, you're fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. And in the winter, it will be off. Like,
all right. You got to get a fireplace going, man.
Yeah. Now at my factory here, I work in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
We are making these gas pipes, the Nord Stream 1.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's not going to be finished until winter.
Oh.
Yeah. The Germans are desperate now. But, yeah, I'm kind of happy, you know, because they barked at the wrong person.
Yeah.
Some say the end is near. Some say we'll see Armageddon soon. Certainly hope we will. Learn to swim.
I think a meteorite, like in Armageddon movie, is about to fall in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There are very high chances. The only way it could be explained is if someone had a nuclear rocket missile with stealth technology, so it will be invisible. You wouldn't know who fired it, you know. Yeah, that's the only way it could happen. So,
oh man,
fire from the sky.
I think Jimi Hendrix wrote a song about that. Something.
Yeah, yeah.
I think so. I was looking through the chat here, man. Voice text. There's a levelist put a picture of a city called Placentia in there. Anyway, I live right next to Placentia in Anaheim. You can see it there on the map. Cool.
Are you scavenging for dank memes?
I think
the city name is Placenta.
Placentia.
Placentia.
Not placenta.
Interesting.
It's a Mexican name for like a city or something. Something like that.
Oh, like a place.
Like a place, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very Mexican. It's very a lot of Mexicans and it's a great city, man. It really is a good little city. It's not great, but it's good. It's really good.
I had to pop in when I heard Flat Earth dude talking about Placentia.
What
the hell you guys?
Gotcha.
Welcome, Sonny.
Well, welcome, Sonny. Thank you.
What's up, Sonny? Heard you playing guitar the last couple of days, man. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I've been kind of re-inspired. I had a kind of a down day yesterday, but now I'm feeling better.
Good, man.
Good.
Yep.
My down day was today. I think a lot of I just didn't have my game, man.
It's been kind of dreary, cloudy.
Yeah, Sonny, I gotta say, I think you've been feeling better lately, the past week or so. I love it when you play so much. They have to tell you to shut up. I gotta say that, just like CB up in this bitch, you got a lot of production value, because they hear the blues calling and they're just walking in like zombies, like blues.
What? This is a Flat Earth server. They're already dazed, like the deer in the headlights. I think it's a great ploy. Some people don't understand it though. That's okay, Helio. I know you're used to yelling at guitar players, so I forgive you. It's perfectly fine. I'm used to it too.
Yep. Is Helio? He's
A
dropping.
job turkey. Yeah, Helio's a job ass turkey.
He ain't opening up his mic, man. What's wrong? Don't encourage him.
Don't provoke. Don't provoke.
Don't encourage Helio.
At this time of night, it's late.
Bad idea. You're right. What was
On
I
a
thinking?
Friday night? No, not happening.
No.
Good stuff happening. I'm making kombucha. I'm making my own kombucha now, and I'm already making my own kefir and sauerkraut. Speaking of, I need to make some more sauerkraut. Stuff's great, man.
Yeah, that stuff is really good for you. You get some organic cabbage, and you make your own sauerkraut. There's lots of good enzymes in there. It's good for your digestion.
That's what I did. Exactly what I did.
Good job.
Get Baguette is going to get jealous. No, he's not. He lives in Germany. What am I saying? Never.
Yeah, they make this cabbage like fermented.
Yep.
Yeah, in Romania too, and they use the cabbage to cook sarmale.
To cook what?
Sarmale?
Make sarmale, yes. They take some meat with mixed with rice and a few ingredients, and they cover them in the cabbage leaves. They pack them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah, that sounds
nuts.
delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Like I love all that
Yeah.
kind of food. Like
Yeah.
my grandmother was German. I think her parents were actually born in Germany.
Mm.
My father's mother, right? But
Yeah.
they every now and then they would have borscht. What is it called?
Oh,
Borscht.
borscht. Yeah, borscht. Borscht. Yes, that's Moldavian soup. Something.
That's
What?
another cabbage.
Yeah.
It's another cabbage dish, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
Borscht?
that's
Never heard of it.
Borscht. Mm.
borscht.
You got any evidence to back up this claim?
It's very sour taste.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really like gone to the next level after
Yeah.
sauerkraut.
I need a citation on that, please.
Sure.
B
I'm just
O
trying to
R
remember
You
how
guys
to.
are full of borscht, man. I think you guys are
I
full
think
of
it's
borscht.
I think it's BORSCH. I
No.
could be wrong. Or just
Uh,
BORS.
You guys are full.
yeah,
Nah,
but
bro.
it's
Fine.
an S with a comma at the bottom.
I want to hijack the conversation. I apologize. I know we're talking about food. And I love food, but I got to move it on. So I was listening to Witsit earlier, and he was talking, and it was obvious to me that there's somewhat of a controversy between different schools of thought and the community that we have here, and I think we need to be aware because Witsit was warning us about certain kind of cult ideologies, but I don't really necessarily think that it's that far. So I want to think about so we know what pseudoscience is, right? Science that isn't really science. But what about scientism, like the belief that the only way that you could prove something is with the scientific method? Does anybody else disagree with that definition?
Natural science? No, I don't disagree.
Well,
All
the
right, so
astronomers.
there's more. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Astronomy.
Well, I got a slightly different one. I was thinking more like scientism is just someone that says, "Oh, well, science says it's true, so it's true." Scientism.
Right.
Yeah, I would say these astronomers and cosmologists, they are all hijacking science itself, and they are saying their claims are scientific when in fact they are not, you know. And they try to redefine the scientific method, actually. They work very hard on this one.
So we know that there are some people in this community who think the only way you can really prove something is with the scientific method. What word would you give to that definition? Could that be like the second definition for scientism? Or do you guys have a better
Call
word?
that person.
You call it what?
I just call him an idiot.
Right, because there's different ways to prove things other than the scientific method, right? Like I can prove that I'm a male, right? A man, full-grown man, without using the scientific method, right?
Right.
Because all you need is observation for that one. Maybe you turn your head and cough. But yeah, for the most part, I don't need the scientific method to prove things, although it is a very time-tested and true method. It's not the only way to establish a truth, right?
Well,
So,
actually, you can use the scientific method to prove that you are a man, but this obvious fact um, stops at the observation. Observation is enough to prove that you are a man. You don't need to go all the way with the scientific method,
So
So
yeah,
it's like a incomplete. Yeah.
so every topic is not the scientific method is not applicable to every single topic, and there are things you can
Yeah.
prove without using the scientific method, such as
Yeah.
measurement, such as like simple things like we talk about line of sight test. Yeah, you can get absolute firsthand knowledge from that, things like that,
Yeah.
observations. Doesn't have to be the full scientific, unless you're trying to find a cause and effect.
Yeah, reality doesn't need to. I mean, reality is filled with facts, already, and they are observable. So you don't need the scientific method to
Fire.
prove a fact again. It is fact.
Fire's not
Yeah.
hot. Oh, it is hot.
Like fire's hot. Yeah. Ooh, careful. Fire
Yeah.
hot. Sorry. But yeah, you don't need the scientific method to prove. Like, you don't have to knock your head against a brick wall to use the scientific method to find out if it's solid or not,
Right.
Yeah,
or more dense
to
than your
validate the
cranium.
fact.
Like,
Yeah. Actually, it will be silly to use the scientific method to validate a fact,
right,
or an
objective fact.
observation. Yeah.
I assume we're talking about objective fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Give reality facts. Yeah. Yeah. Although
The reason I say that is because I was listening to the conversation earlier with Vincent, and I think maybe he went too far by saying it's like a cult. It's just like, a belief that you need the scientific method to establish the truth. So he was talking about the Casimir effect, also known as 0 point energy. For the Globers, also known as virtual particles. But most of you guys know it as the thing that gives us that number 120 zeros. Right? He calls it the ether. Other people have kind of made similar suggestions, but to certain people, in the community, they don't like the sound of the word, right? Maybe it sounds too much like Einstein space-time, or maybe it has like other connotations, but
right.
there's a very strong emotional charge with the word ether, it appears. And it's kind of a divisive topic right now. And I think that we need to understand, and because I'm on the side of ether, well, I should say I'm on the side of the truth, right? And I think that there's something to the whole ether thing. And I agree with a lot of stuff that Richard says. Ever since I started listening to him, I was like, man, this cat's on fire, right? I'm listening to this guy, I was like, man, this dude is like on point, right? We agree on a lot of things. Probably haven't disagreed with him on much, except for what I'm saying just now. About it's not really a cult thing, it's just a different way of thinking. And I think that we need to be aware of this and not really call it like a cult thing, because the flat earth doesn't call it a flat earth. It's like cultists. I think this could be a problem, right? It's not good. It's not good press. So I'm going over it with you guys to see what you think. Am I off base? But did you hear the conversation with Whitson earlier? Can I get some feedback?
I didn't.
I did, and I also heard the conversation that he had the other night or last night.
All right. Carry on.
So, what do you think about what I said?
I mean, no, there's nothing wrong with what you said. No, Wits, it's he's on a different level than myself, man, completely. And that, that's cool, man. We everybody reaches everybody in different ways. And yeah, man, I don't even want to try to get in his head, man. Just let him go. Just enjoy him while we got him. He's been amazing. Thank you, Witsit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Whitson. Told that, over a year ago. I just wanted to run what I was saying by you guys to see if you could poke any holes in the logic. Because the whole time he was talking on here today, I was listening. And then when he said goodbye, I chimed in to say goodbye because I like to hear what certain people have to say. But I was just wondering, is there anything in my logic that's flawed or my argument? Maybe I need to check my brakes.
Objective reality.
I highly doubt that you are wrong in your logic, Hank. Larry.
I appreciate that. I was going to run about Winston if I could get a one-on-one with him. Because I do see where he's coming from, but also see it, because I myself love the scientific method. Man, I'm so glad that, I have a better understanding of it now being a flat earther than I ever did as a globe earther. But I think this is one of the little squibbly, squabbly things that can be squashed with just a different perspective.
Yeah. I don't think Witz is he doesn't want us to get caught up on any one particular thing that we really don't thoroughly can get, like, our land masses or whether Antarctica is an island or not, or ice wall or whatever, man. I mean, if Antarctica is an island, then fuck, that makes us really look shitty, stupid, whatever. If you follow my drift there, I might be. I mean, he was talking about it. I don't know if it was last week or earlier in the week, but where are we?
Yeah, to me, the AE map was a bamboozle from the get by the top 5, whoever you think they were, flat earthers at the time. Pushing that thing, and then me going out and defending that model in 2015. Didn't take me very long, less than a year, to realize. And, they kept bringing up the Southern Star Trails. I was like, okay, guys, you're going to bring up like the one thing that I have no idea about the Southern Star Trails. And it's like, I started looking into it. I was like, man, this is right. If you could see like directly south, because I kind of wonder if Australia is looking a little to the right or west to see the southern, and then South Africa right dead down the center, and then South America would be looking to the east or to the left. I kind of wonder if that's what's going on. I really don't know. I haven't been there. I haven't had somebody in there, so I kind of wonder if that sort of thing is going on. But it just debunked the AE map as far as I'm concerned, which was a projection of the globe, which wasn't really the claim to begin with. And it's not flat Earth to begin with. It's, the Earth is somewhat a topographical plane, and the water is our argument. Because, you can say that, it's an oblate spheroid, it's a potato shaped, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Excuses, but if it's covered in water, 70%, and the gravitational pull would make a near perfect sphere, it would be 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. And it would be detectable, but it's not. That's why we're here. And the correct name, I think, should be flat waterers, as hard as that is to say.
Flat waterers. That's what we are. No doubt about it. That's what I am. I should go flat water dude from now on. Fuck. All right. I'll change my name.
Flat liquid.
Quit busting my balls.
Liquid dude.
I feel like the one I came up with a little while ago, we should call ourselves high standard of evidencers and the Globers low standard of evidencers.
Dude, I like that. High standard of evidencers. That's excellent, man. Excellent.
Because they do tell us to lower our standards all the time. So we should get like clips of them saying, just lower your standards of evidence, man. You don't believe in pictures? Like, gosh, unicorns? What's the matter with you, bro?
Yeah, don't believe that water.
You don't believe in movie magic, bro. That's what it is.
Don't
That's why they're so butthurt.
Conforms to the exterior of a ball, man. I got a problem with that, man. You can't demonstrate it, man. I stick to things. When I was in Hollywood Boulevard, man, I said, look, dude, we had one of those flat earth dome Pontus model things. Like, dude, there's one idea of what flat earth could be, and it could work. We haven't worked out all the details, but it could work. I always tell people straight away, man, I'm not standing on this and saying, this is it. Fuck off. I don't do that. Unless I know, like, water's level, I'll stand on that all day long, man. Polaris doesn't move. Check it, man. Boom. Those two things I'll rock to my grave. For sure. The rest of it, man, I don't know. Could be this, that, moon, I don't know what it is, whatever it is. It's pretty. Satellites are fake. I'm pretty sure, man, but I can't stand on, like, obviously there's something up there floating around. So, but they definitely work. Satellites work, man. If they're up there and they're high enough, I guess they work just fine. My favorite high altitude space satellite is the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. Say that 3 times quick. And how they had this big giant rollout party with all these celebrities, and they're gonna like take all these pictures of themselves in space at this big party, and then like a few weeks later, man, the thing crashed into the ground in some farm, and it said right there, it was too good, can't make that shit up. I've used that on a few people.
Balloon?
They're like, "What? Get out of here!" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll check it out."
It was on a balloon, right?
Yeah, it was on a balloon. Yeah, it was. There was a video, I don't know, I probably saw it on BitChute or something, but it was just laid it all out real sweet. How they faked the whole thing with a balloon, but they were selling it hardcore as a satellite in space, man. They were selling the shit out of it with celebrities and big giant rocking parties with musicians and dancing and drinking and taking pictures, taking selfies from space, man, on the Samsung selfies satellite. Samsung selfie satellite. And then it crashed to the ground, man. It's too good. Can't make it up. Thank you, God, for providing me with pretty solid evidence of they're faking the shit out of it. So, fake it till you make it.
It's the one that they didn't say something like, "Oh, that was a safety balloon that deployed after it entered the atmosphere."
Who knows what the hell they said, man? I don't think they said shit.
Take it till you make it. Go woke until you go broke, and back to blue until it happens to you. That's some good T-shirt.
Dude, that's some rap, dude. Hitting it solid, man. So yeah, I don't know. I'll find that video. I gotta find the one that guy made. It was pretty cool. Probably on BitChute.
Keep trying to fake it with the globe.
On YouTube.
I don't think you're gonna make it with the globe. Really can't take it. Never gonna make it.
The rockets don't holler without your tax dollars.
All the shit is falling. Ballers start balling.
With your tax dollars.
With
they didn't have to borrow.
I can see the flat earth calling me.
That Irish guy that came in here really understanding, he was really interested in the whole flat earth subject. Like, he was like I was back in like 2015. Like, I need more. Give me more. We forgot to tell him about all the rooms down below with all of the information. Hope he comes back tomorrow night.
If you think Nixon called the moon, I think I'd have to call you a loon. Kind of loony, don't you think?
While we're the 12 minutes missing.
Supposed to be spinning around like a roller rink. Got me so crazy I can't think. Waiting for that next story.
Got this old dude Aristophanes. Can you spell that?
The Samsung space selfie satellite, man. Space selfie. They didn't even fuck around, man. They just put space selfie. Yeah, that's great. All right.
Welcome back to GMA. It was a near miss for a Michigan.
Yeah, that's not the video I'm looking for, man.
Excuse me.
Anyway, it made ABC News. The Samsung selfie satellite crash. It did make the news, man. But there's a video a guy put together with the party and them taking selfies and then showing the wreckage. Beautiful.
That's just poetic justice.
Poetic justice, bro. It's so good, man. It's just my favorite go-to for they're faking it, man. Check it out. Don't believe me. I can show you right here. Here's the party. Here's them getting it, hyping it all up and talking up all their shit. And then
rubbing your face on it. The next thing you know, you get to rub their face in it. Bam, bam.
Rub your face on your selfie, space selfie satellite.
When's the next meetup?
All right. Probably around the equinox, probably right around there.
And December, like usually that can be a really good time of year here.
Spring, fall.
Fall. Well, even winter.
Just fall.
I'm sure I've surfed a couple of days on Christmas Day. Positive.
We could do
warm
it
weather.
Maybe Labor Day thing? I don't know.
No, Christmas. I know I've surfed on like Halloween. New Year's Day. I've surfed on New Year's Day before.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing when you're out there in the water and it's Christmas Day. I used to wake up Christmas Day. It was white everywhere.
I've taken 10 selfies in my life, maybe 10, maybe. It might be 9.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
I've stood in a couple where other people were doing them. I'm like, I've done a few of those, but myself, I've done like maybe.
I got a face for radio.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit.
Right? Who wants to see this? Nobody wants to see this.
You should see the barrels that were happening last week here. Here, I'll post a video.
Barrels?
Somewhere here.
As a Californian, I'm thinking you and I have different ideas of what a barrel is. I'm talking about doing a barrel roll, barrel distortion,
barrel
9x1.
Oh, yeah, we're
barrel
getting
roll in aeronautics. You mean?
Dude, I'm going surfing and getting some barrel, bro. Let's do this.
They call that the green room when you're sitting there in the tube and that water's just flowing around you. It's the weirdest feeling ever, man.
It's the coolest ever.
I've never been surfing, guys. I'm so jelly. I'm jelly of you guys' accents and the surfing. I don't get none of that down here.
Yeah. Oh man.
We have an accent.
We have an accent, exactly.
What
compared to us?
accent?
So this is what it sounds like to me, right? So you guys sound like cool surfer dudes, and we sound like shit kickers.
Yeah, we might be onto something. I don't know, man.
We could be shit kicking surfer dudes too.
Come down to Texas.
No,
Austin, you'll fit right in.
For sure, Kenny is freaking cool shit kicking surfer dude. He is literally.
Old school. Oh,
Old
OG.
school Orange
Speaking of
County.
speaking of
Fucking
old school, I can play hacky sack, so I got a little California in me. Right?
That's weird. Like that. I'm old fashioned though, so I look at them and go, "You guys are just strange weirdos." Right by and go, "Weirdos."
Hacky sack's cool, man. What are you talking
But
about?
listen, like I can make fun of like every group. Like nobody's immune from my humor because I don't fit in any one of the categories. Like they
Exactly.
look at me, I don't fit in any of the categories.
A given.
So
Fit
it's
in.
hilarious for me because I'll make fun of everybody. I don't fucking care who they are. I guess I was just
You
born
don't
this way.
discriminate.
Yeah. So Lewd Natick was trying to say I'm so nice. No, I can be a little prick, man. I can be. I used to be quite rude, like actually, just very obnoxious. Fucking. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad I'm not that way. I've changed quite a bit. Quite a bit. It's
Yeah.
not through. It's not through virtue of my own, for sure. It's through the school of hard knocks and just getting my ass beat by life, by uh, making poor decisions. You know.
How else do you make diamonds and gold? Got to run it through the pressure and the heat.
That's right. You know what? I had teachers and things
That's a
like
great
that,
analogy,
and
man.
officers in the military, and people above me, like senior chiefs in the Navy, and they told me valuable lessons. Like if you're not making mistakes, you're not doing enough. You're
Right.
not working hard enough. You're making mistakes because you're doing something. So keep doing. Mhm.
Okay, I got a good story for making mistakes. So I was trying to start my own like food delivery business,
Yeah.
right? Because I've tried a few times to start a business, and I spent like all the money I had on like a printer and these magnetic, things where you could like put it on your refrigerator if you need to order something. I'd go get it for them, and I misspelled the word experience. I said experience, like an idiot.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, fuck. And then I kind of gave up on it because nobody ever called because obviously I'm an idiot and I don't know how to spell experience. And then right after that, like COVID happened, I was like, man, my shit could have been great if I just knew how to spell experience.
Mm.
Mm. No, you can't think like that, man.
Your
It's like that.
experience with the word experience. That's an interesting thing right there. That's kind of interesting about the English language because you had an experience with the word experience. You used to use it. Never mind.
It's just like Cat Williams said, trying shit, don't work. Keep trying shit, don't work. Switch it up. Trying shit, keep trying shit, switch it up, don't work.
Oh man, sounded like it needed a Motown kind of riff going with it or something.
I don't know, man. There is something to say about being at the right place, right time, having fortune go your way, being fortunate, not necessarily money, but some things come out of different situations you didn't even anticipate, or it has nothing to do with being successful at what you were doing. It's the fact that you met certain people along the way, even though your business failed, which I've had several, but you met certain people, man, and the next time you were going at it, they were there for you, and you're like, nah, that's cool, and
Yeah,
it's just the experience, enjoying the moment, and
I'd still like to.
have fun.
I would still like to start my like dream guitar and musical instrument shop. Like do everything, do the luthier work, do like different instruments. Like I'd love to like build my own banjo, build my own mandolin, build my own violin. Like I would
Yeah,
love to
man.
like build instruments like that, and then also guitar cabinets because I'm really good at cabinetry work. If I have the right tools, I could do just fantastic cabinetry work. I'm not bragging. I grew up with a sailor and an expert craftsman, my father, with carpentry and wood and cabinetry, like amazing. Like, so I learned from someone like that.
All right, I'll hire you to build some cabinets. Fuck it.
Build guitar amplifiers. That's what I want to do. Like the old ones.
Anybody
Like,
ever made an entire kitchen cabinetry out of like Fenders and Marshall amps, and that would be your kitchen? You know what I'm saying? Instead of having
what?
doors, you just have amps as your
Built in. You could have it built into the cabinets. That would save space and have two purposes.
right. You know, and then you just
Yeah, because
you're
you
like
could have a big mass there, and that would like
a
help
full,
reverberate the sound throughout the house. You could have like 4 Marshall stacks going each direction
that would be
under
your
your
4 Marshall stacks would be your refrigerator. You know.
Every large appliance in the house would have a guitar amp in it. So I could go from room
Yeah.
to room and doing thing to thing and plug in, man. That's not that weird, strange at all, is it? Right?
Super is your
No,
dishwasher. Yeah,
it's not.
Anyway, it would be funny to have a whole kitchen cabinets with guitar cabinets, speakers and amps and shit. Anyway, just kind of kicking around a funny, probably make a funny meme actually.
Funny ideas. Well, actually, you and I had the idea about making the guitars with different items inside of them, and so like we already had some good ideas there.
Fish and shit.
Put fish in, goldfish, grasshoppers.
Wow.
No grasshoppers were harmed in the making of this guitar. Now, anyway, we dollar bills, rose leaves. How about a bunch of guitar picks?
I saw a bird.
Could you make like a guitar with a fish tank in it?
Yeah, we were talking about that.
You could.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? That's
plexi. You can make a plexi. You can make a plexi guitar body, a clear guitar body, and put water in it, and have a place where you could put fresh water. You could even put. You could probably even put a little pump in there and make it so it was circulating air.
Octopus guitar.
Wow, that'd be so weird. An octopus guitar? Whoa.
Eat it, man.
How wild is that? No, I don't think I'd want that in my guitar. That would feel really weird. The poor thing.
What do you have to use for acoustic guitars when you make an acoustic guitar? Is there a certain type of wood that you have to use?
Yeah, you use sheets of thin wood, and they're plied together. They're glued together and formed. You use steam, right, and shaping tools.
There's two kinds. Well, there's 3 kinds of wood that really will: rosewood, mahogany, walnut, and spruce, and maple. Maple. Very bright. Rosewood's the best, in my opinion. It's the warmest. It's got the most beautiful tone. Rosewood. Oh yeah. Spruce, obviously top. Spruce is the shit. Tight grain. They say you're supposed to keep your wood in your shop for 10 years before you build your instrument with it.
Wow. Yeah. Like really, that's a
Save
trip,
a lot.
doesn't it?
Good completely. When you glue it all together, everything's already been shrunk and sweated and dried and whatever.
Do you get a slightly different sound depending on the wood?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Are they all pretty much the same?
It's very hard. If you pick up wood and just drop it on the ground, you can hear different tones. And
Yeah,
some
they're different. They're different harmonics and different overtones, frequencies, and from the different and minute changes in the shape too. Like so, every guitar is not identical because of the way.
You guys know about the story?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say the process, how you clamp everything together while you're letting it dry. Like I think you use steam a lot.
Well, you got to steam the sides and shape it. Yeah, then you can
like you do in shipbuilding. You have to steam it to bend it.
You can use just dowels and find a shape, and then yeah, man, just glue the top and back together. It's
But what a fun process! What a fun process that is,
yes,
though.
man.
I
And
never,
to do it right, it's so slow, man.
I've never done the
One
whole.
of my favorite instruments is the xylophone. They make one with metal bars and wooden ones, right?
Rosewood,
The
yeah.
xylophone. Dude, I love it when people get down with like 2 sticks in each hand playing the xylophone. I'm like,
Yes.
man, these dudes are nasty.
You could play some rockin' music with those, actually.
Dude,
Yeah, you could
I saw
really
Lionel Hampton one time.
whack the shit out of those.
No, they're called the vibes, man. When you're playing them in a band, they're the vibe.
I can play instruments like that. Like once I pick it up, like yeah. But I tried to play this flute that what's the guy's name? Oh, terrible of me, I forget names. Where we had to get together. What are those guys' names? Oh, you can't tell me. Never mind. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Gave me a flute. I still can't play it.
Yeah, wind instruments are difficult. You need at least 3 years to get used to the wind instruments.
But now listen, the harmonica's different. I can play one of those.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah.
That, yeah.
But I'm talking about like my brother had a trombone, and like the first 3 years, I was like, oh, because I was playing bass at the time, and I was like, bro, why don't you sound like me? Like, look how good I am. Like, what are you doing over here? Look at all this terrible noise. But after about 3 years, because you can learn the bass fast, it's super
What was
easy.
he playing? What was he playing?
In the trombone, the long thing, like you stretch it all the way out and it comes all the way back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What do they call those? Yeah, slide whistles. It's a slide whistle. Have you guys ever played a whistle?
You have you cause harm to your lips, man. And my lips are.
Slide whistle.
I've been told by
Oh,
people that my lips are too thin, apparently. So okay. Anyway, whatever. I'm just joking.
Yeah, when people tell you that, you need to respond with, whoa, 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 don't kick her, Sharkeisha. Take it easy now. Easy on the lips.
That's it. Yeah, so building guitars is fun. Building an instrument, working on it's a fun profession, man. I'm glad I got into it. And
Now, electric guitars are different. Now that those are much quicker. Like you can make a really badass electric guitar. But yeah, to do the intricate work that some of these companies do with the inlays and all that, that gets really complex. Definitely.
oh man, that's next level stuff. Yeah, I've
Isn't
done
it?
some.
Yeah.
It's just
So-
really you got to be super precise and doing it by hand. Nowadays, you just throw it in the CNC machine. It cuts it fucking perfect every time.
That's what they do.
Bastards.
That's what they do now.
I used to be in a garage band for about 2.5 years and had a 6-string Ibanez bass at the time. But I was really influenced by people like, Les Claypool from Primus and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Flea was bitching back in the day, and I was trying to play lead bass, right? But there was lead guitar, and then there was rhythm guitar, and then the lead guitar was using a 7-string, and then kind of like Orgy, the band, the 6-string guitar was doing like the same notes but on a higher octave, right? So we would like bounce all 3 leads back and forth on each other, and we would have like little openings and little fillers and stuff. Now, I really enjoyed playing that 6-string Ibanez bass because it was so buttery smooth. When you put your finger over the string, you just push down like half a pound, man, just half a pound, and it's perfect note.
Yeah, a nice low action on the bass is fun, man. Yeah, you can really get it going.
Yeah, I can play bass pretty well. I can play the bass like a lead guitar, but I've taught several people how to. I've taught my brother how to play the bass. I've got another person started on bass, and he switched to drums after. But yeah, bass is
I gave bass lessons and guitar lessons before.
awesome.
I bet you have, Hank.
Yep. I like that.
If I'm ever going to start a student out, man, I always start them on percussion. And they got to get those rudiments down first, man. Then they can play whatever the fuck they want. I don't care.
No, I learned drums after the guitar.
Never time. Always.
I could play some drums. I could play basic 4/4 and a shuffle beat. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a blues drummer. I can just whatever blues. Let's do it. Okay, here we go.
But I can also play the piano. Like
Sonny,
I'm a pretty good piano player. That's why when I saw that piano taken apart with the new set of strings sitting there, I was like, yeah, that's bitching.
We got to get that thing going, and we'll get it done this year. No, it's musical instruments. The guys that build this shit don't get enough credit.
I bet if I had had a piano close by, like when I was at the time when I was learning how to play the guitar at 10 years old, 12, 14, like those ages, I probably would have been playing the piano like I do the guitar by this time. But when I get a piano, I know how to do basic like triad structure. I'm not claiming I'm like super duper on the keyboards or anything like that, but I can play it.
I believe you.
Yeah, somebody gave us a piano, one of the stand-up ones, not one of the full-size like opera pianos or whatever. But yeah, or whatever you call it, very big one. But yeah, we have like a stand-up piano, and I used to mess around with that stuff in the garage. I really think that like music is really responsible from turning me in from like a very closed-minded jock to more of a open-minded explorer. I think music really was revolutionary for me at a young age.
I think it has a way of doing that, and I don't know, like I think it has to do with its structure and its kind of its mathematics, and it has like a geometry to it. There's shapes, all those shapes. That's what I learned at first, or all those shapes of all those chords. I just learned all the basic shapes, and then started learning the basic scales, and then I learned all the shapes of all those scales in all 5 positions, covering the whole entire fretboard. It's not that I like know where all of that is, but when I get to one of those places, it could be in between a note I'm going to and from. It seemed like it's totally out of range. But I figured out how to blend these things that are elements where you like a couple notes that are separated by a couple different other notes.
Mm-hmm.
And then more notes added in that are kind of counterpart melodies that I don't know. That's the thing about music. It can be very complex because you're dealing with sound. So it's hard to talk about like sound when you're talking about the only way words I have are things like layering and textures, things like that. How do you actually accurately describe what I'm talking about? Because there's definitely structure to all of it. So like I figured out how to layer and slide up and down and warble the freaking sound, which where I put my fingers, but you won't. Like a couple of little hints, 2 notes that hint to a chord, and then like playing along, then you're playing along, then these 2 like other accents and voices coming in. Like I don't know how I got this concept, but I think it's more like an orchestration on one instrument is what I'm talking about. You probably heard that today or the other day.
Yeah, you were like, whoa, what's that?
I like to start something off like a bass note, then a harmonic, then a little phrase, like a little pattern, and then maybe some chords, like a little chord structure, like a little chord pattern, a simple one, and just different elements. It made it like where the guitar for me became. I played it for so long, so it became like this. Like now is still this open playground where it's like, wow, there's still so much more to explore that I haven't heard yet, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
You're still learning, man. Crazy. That's why guys play guitar, you know. That's why Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are still out there playing, bro. They're still exploring shit.
And I actually like getting my fingers in the electronics and soldering things. And like, I'm amazed I'm still that good because like my hands can shake sometimes. Like sometimes I have a rock steady hand still, like right now, perfectly still. But other times I can kind of like, if I drink too much coffee, obviously.
Oh yeah, coffee give you
I've
coffee
done,
jitters, right?
I've done damage to my nervous system, I'm sure. So I'm not crippled or anything, but yeah, so it's surprising to me that I can still solder very fine, minute, intricate, where the point of that soldering tip is only like a 16th of an inch away from another place where that you don't want to touch. And you're
Do you
soldering
use
like the smallest freaking wire you can imagine. I have to use a magnifier to see it well.
oh. Do you use like a certain technique to solder it since it's so small?
Yeah, I have to. Here's what I do. Sometimes I have to hold my hands down, completely down to the table at the wrist.
Hands sometimes your wrist.
Yeah. I have to stabilize I have to stabilize my whole body to get that still.
Yeah.
But I can still do it.
Yeah, I've done a shitload.
I love that shit, man.
I've soldered.
I've been in every single piece of equipment I have here. I have about 6 pedals or 7, maybe 8 pedals, like different things. There's switches and things for another amp, and but all the effects pedals, like I've had my hands in them, and if some of them are impossible to fine tune, what I call it, or adjust. Some people would call it, you're just a tweaker. You just want to tweak on every freaking thing you get a hold of, and it's true. And so Lou was going, why would you have all those things if you're not out there playing live? Because I love the sound I get, and I can change it by sitting there. Like I learned way back in the 80s when there was no internet, through magazines, how to hot rod my guitars and amplifiers.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this for like, I've been doing this close to 40 years, like on my guitars. Just that, like, making them sound different, better, like more efficient, cleaner, less noise, completely shielded, like all those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been doing that for that long. So every guitar I get, I want it to be as perfect as I can possibly get it. And sometimes, because I've done some sloppy messes, and I've had to like rewire the whole thing over and over and over again. That's how I've learned. I've disconnected shit and go like, now the guitar doesn't work at all, and I can't figure out where the problem is. It looks like I did everything right. No, I made one little mistake, grounded to the wrong place somewhere. Boom.
That's all it takes, bro. It takes one ground.
Yeah.
I found that Samsung selfie fucking video, man.
Sorry, I got off in that, man. I don't know.
No, man, I just was looking at the video while you're talking. We're talking.
Most people don't know what I'm talking about.
It's by Stay Fly.
Dude, I know exactly. Talk about like stolen stuff all over.
No, I like all the like I don't like something to be over like have too many options, but I like to have a lot options, like especially like my Stratocaster, because the guitar sounds so good anyway. Even with all of its whatever flaws it does, I had to rebuild the whole entire cavity by hand because I destroyed it trying to put another bridge in that didn't work. So failed bridge experiment so I had to rebuild it and then just put everything back to its original with a real Strat, nice heavy bridge